Marshals, to the lists, please. In list number 1, male Mexico and male Quebec fighter, please report. In list number 1, Mexico, Quebec, and male fighters. In list number 2, male England and Belgium fighters, please report to list number 2. England and Belgium male to list number 2. In list number 3, female France and Spanish fighter, please report to list number 3. Female France and Spain fighter, please report to list number 3.
I think we're live on the stream again. I'm Brendan Halpin. I'll be one of your commentators. I'm from Team Ireland, and
I'm Eli, the Flower of Chivalry from Team New Zealand, and we're coming to you here from sunny Portugal, Montemor-o-Velho. Tune into the stream. It could be evening, it could be morning for you down there at home watching, but it's time to fight.
And it's already starting to get quite warm here. It's going to be a tough day for the fighters out here in the sun. It's a little cloudy at the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised if it clears off and gets pretty hot.
So here today, Brendan, we've got some exciting categories. We've got male longsword and female longsword. Very tactical, very brutal one-on-one matches, I think. We're going to see some excitement today.
Definitely. These tend to be probably the fastest of the dual categories we have. Longsword is a very fast category.
And as we can see, there is already a good crowd here early in the morning at Castle Montemor-o-Velho. We've got lots of school kids coming down. It's always great to see so many children enjoying the sports and having a good day out in history.
Exactly. The stands are already pretty full up, and I'd say in the next while we're expecting the whole place will be standing room only. So to give you a breakdown of the rules for the longsword fight, it's all points-based. If you're new to the sport, it's points-based, kind of like the same in boxing. You get a point for a solid strike with the blade, with the right part of the blade. It has to be the striking edge of the blade, and you can also get a point for a hit with the pommel, which is the weight on the back end of the sword.
Basically, hit the other guy with the sword as hard and fast as you can, and don't be hit, is the general gist. And also stay on your feet, because takedowns do count. If you fall over, you lose points.
If you fall, you lose a point. If you break your weapon, you lose a point, and if you lose your weapon, that's a point as well.
Basically, don't lose points.
Yeah.
And so far in the list, we've got some exciting matches. I believe in the male pool, we've got Mexico versus Quebec and England versus Belgium in the two lists down the bottom of the list. And the female fights are setting up in the middle too. So from Team Mexico, we have Ulysses Aaron Martinez Herrera, who has one of the best sounding names I've ever heard, fighting Andrew Sproul from Quebec. It's going to be an exciting fight. And, already we've got a fight happening down left between Belgium and
England.
England's been very strong yesterday, don't you think, Brendan?
They put in a good display already in the polearms. I do know that Belgian fighter is quite a good longsword fighter, so I'm expecting a good fight here.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, very strong, very aggressive start from both fighters already. Excellent kickoff to the day there.
They're getting solid hits in, both of them. It's quite close.
So
good blocking as well.
I'm being told the English fighter here is very aggressive. I've seen him in the qualifying rounds this year. Very aggressive strategy. That guy can hit really hard. So I believe it is Lucas Koval who's fighting for the longsword, and we'll see him in the sword and shield later on.
He is a very experienced fighter.
Absolutely.
Again, good hits onto the Belgian's legs. And the Belgian is trying to respond.
The Belgian's visors come open again. We have seen these types of armor fail yesterday. This sport is very taxing on both your physique and your armor. Your armor really needs to be up to scratch. Because
there's always constant repairs going on with the armor. There's always little bits and pieces that can come loose. And luckily this time it happened right at the end of the round, so he's got a minute now to do repair work, just to fix that strap so the visor can't loosen up and open. Exactly.
I've seen people punched in the face with shields when the visor popped open. I tell you folks at home, it is not pretty, and a silly longsword will ruin the rest of your face. Never mind your day.
All you have to do is look at the dents on those helmets to see how much force is coming in. You don't want that on your face.
Exactly, and now we're sort of starting to meander back to the Quebec versus Mexico fight. The Quebecian fighter
The Quebecois fighter.
The Quebecois fighter. I do apologize. That was my mistake yesterday. I am from New Zealand, and you know, Quebec and Quebecois is pretty far away, I suppose. But those people watching at home, I was just testing you.
No, I'm quite familiar with the Quebec fighters. They're great guys. In the ring, we have Andrew, who's actually the Quebec team captain. He's a big guy, and he knows how to use that longsword, and he's got a very long reach. I think he's definitely got a longer reach than the Mexican fighter.
Oh, absolutely. The long reach really helps with the tactical game in the longsword, where it just allows you to hit the other guy just a little bit further away from the other guy than you are. So, and the fighters hug, and it's always so nice.
Get on to that women's fight. We have the French fighters just taking a hit to the ground.
So it's France versus Spain in the women's from the looks of things, and the French fighter immediately hits the ground. I'm not sure what's going on there on the stream, if you can see. Oh no, we're back to Quebec versus Mexico on the main stream. Very tactical fight so far.
Andrew's keeping himself centered in the ring, trying to control the fight.
The Mexican is very active. He's jumping around his opponent. He knows he's shorter and he's got a shorter weapon, so he needs to jump in there and get those quick combos away if he has hopes of scoring points over his opponent.
But the question is he going to use too much energy too quickly and tire himself out?
Absolutely, and it looks like we've got an armor fail again. Longsword is one of the hardest hitting categories. We saw poleaxe yesterday, but longsword is just as brutal. And back to Belgium versus England in the lower left list, which I hope the streamers will show you in a minute. Oh, no, we're still... So we've got fights going on in both rings at the same time, which might be a little bit hard for you folks at home to follow. We're totally on top of it, I can assure you, aren't we, Brendan?
We know exactly what's going on. We can see down into the list, and we're just trying to see what's going on in the live stream. We got, again, Belgium and England going into round 2.
Belgium and England looking pretty evenly matched. Both the English and the Belgian fighter scoring lots of those points on their thigh shots there and on the head. English fighter's probably a little bit more aggressive, with a little bit more aggressive stance.
They're both of similar stature, so there's not going to be much of a difference in reach. I think the Belgian might have a slight advantage in reach.
And back to the Quebec fight, I think obviously here the advantage is much more greater for the Quebec captain. And
come to the end of round 1 in that fight.
Yes,
and now we're back to Belgium and England, and the end of that round as well. So we have 2 rounds fought there.
And we're back to the women's in the middle with Spain versus France, where the girls are going at each other very hard also. Both scoring points, just probing shots. It is the start of the day, so the fighters do not want to tire themselves out this early.
No, they've got a lot more fights to get through. They want to conserve energy. The French fighter seems to be keeping her guard up quite well, taking a lot of hits with the sword and probably a lot into the hands as well, but they don't count, although they can hurt a lot. You'll see they've got a lot of protection on their hands.
And the French fighter just has a little slip there. It's going to cost her a little bit of points, I think.
It could come down to the referee on that. They might decide that it was a slip rather than actually getting knocked down, but it's down to the referee.
Absolutely. The marshals decide everything, and they've done such a fantastic job yesterday. We'd just like to give a shout out to all the marshals and the lady of the list, Caitlin, for organising all of this.
There's a huge amount of work that they have to do, and they don't really get enough of the limelight.
Absolutely.
Although they do get to tell fighters what to do, so they do have that.
Excellent. Well, they do keep us safe. And I think the Spanish fighter is, they hug it out, and the Spanish fighter, I think, took that round away by being far more aggressive and harder hitting with her shots there in the middle. And the fight is over between England and Belgium, and looks like we have a winner.
So we're just going to see, we have England.
England is the winner.
England take that fight.
Absolutely. I think England obviously has a larger team and a larger pool of fighters to draw, so they probably have the experience of the team. Battle Heritage is a very strong team. This year you're going to be seeing them in the 5s later on today, so Lucas Cowell probably not only has to fight the longsword, but also the 5s later on today. And Quebec versus Mexico, we are back on with a much more animated second round.
The Mexicans being very aggressive, trying to score points.
Yeah, he is in there. He wants to win this to start of the day. Mexican and Quebec flag bearers running around, having great banter between them. I do want to know what he's saying.
It's a bit back and forth in this fight. It's hard to see which hits are landing and which hits are being blocked.
For those of you just tuning in, we are watching the longsword, and which is one-on-ones which are scored on points. To score a point, you need to land a good blow on your opponent. And what constitutes a good blow? Well, the marshals know.
Yeah, you have to hit with the the edge of the blade and the right section of the blade as well, and there has to be power behind it. If it's just a little tap, that's not going to count.
We want to see these guys whack each other nice and clean with the blows being unblocked. And I saw a lot of hits in the middle of a round from the Mexican to the forearms, which are quite damaging body blows to the forearms there, because your arms stick out of your body, so they provide a nice and meaty target to hit. But obviously we do like to see hits to the head and the helmet, because they're just damn impressive.
Hits on the head, they're much easier for the score counters to notice.
Ooh, and in the left we have New Zealand's Justin Harris versus Poland. Two very expert fighters. Oh my god, the Polish fighter just goes aggro over Justin.
This is going to be high aggression.
Yeah. Justin is one of New Zealand's most experienced fighters. I do believe this is his 4th international trip of tournaments, because New Zealand does like to do the tournament circuit every year with Battle of Nations and IMCF tournaments, as well as other tournaments in Denmark and whatever else we can go to really while we're here. So Justin has won the last New Zealand tournament, but the Polish fighter is just being so strong and so aggressive over him. But Justin is putting up a good defense, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to hold back the Pole. What do you think, Brendan?
As you say, New Zealand are an experienced team, have been doing this a while, but can they match the experience that Poland have? I don't think so. Poland have a much bigger field of fighters, and they've been doing this for longer. There's a lot of experience there, and you can see the aggression that Polish fighter is bringing to this fight. He's very comfortable getting stuck in there, high speed, and with power behind his hits.
Absolutely. Justin here is wearing an interesting white Hatanga armor. So for those of you watching at home and like a bit of history, so the Polish fighter has got a very nice 14th century kit, sort of. That's a European knight, European soldier kit. That's a classic. But Justin here has a Mongolian kit, which represents 14th century Mongol and Eastern armors, which is becoming more unpopular in the recent years. Which one do you like more, Brendan?
I'd be a fan of the European stuff myself, but the Eastern armor, it's very different looking. It adds a different look to the field, and it changes things up. I think if we were all dressed the exact same, you'd lose some of the excitement and the colour here.
He certainly does provide a striking figure.
He stands out. He looks like a stormtrooper.
He does. Stormtrooper Harris. That's what he already has their own nicknames. And we're back to the fight of Quebec versus Mexico, 3rd round. So it is a very close fight, as we can see. Usually it's best of 3 rounds. So if the round goes to 3rd round, it means the fighters either drew a round or won a round each. And again, Mexican very animated.
It's not quite as high intensity as the first round, I think, but this is very sapping. It's very tiring to fight at this speed and in these conditions and under all that armor.
It's a tough fight, and it's only the third 3 rounds of their pools. These opponents will fight each other in a round robin across the pool. Pool is 4 or 5 fighters, so these guys will fight 4 or 5 fighters for 2 to 4 rounds each, depending on how close it is. Ooh, and again, that aggression from Poland is just insane. Justin Trippy Harris is struggling to keep his defense up, but he's doing a good job.
He's trying to close that distance.
Yeah, I think his best call is to just close up with a pole and just not let him get those haymakers into him.
He's throwing a punch there. That's not going to be scoring, but if you can hurt your opponent and upset him, you might be able to get points in.
Absolutely. And you know what? We like to punch people in faces because we're all friends here. So that's all highly encouraged. Back to Mexico versus Quebec. Round 4, I believe. Wow, this is a really close fight. We saw some fights go to round 4 yesterday too. It just shows you the caliber of fighters fighting here, that every minor advantage can lend you victory. Otherwise, it's a pretty close match. And then, yeah.
I think that fight might have been stopped due to an armor issue.
And we're back.
Finished 3 rounds now.
Absolutely, armor is coming in. Back to Harris versus Poland. And I think Polish fighter is getting the best of that fight. Unfortunately, for Team New Zealand, I do speak with a giant bias, but that's okay.
That's the end of the 2nd round.
It's the end of the 2nd round. Both fighters looking fresh. And in the center with the women, looks like we've got Germany versus Austria, historic grudge match of the German-speaking countries. I very much look forward to seeing this one.
And they're both, again, experienced countries, and it's great to see the women involved in this as well. It's not just a boys' club.
Absolutely. We've got lots of fights to kick off this morning. As you can see, it's a busy list there with 3 fighting rings there. So I hope you folks at home can keep up with all the action, because we're trying
for us.
Yes.
And here we go in the women's fight.
A strong start there from both fighters.
The Austrian working the legs, trying to get score points down there.
Because of course, if you can hit the other person, guy or gal, faster than they can hit you, you score more points. So the ability to take hits and dish them out are about as equally important, I would say.
Well, it can be a very tough way to fight when you get into that just hit more than the other person fight. You lose a lot of energy fighting that way.
Absolutely, and it is just the start of the day. Yeah. And it looks like we've got some winners. And Mexico wins from Quebec. The smaller fighter just was more energetic and managed to get those extra points in.
It's a bit of a surprise to me, but Mexico have been very impressive so far from what we've seen.
Absolutely, top-notch guys. And New Zealand versus Poland. Poland takes a day with his super aggressive start to the day. What a beast. And it's all right. New Zealand will be back, bro. Yeah, bro. Mean.
There's a lot more fighting to come from New Zealand, I can guarantee that.
Absolutely.
And we finished the first round in the women's fight. Now, I could be mistaken, but I think the German female fighter was competing in the longsword or in the polearm yesterday. I just recognized the helmet.
Perhaps they have one helmet wound fighters. It's hard to tell, really. It is important to have personal historic devices in medieval history, but obviously we wear team tablets, so it's a little bit hard to tell fighters apart. I do remember the female fighter was quite distinctive from Germany yesterday because she had her hair hanging from the back of her helmet. So we'll see if
I can see that hanging out the back, so it must be the same one. If so,
what a champ.
That's a lot of work she's putting in.
That's a lot of fighting in 2 days, but you know, people do travel all across the world. All the way from New Zealand, North America. Even we've got South Africa here performing today with a one-man army. You know, and people travel to fight.
He's actually just entered the list right now. He's come all the way from South Africa. He's the only South African fighter this year. What a distance to come.
Fighting Canada.
And Canada are a new team this year. They do have experience in other tournaments, and they fought quite a bit of fighting in North America, but they're relatively new and new to the IMCF World Championships. But what I've seen of them is pretty impressive. They're pretty good for a new team.
Yeah, very strong. What I've seen from them from Battle of the Nations tournament a couple of weeks ago, they were a very strong team in certainly in the group fights. So I think we'll see what the fighters have to be. And back to the female fighter in the middle. Again, very strong start, very strong hits from the German girl. She wants to win this. She did so well yesterday in the polearm. But the Austrian is just playing for points against the legs. Just trying to get as many of those fast points to score, see how many of those are scoring hits, and hopefully she can just win the points game.
Yeah, and that German is starting to look tired. They're both wilting a bit in the ring.
Yeah, it is quite warm here in Portugal. It's only about 20 degrees. It is a little bit overcast, so at least don't have sun. And downstairs to the right we have Italy versus Scotland, 2 starting up, and South Africa is away with Canada as well. Oh, 3 fights going on at once. What is this?
A lot of action going on. It's hard to keep track of them.
Yeah. Everyone's hitting each other. It's fantastic. So everybody should do this.
Canada and South Africa, the fight's just been stopped. There's some armor issue, I think.
With South Africa, by the looks of things. Yeah. But it's okay. Scotland and Italy are just going at each other. Very tactical fight, a little bit more paced. Started off quite aggressive. Now they're just sort of chilling out, looking each other in the eye,
sizing
looking
each
for
other
opponents.
Up, and they've been stopped.
So, South Africa resumes against Canada. They came a long way, both of these guys. They want to hit each other. They want to hit each other hard.
They definitely come a long way, and I think the Canadian fighter there is one of the fighters from the Yukon, which is up in northeastern Canada, middle of nowhere.
Canada. Yeah, I do believe most of Team Canada is from the Yukon region. They have mentioned.
And actually, I can see on the back of his neck, he's got the White Wolves, their team.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the Team Yukon.
The local joke goes that they came here on little dog sleighs, but I haven't seen any dog sleighs here so far. Both fighters, I do think the Canadian did take that away with a slightly more technical style, where he just did manage to sneak a couple of those shots in over his South African opponent. But again, it is all up to the marshals to decide which hits they liked, because from up here we are a little bit far away from the action from the commentator's booth. We're about 10-15 meters away with a commanding view, so we can just see who hits each other the hardest, but not necessarily which hits quite get through the guards. And Marshall's obviously in there in the ring, unarmored, keeping an eye on things. And Scotland versus Italy. Scotland again, sort of quite a new team. Italy quite experienced, so...
Yeah, Italy weren't at the IMCF World Championships last year, although Scotland were, so these countries have never met.
So it's an interesting match, and the Scottish fighter does have a little bit of a weight and height advantage over his Italian friend. But
I think the Italian might have a bit more technique.
Yeah, just a little bit faster there, just a little bit more staying power. But it is to be decided. And in the middle, the marshals are just conferring over the women's Austria versus Germany German grudge fight. By German, I mean the language, obviously.
I'm sure they're all friends.
Absolutely. The Austrian team have been very nice, as have the German team. I've met them both in the tournaments, and they're just top blokes and girls, all of them.
Something that can never be stated enough is the camaraderie on display here. You wait until the end of any fight, and you'll see the fighters hug it out and go off as friends.
South Africa versus Canada. We are back. And
aggressive start
from South Africa. He came all this way.
Marshall trying to get out of there.
Yeah, Marshall is quite dangerous. Oh yeah, those good combinations from the South African. He's really bringing his A game to this beginning match, showing off his country and doing a pride. Again, Canadian answers with a few shots to the shoulder, but I think
nice headshot from the Canadian there.
Yeah, sort of trading a lot of blows. It will be up to the marshals to decide who scored the most. They both have little clickers, I think, on the side to just help them count a little bit.
Especially in some of those faster fights, you just keep clicking.
Absolutely.
Go very fast.
And in the middle, we do have the women's fighters starting for the third round. It's very close. Second round, Scotland, Italy starting also while we're focusing on Canada versus South Africa in the stream.
They've been broken apart.
Yeah. Tough fight. Back to Italy, Scotland. The Italian, very aggressive. Lots of those big combo hits. Of course, because it's a points game, if both fighters are playing defensively, but one fighter sneaks through. A good combination of hits can win or lose you the round, and I think the Italian is several points ahead.
I'd agree with you on that. It seems to be he's getting combinations. So if Scotland's coming in and getting 1 point, Italy's coming away with 2.
Meanwhile, the ladies are whacking each other in the head and the leg in a sort of defensive clinch in the middle. Having quite an exciting fight of their own, but it is round 3 and the fighters are starting to slow down a little bit because it is very warm and very hot out there, and they're wearing 30 kilos of armor. And, you know, fighting for 3 minutes straight is hard. The endurance of these fighters really is remarkable.
Yeah, you often get people who aren't familiar with the sport thinking that it's not that impressive. Look at them, they get tired after 1 minute. But you put all that weight on, especially when it's weight dragging down on your arms, and you cut your breathing down quite a lot with those helmets, it becomes very, very hard.
It's like wearing a modern soldier's kit with a gas mask on and running up the stairs while somebody punches you in the head repeatedly for a minute straight, again and again and again and again throughout the day. It is quite taxing on the body, which is why so many of the fighters like to hit the gym and like to do CrossFit and just condition themselves for these battles, because if you get tired, you get hit.
Exactly, you just have to keep going. You need the stamina. If you don't have the stamina, you're going to lose your fight. It doesn't matter how skilled you are, if you can't lift your arms, you're going to lose that fight.
Yeah, you're going to get hit and you're just going to lose those easy points towards the end of the round. So a lot of fighters will find out towards the end of the day will play quite a defensive game where they don't want to expend energy and want to tire out their opponent as much as possible.
Looks like we're getting a decision from South Africa versus Canada.
And it's going to be a close one, folks.
Waiting for the announcement.
And South Africa winners. First win for South Africa. What a champion. Absolutely, the Canadian fighter giving up a good show for such a close fight.
A little surprised with that. I thought Canada had an edge on there, but like we say, it's very difficult to call. What looks like a good shot from up here might have glanced off, might have hit with the wrong part of the blade.
Absolutely.
And it's only the refs right down there that can see it.
I think South Africans had quite an aggressive start in the second and third rounds, so which might have been fun of it. And I can barely hear myself talk over how loud the crowd is.
We've got a Portuguese fighter coming in. The crowd are going nuts.
Absolutely. Portugal, home country. Oh my God, so welcoming. You guys should all come down here and chill with us because this place is just amazing.
Oh, it's been fantastic here. This is only the second day of the tournament, but already the reception from the crowd, the locals, has been fantastic. And even if you're not coming to fight in the medieval tournament, come to Portugal. It's amazing.
Absolutely.
Sponsored by the Portuguese Tourist Board. No, we're not. And
we just like it here.
If you're watching on the live stream, let us know how you're getting on. You can follow us or tweet us on Twitter at IMC Federation, or you can follow us like us on Facebook, that whole media, also social media stuff. Get on to us if you're using the hashtag IMCF 2016.
Absolutely.
We'll follow that. Let us know what you think of the stream and the fights.
Absolutely. I believe from Portugal we've got for longsword Ricardo Neves, and for Sweden we've got Bjorn Almgren. And Ricardo there is getting so much support from the home crowd. It is really, really top notch. And in the left we also have setting up Austria versus Spain again. And in the far rink, because if 2 fights aren't enough for the women's fight, we've got Poland and mystery challenger. Who is the mystery challenger?
That's Quebec.
And Quebec!
I know if I'm...
That's Benny from Quebec, yeah.
That's a gold medal winner from last year.
Absolutely. And we're away with Portugal versus Sweden. Oh, Portugal is going for it.
Aggressive start.
Crowd's loving it. The crowd goes wild.
He's got the crowd behind him, and that's spurring him on.
Very active, both fighters. Active defense from the Swede. But those probing attacks from the Portuguese fighter are getting through. But let's see if Bjorn can bring it back. Bring on some pain from the north.
And let's see how long they can keep up that high intensity.
Good job. In the middle, the women are just squaring off each other, playing a tactical match. And in the left, Spain versus Austria. Again, fighters just squaring off, playing a tactical game. But the most brutal is Portugal versus Sweden so far, with both fighters just at each other non-stop. Yeah. And there we go, some action in Austria versus Spain. Both fighters just hitting each other lots, playing for points, just trying to outscore each other. And the Quebec fighter just getting past the Polish fighter's defense at the same time. Ooh, kick!
First round over in Portugal versus Sweden.
Absolutely, and Portuguese fighter looking quite good there. And
trying to cool down slightly.
The women's fight just stopped, but we had a very good start from both of the fighters there. Quebec fighter very aggressive. She certainly brought the pain, managed to kick her opponent a little bit, which is quite allowed. But Polish fighter again very good, very technical, very experienced. So we'll see how many of the shots she's blocked. And Austria versus Spain. Both teams quite experienced. Have got good fighters. We saw such a great show from Spain yesterday in the Poland, where I believe they took the silver medal.
Yes, and Jose, the silver medalist there, is at the side of the list helping their longsword fighter now. And then we have Martin Garcia offering advice as well in the green.
So Spanish longsword fighter is Victor Terron, and I'm just trying to dig through a pile of info sheets to find out Austria, which I hope we have, and the Austrian longsword fighter is Luka Schiko. I hope I pronounced your name right. If not, I'm sorry, bro.
There's a lot of names to try and get correct. You'll have to forgive us. But that women's fight is a very interesting one to watch, because both of those fighters would be right up there in terms of skill.
Absolutely.
Both could be with aiming for medals. So to meet early on.
And Jessica Lazota is fighting for Poland against Benny in Quebec.
And Sweden and Portugal going at it again. A lot of hits being landed there.
But fighters, I think the Swedish fighter is a little bit heavier and a little bit taller than his Portuguese opponent, but they are pretty evenly matched for weapon length and certainly for stamina and speed. So it might just boil down to technique and endurance.
And the Swede seems to be trying to conserve himself a little more. And it was a nice pommel strikes from the Swede.
Yeah, always nice to see pommel strikes, and the girls are going at it in the center ring behind quite hard. Just putting those big combinations and clinching and resetting.
And those pommel strikes do, of course, score points.
That Quebec fighter scores a good hit to the side of the helmet there. And folks, those hits are strong. They will add up and they will tire you out. The more hits you get to the head, the slower you get throughout the day. And this is just the beginning. These are their first or second fights of the day, of many.
They have a lot more fights to get through.
And we've got Austria versus Spain in the corner again. Very animated fight. Spanish fighter just scoring all those lovely helicopter shots to the head. The Unterhaus and the Überhaus. My HEMA terminology is a little bit out of date. I don't know, how's yours, Brandon?
Mine's pretty bad. All I know is you hit the guy.
Yeah, you hit the guy, and the
good strike to the head.
Yeah, Austrian fighter is just going for the legs, trying to get as many hits of himself in, but both fighters very aggressive, not paying that much heat to defense. They're just trying to just really bash the other guy quicker than they get bashed themselves.
And the Spanish fighter does seem to be getting some good combinations in. He might be tiring it in this part of the round, but earlier on he was landing multiple hits.
Yeah, quite certainly very aggressive, very challenging fight. And looks like we've got a winner declared from the Sweden versus Portugal fight. And The crowd is very excited for the host. And Portugal wins! I don't know if you folks can hear that, but it's really quite deafening from the crowd of about 1,000 people already here this morning come to support.
It's great to see so many kids out there. I think they've just emptied all the local schools and brought them here, and that's fantastic because they're not afraid to cheer. They're really getting behind their fighters, not just the Portuguese fighters, but they're also cheering for all the other fighters out there.
Absolutely.
But a lot louder for their own fighters.
And I believe the women's Poland-Quebec fight is over, and it's not quite clear who won. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite shown. It was sort of overshadowed by the crowd a little bit there. But it's okay. It looks like the Quebec fighter is in to stay in a back-to-back fight, which is always very difficult. It's difficult enough to fight for 2-3 minutes straight, but to do it for 6 minutes straight, I don't know, Brandon.
That's really tough. She's get a couple of minutes rest here and just try to recover as much as she can.
So a lot of explosive power is needed for the sport. It's just those quick sprints of 1 minute after 1 minute. Again, crossed with favorite technique by fighters. Folks, if you're tuning in again, we're just doing the longsword one-on-one category for both male and female.
And we have a win in our other fight here. Spain have beaten Austria.
Spanish again.
And that was a good fight.
They're back with a vengeance. We've got the Irish flag being brandished there, Brendan.
Yeah, we got our Anthony, our flag waver down there. I'm very excited to watch our fighter here, Peter. He's in the ring waiting for his. He's fighting Germany.
Is Peter in the blue?
Peter is in the blue with the harp. A lot of people ask the Irish fighters why we're not wearing green, but blue with a gold harp has been a symbol of Ireland from about the 12th century, so that's why we wear it.
There's absolutely beautiful circuit there as well with the little pointy bits. I love the pointy bits. Yeah, and German fighter, aggressive start. German, obviously, one of the classical strong schools of longsword, so I don't know if they have a historic advantage, but man, the Irish fighter is looking very aggressive there.
He is giving as good as he gets.
Ouch! There's big hits on the German. Oh, in the head. I did not want to be on the receiving end of that.
Now, that German, I think he got some good shots onto the legs, but as we were saying earlier, those are hard to score.
We can hear those shots land on the German fighter all the way from the tower there. Those just thunks.
That's good headshots there again. Yeah. Good combinations from Peter. Some piece of armor has just come off, but I don't think it's anything major. The refs aren't stopping.
Look at him just bash his face in with that pommel of the sword. That hurts. And those are all scoring hits, folks.
They're scoring and they hurt.
Absolutely.
Those pommel strikes, they're basically like hitting someone with a hammer.
Yeah. Not nice. I mean, the helmets do protect you a lot, but a little bit of the concussive hits do start to wear you down. And your Irish buddy, I think, certainly has probably the upper hand by this point with those good combos working really well for him at the start of the fight. But we'll see how the opponents do in the second round. Oh, back to South Africa versus
England.
England.
Now
very paced match. England's team very strong, very experienced. He's sort of darting in and out with those quick shots, keeping his distance. English fighter seems to be controlling most of the fight.
You would have to put your money on England to win this one, but I doubt South Africa are going to make it easy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think he's giving a good show for him, just sending those little probing hits, seeing if the Englishman was going to drop his guard.
I think the South African's probably concentrating on his defence as well. He doesn't want to get drawn into a fight that might come down to speed.
There we go. A bit of kicking back and forth. English fighter again darts in and just does that quick jab to the thigh, which is an excellent scoring point. So I think he's got a couple of those, just to give him a little bit of that advantage.
Yeah. The South African is just trying to not leave himself open, waiting for opportunities.
Absolutely, and you know, obviously, if there is a slight discrepancy in skill over fighters, the more experienced fighters does not want to expend any unnecessary energy, because they will have to fight more fights than anybody else, as they do have playoffs and finals later on to fight, and they certainly don't want to peak too early.
If an experienced fighter can just score enough points to win, and that's it, he's going to do that.
Yeah, maybe we just put those quick points in and then just chill.
I think we might have an issue with the German fighter's hand.
Oh dear, a longsword is very tough on the hands. The gauntlets really have to be up to par because your hands do stick out the most. And they do get hit.
I did see a piece of metal come off during their fight. It might have been a finger shield or might have been a hand protection, and that's after telling on the German, and I think he's out.
Yeah, we don't want broken fingers. So wear your clamshell gauntlets and invest in gauntlets and helmets if you do the sport, because it is absolutely important to keep each other safe. We all want to go home at the end of the day.
So Team Ireland get the win on that, but it's not nice to see a fighter having to drop out because of injury, especially so early in the competition.
Absolutely.
But
yeah.
at least,
as you can see,
it's nothing too serious, I hope.
It's a full contact sport. Things are serious. If your guards are not up to the defense, if you don't guard your hands, you will get hit, which could result to quite a lot of injury. Unfortunately, it does happen every now and then that the gear doesn't quite stand up to the rigors of battle.
Yeah.
But I do think the Irish fighter did have the upper hand in that fight. But certainly the German put in a few good shots there, so it wasn't an easy fight by any means for either of the fighters, and could have gone either way in the second round. And we got the women's in the middle again with Spain versus Quebec. Quebec fighter, we hope she's warmed up and not too tired.
Well, the recovery times are all important in this, so hopefully she should have most of her energy back.
I know she's wearing the Bretache, which is my favorite helmet, which gives you great visibility and breathability. Spanish fighter wearing a traditional bassinet, which is a sort of griffin face, which are also quite popular, which you can breathe easy in, and they seem to be clinching a lot. Maybe playing for defense, but it's broken up because we want our fighters to fight instead of hug each other. Because hugging happens after the fight, not during.
Yeah, we want to see them. We want to see them fight, and we want to see them score points.
Yeah. And South Africa versus England, round 2 in the lower corner.
South African pushing in there, trying to push the smaller English fighter back.
Yeah, and back in the middle on the stream, we've got the women's fight. Spanish fighter trying to control the distance there, pushing back her Quebec opponent, and again back to the clinching. Whoever controls the clinching can exit it, can just score those 1 or 2 points off the helmet really quite quick, and that's the end of the round. I believe back to South Africa versus England.
There was a couple of nice
fighter
shots
got
there
hit
onto
in
the
the
legs
hand.
of the English fighter as well, I think.
By the looks of things, obviously hens do get quite hurt.
They don't score points, but
both very active, these fighters. It's always great to see they're both trying to pace around each other like a pair of caged lions. Just trying to get that little advantage in, or just see that little opening.
Sometimes you can get fights where they just stand and watch each other for too long, and it doesn't make for a great fight.
Yeah,
well, I like to see them getting stuck in and trying to earn points.
Oh, absolutely. So yeah, we've got the English fighter trying to throw down the South African there. South African scoring those quick points, and back to Mexico versus Italy. Fight in the lower right.
Mexico, another team new to the IMCF World Championships this year, but they have, from what I've seen so far, they have been quite impressive.
Out. Yeah, both the fighters. Italian scoring those quick jabs in the thigh. The Mexican fighter's having none of it. He's blocking them and dashing out of the way of half, but I do think the Italian is up by 1 or 2 points.
He seems very confident in there.
Yeah. So doing those high-low combos, switching up. Longsword is a very tactical game. There is a lot of striking positions and a lot of striking targets.
I did see a hit landed from the Italian, but he only had 1 hand on the sword, so that will not count. You need both hands on the weapon. And
in the middle, we are going to, looks like round 2, or is it 3 now, Brendan, of Quebec versus Spain? I do think it's round 2. And Mexico and Italy dishing it out. Italian fighters are going in and just getting, I think, a little bit of an edge over his Mexican opponent, although they're both giving as good as it gets.
I think the Italian fighter might have the edge in this, and the first round is over.
And Spain versus Quebec. The Quebec fighter scoring a couple of those points on the Spanish fighter's shoulder and helmet. And the legs, just trying to keep her guard up and block. She must be tired by this point. This is her 5th or 6th round in a row.
She's going to be very happy to get out of the list at the end of this fight anyway. And if we are making any errors in what's going on in the fights, you do have to remember we're trying to keep track of 3 different fights at once, so if we get confused with what round it is, I hope you'll forgive us.
We're sorry.
We just had a winner announced in South Africa versus England, and it was England who took that fight.
Again, not a surprise that Lucas Coel is a superb fighter, but obviously a great show for South Africa. He's not hurt. He's full of energy. He wants to win a couple of his fights. And remember, these are round-robin group fights, so you don't have to win every fight to proceed off to the playoffs. And it's the top 2 from the groups proceed to the finals, and the women's fight carries on. And I do think the Quebec fighter did have a slight advantage in that round, although it is, again, always hard to tell from a distance of what actually happens on the field, because both the fighters just trying to get those shots in and clinching a lot. And again, whoever exits the clinch and just gets those quick points in on the exit probably has the advantage there.
If you can just break away and land 1 shot or maybe even 2,
Absolutely.
without getting anything in return. That's how you win fights.
Mexico versus Italy. Again, trading blows. Mexican fighter, very quick, much deeper stance than his Italian. It allows him to spring a bit faster, I think.
He had a good dodge from the Italian there. He managed to move back from what would have been a solid headshot. He's a little bit quicker than the Mexican, and I think he's got an advantage on points.
These guys move incredibly fast in their armor. Don't believe Hollywood that armor slows you down that much. These guys are dodging out of lightning fast strikes at the blink of an eye. And I can hear the armor just thinking. And we've got New Zealand's Justin Harris versus Austria in the lower left as well, starting up, where Austrian has a very aggressive start, but Justin Harris is just managing.
Great shots to the head from Justin.
Yeah.
And now they're trading blows. You don't want to get caught into that kind of fight.
Yeah. It's what we call a Ukraine after watching some Ukrainian qualifiers of Team New Zealand. And the Quebec-Spain fight is over, and who won that? I do believe it was Quebec, since they seem to be quite happy about it.
Their flag bearer is celebrating.
What a champion. And yeah, back to Harris versus Austria.
Great form from
Harris. Punch to the face, pummel to the face, pummel to the face. Yeah, hit him in the face.
He's being very aggressive, and I did see him using that punch earlier to break out of that trading blows. Yeah. Managed to push the Austrian back. He got to reset and start fighting again, instead of going for that 1-for-1.
Austrian on the attack again, and he's sort of aiming for the thigh, and the New Zealand fighter is just punishing him in the head for all those attacks. And the round is over.
There's a lot of pushing back the Austrian fighter, which isn't going to score him points, but can be quite demoralizing if you're getting shoved around the field.
Absolutely.
And it's giving Harris that room to reset and get back into the fight on his terms.
Absolutely, but you know, Austrian fighter getting some good coaching from Heinrich there. Both the fighters getting some advice from their respective captains and support.
And looks like we're going for a winner being announced in Italy versus Mexico. Waiting for the hand to go up, and it's Italy.
Italy. I do think he scored a little bit more of those big thunky shots to the thigh and the helmet.
He was looking a lot better out there.
Absolutely superb performance from Mexico. Yeah,
for a new team, they are doing great.
So incredibly fast, just dodging out of those blows with the Italian and going back. And looks like we've got Ukraine versus Estonia.
Looks like, yeah.
And second round of Austria versus New Zealand setting up also.
Now, even though Mexico are a new team to this competition, they've still got quite a lot of experience fighting in the Americas. Especially with the USA team, they've done quite a bit of training and fighting with them, and those guys are very experienced.
Absolutely. Ukrainian fighter should be quite good to watch, because Ukraine is usually a superbly skilled team in the full contact sports.
And of course, they are also a new team to this competition, but very, very experienced. One of the most experienced teams out there, so this should be interesting.
Their main team had a bit of visa trouble, so unfortunately couldn't get a 5-man team to bear, but they did bring their longsword fighter, and I hope he brings the pain.
It's great to see him out there representing his country.
A very aggressive start from the Ukrainian. I fought one of the Ukrainian one-on-ones at Battle of Nations. These guys can hit hard. Back to New Zealand versus Austria as well in the left. Ukrainian versus Estonia. Estonian putting in a few good shots, but I think the Ukrainian just keeps on hitting him in the head. Oh, good return by Estonia.
Estonia are no lightweights either, but I do think Ukraine seems to have the advantage.
Yeah. And in the other corner, Justin Harris versus Austria is just bringing on the pain for both fighters. They're trading blows. It seems it's pretty equal at the moment.
Good headshots from the Ukraine onto Estonia. I do think he's still got the advantage on points.
Yeah. They're both quite light on the feet. Neither are winning to give points. Aiming for the hands and for the head.
Good headshot there for Estonia, but I think he got 2 hits in return. And that's the round over.
It's very close to call. I do think the Ukrainian just had those few extra points at the start of the round over Estonia, but we'll see how they do in the second round, and does it tire out or not. And fight is resumed between Austria and New Zealand. Austrian gets a quick jab in, but Justin Harris controls the distance there, and equal trading of blows.
He's really shoving that Austrian fighter around when he wants to.
Yeah, sort of really just trying to physically overpower his opponent. I think both of the fighters, with just the sheer amount of strong hits and just the shoving around, it's a real macho match.
It can all come down to you want to fight your fight. Don't allow your opponent to dictate the fight to you, and that's what Harris is doing out there.
Absolutely. And in the middle, we look like we've got France versus Poland in the women's longsword. Very, very experienced team. Polish fighter starting off very aggressive. French fighter blocking that and just trying to get that return, but not quite
moving
succeeding
back
to
out
hit
of
the
her
Polish
range.
fighter. Yeah, neither fighter scoring hits as far as I can see so far.
There's a lot of blocking and hits onto the hands as well, which, as you said, don't count.
Sort of the French fighter adopting a slightly back stance with her more charged stance with her longsword to set herself up for those big hits. Polish fighter more of a fencing stance with his sword in front.
It was a good hit to the head from the French fighter onto the Polish helmet there.
Yeah. And back to the Ukrainian versus Estonia fight. Again, very brutal. Ukraine kick from the Ukrainian. Just clashing of swords. Again, trying to just
pushing back onto the barrier. The ref is separating them, getting them to move out.
Yeah. Fighters are separated and resumed.
Because we don't want fights just to be shoving up against the rails.
And Poland versus Ukraine. France. Blue. Blue is a favorite color of many nations, wouldn't you say?
As we said, it's hard to keep track some of the times, especially when we're watching 3 fights at once.
Yeah.
I keep track of 6 fighters.
It was a very close fight. They're very technical. It would have been won if it won by 1 or 2 blows coming through either fighter's guards. Back to Estonia versus Ukraine. These guys are just hitting each other hard and a lot. You want a more technical commentary? I'm not a HEMA instructor. But thankfully, yeah, a lot of the hits on the head, a lot of the hits on the forearm, because they do obviously stick out more. Just for a minute straight, so we shall see if that was decisive or whether it shall go to another round.
I don't know how it looked to you, but it seemed to me that certainly in the last 10 seconds or so, Estonia were racking up points onto the Ukrainians' head. Got a good couple of good shots in there.
Yeah, definitely rattled him. And it looks like he's getting some quick helmet repair that he needed to get his helmet bashed slightly open with a longsword gun. And we're not quite sure who won from New Zealand versus Austria. So that remains to be seen. I need to check out with my bros.
We've got Canada and Luxembourg into the list now.
And Poland versus France going for another round. Again, Poland in a more sort of fencing, guarding stance. France in a more charged stance. Lots of aggression from the Polish girl going forward.
She's really trying to get stuck in there. Well, I think the French got a nice shot to the back of the Polish thigh there.
Yep.
But I do think that Poland's probably racking up more points. And we got Ukraine just beat Estonia. That was just announced. So
I think that's a pretty fair result there. I think Ukrainian fighter just hit a little bit stronger, a little bit more. Poland versus France. French fighter playing a very reactionary game. I think she's doing quite well. Polish fighter just maybe getting those jabs through. So again, it's hard to tell
as we said,
how it's going to work out.
Poland are very experienced, so that French fighter probably a little cautious. Not afraid of the fight, but trying to stay out of range and avoid getting too many hits against her.
Absolutely.
That's the name of the game. Don't get hit.
Don't get hit and hit the other guy really hard. Oh, girl.
And we're just about to get started with Canada versus Luxembourg. And fighting for Luxembourg is Laurent, who took the bronze medal in the polearm yesterday. So he is very fit just to be able to compete in 2 duels, one after the other.
Luxembourg obviously quite a small team. I do not believe they have any 5-on-5, so they just brought their one-on-one fighter. So this guy has already got a medal. Maybe he'll get another more.
He's doing a great job representing Luxembourg anyway.
Absolutely, and that beautiful helmet and circuit, he certainly looks the part too.
It's all about looking good as well.
Yeah.
It's an important part of it.
Looking good and hitting hard. We'd love to see some of your medieval pictures if you want to post a picture up to the initial, the IMCF page. And France looks like they won the women's fight. Right there.
Waiting for it to be announced. Yeah, and France has taken it. A little bit of a surprise, but she was being very
I think she got more points on the return there. And back to Canada versus Luxembourg. It's a very close fight, very technical. Again, lots of trading of blows, lots of reactions. Not a lot of outright aggression going. The fight is stopped.
List number 3, France and Quebec female fighters. Prepare.
France and Quebec are the next female fighters, and setting up for round 2 of Canada versus Luxembourg. And we have our other commentator, Dale, going down to Marshall in the 3rd list of Scotland versus Ireland. So we'll see how he does at marshalling, because he's a damn fine commentator and a pleasure to work with.
So we've got a Celtic rivalry going on here between Ireland and Scotland.
Ooh, grudge match.
And It'll be an interesting one to watch, I think.
So the crowd goes wild again, and we can tell that a Portugal fighter is somewhere on the list, and it looks like the women's Portugal versus German longsword is on. These girls are going to hit each other. And it's going to be very exciting, so stay tuned.
Got a brief moment where there's no fights happening at once.
Quick, go grab your beer. Go. But don't go away. Yeah, obviously, keep on tuning into our stream. Thank you so much for watching, whether you're at work, at home, it's late at night, and you're suffering from a slight degree of insomnia. Thanks for tuning in.
I have heard from some people who were watching yesterday in work and worried about getting in trouble. The trick is to just invite your boss to watch it as well.
Your boss will love the sport, honest. It is like super friendly and super violent at the same time, so you know it's the best of both worlds. And yeah, Luxembourg versus Canada is resuming, and the Portugal versus Germany starting in the background, and the crowd of about 1,000 school children is just going wild. I can barely hear myself. Luxembourg versus Canada, very slow-paced fighters looking each other dead in the eye.
Very comfortable for Luxembourg.
Yeah. And third fight going on, Ireland versus Scotland. Wow, that's quite a lot of action, folks. I mean, all the fights are going well, I guess, for the people involved.
They're all getting stuck in, and a lot of hits in that female fight at the moment. The trading blows.
Portugal fighter just getting those good hits on the German fighter's helmet. Irish fighter just going nuts. He's so aggressive. That guy is going for it. Luxembourg, Canada just taking a very tactical match.
It's more tactical. Now, oh, good. Pommel strikes from Luxembourg.
Yeah, and now Luxembourg fighter went aggressive.
Apart.
The tactics have ended and the aggression have begun. Aggression is a tactical move, let me remind you that.
I wouldn't be too surprised if Luxembourg were conserving energy. It looked like they, from what I saw anyway, they took the round. We could be wrong, but it looked like he had taken the round and was trying to conserve his energy.
Absolutely. Now, the Scottish fighter is trying to push back his Irish opponent just to stop him getting all those big combos in.
But like you say, Ireland getting a lot of hits in that. Peter is very good at combination shots.
Absolutely, I think he's done a supremely good job of just getting stuck in there very start and just taking that early advantage and then retaining it. Look at how happy he looks. Look at that Canadian man. Canadian's so nice, always smiling. Everybody's always smiling when you're in medieval combat. Even when you're hurt, you kind of start laughing after a while because, you know what, it's kind of funny.
Well, one thing I personally know from the Irish longsword fighter, Peter, whenever he is fighting, he is grinning ear to ear, and it's the most terrifying thing you'll ever see. Everyone else, at least when they're hitting people, they're concentrating on what they're doing. He is just having the time of his life out there smiling. That's really off-putting.
Yeah. Yeah, don't forget to smile, I believe, is an instruction for one of the manuals. I forget which one. But it is absolutely important in sword play. And what, of course, you folks at home who don't fight or do fight. Oh, we've got a winner. Luxembourg is the winner.
Not a big surprise there. As I said, he looked like he was very comfortable in that fight and trying to conserve energy after he...
More experience and probably greater stamina, but we do want to see how he does back in the day. He's done so wonderfully yesterday. He's going to clearly keep that adrenaline advantage going. But yeah, folks at home, this is a very smiley sport, you know. A lot of people like doing it, and, you know, you'll find people talking to each other actually a lot in these one-on-one rounds because it's just you and the other person in the ring. You can see each other in the eyes. You can't see this from the camera, but you can see where the other guy's looking, what he's thinking. You can even see him smile through the helmet a little bit sometimes. So there's a little sort of back and forth going and like a little conversation involving swords.
Yeah, especially when you get into a clinch, you will sometimes just go, so how are you doing in there?
Good defense by Scotland. Yeah, and he gets a little jabbing into the Irish fighter's face. But those blows are starting to rain in.
Racking up points there, I think.
Yeah. Portugal versus Germany, as I can hear by the sound, is going on. And German fighter just trying to lock down the Portuguese girl while the Portuguese fighter is trying to pommel strike the German in the face to get those shots in the return. German fighter just really doesn't want to let the Portugal fighter get away with those big combinations.
No,
they're both doing a pretty
trying to get
good job.
Really stuck in there.
Yeah.
Portugal has home team advantage as well with the crowd behind them. Yeah. We'll see how that plays out for them.
Yeah, and Scotland versus Ireland is still continuing. Those big haymakers are just coming in. I do hope the Scottish fighter is okay. Those do ring your head.
I think his visor might have come loose, no?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. I think he got a bit shaken loose by the sword, but he's done a wonderful job of defending himself. But again, I think Peter just got those combinations through.
Yeah, we nicknamed Peter the Machine. He doesn't seem to tire out. He just gets those combos. He's never unsettled by anything. He's not human.
Yeah, of course, know from the Irish team's Facebook page that they all run on a diet of potatoes.
Potatoes and whiskey.
Potatoes and whiskey, so I think I might try this out. I think it might be the secret.
The secret isn't just eating the potatoes and drinking the whiskey, it's lifting them both as well. You have to do that as well.
Ooh, them potato sacks.
Yeah.
And those whiskey barrels are pretty heavier here. And in the left, we've got setup of Spain versus USA. USA. It's okay. Dale's not here, so we don't have to do that part. That's fine. We do love them both. Both absolutely fantastic teams. And I'm just trying to look up the USA fighters.
We've got an announcement down with Ireland versus Scotland, and Ireland take the match.
Yeah, no surprise there, I think.
That's 2 wins for Ireland.
I think he's through. And for the US fighter, we've got Stephen Cumby.
High aggression there. Bit of a trouble on the surface. The American slipping a little bit on that grasp, but keeping to his feet. A punch into the side of the Spanish fighter's head. Not scoring points, but very unsettling.
We've seen good weight from the Spanish fighter so far as well. I think this is his second fight. And you can see his lungs is actually a little bit bent on top on the camera. So these blows are incredibly hard. They keep on managing to bend tempered steel swords, which are at least 2 to 4 millimeters thick. So you can just see the power coming through both of the fighters.
Now, those swords are very tough weapons, but I would be surprised if we get through this whole 1 versus 1 competition without at least one sword break.
Absolutely.
Should have a couple.
We saw at least 4 to 6 weapon breaks yesterday for the pole arms with the big axes just snapping in half. So winner of the Portugal versus Germany women's match is Germany. Ooh. The crowd is disappointed, but the Portuguese fighter obviously is so strong. She's got everything to play for. It's her first fight in the pool, so she can come back from this easy. And the German fighter obviously quite experienced and pumped up from yesterday. She wants to win.
Yeah, they both have a lot more fights to get through, and a lot can change.
Yeah. So USA versus Spain, aggressive fight is quite over.
That seemed to be a very aggressive round. It was high energy, and it stayed up for the whole round. A lot of times you see they'll start to flag in the last 20 seconds or so, but that seemed to be going
These
right
guys just went into it. And Portugal versus Estonia in the men's as well. Portugal obviously got a strong showing this year of fighters all around. I look forward to fighting them in the fives later today. Oh, Portuguese fighter coming in strong. Combination.
He's not afraid of Estonia anyway.
Absolutely not.
Quite good blocking from Portugal there. There was a few shots that were very well intercepted, and then he got a return blow coming in as well.
Good defense by the Estonian. I think the Estonian fighter is just trying to play a reactionary game of defense where he's just going to perhaps try and tire his Portuguese opponent out and just try and sneak those 2 shots in and maybe go with a high aggression strategy that we've seen from him before.
Getting some points onto the lower legs of the Portuguese fighter.
Just getting through to the helmet a little bit.
I do think you're right. We'll see how this fight changes in the last 20 seconds or so.
Absolutely. The Portuguese fighter is just getting these quick shots in that are scoring him so many points currently. Oh, a little bit of a leap. Very nice and theatric. I love it. And USA versus Spain back in the left. So far in the stream, we've got Estonia versus Portugal.
A bit of a standoff there. The energy's starting to go down, and the round's over.
And round's over, and Spain versus USA. Much more tactical round this time. Very quick fighters. I'm struggling to keep up with the speed of the swords. Obviously, while you're fighting in the helmet yourself, time kind of slows down, don't you find?
It seems to take a lot longer.
Yes. And a minute is a long time, folks.
With those fast strikes coming in, that's a tough time for the score counters. Now, each fighter has 2 score counters on them, clicking for each shot they think is worth a point. And they'll just be clicking and clicking as those shots come in.
Absolutely. American shaking his helmet from that big hit. Maybe it's lodged it a little bit. We'll hope he's okay. Spanish fighter providing a good defense, same as the American. It's very even. Oh, and it's starting to rain a little bit, I think. Here in Castle Montemor-o-Velho. Hopefully that cools our fighters down so they can fight more and harder than ever before.
That's what we wanted. More fights, more hits.
Yes, absolutely.
More aggression. But just aggression on the field. As we've said many times, all friends off the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I've always described it as you're on the field making friends when you're hitting them.
Portugal versus Estonia restarting for round 2. How exciting. Yeah. Portugal, Portugal, Portugal.
You can hear the crowd chanting for him.
Yeah, and there's quick successions on that Estonian helmet. I wonder if
the sword is kind of caught.
Yeah, he managed to bind his Estonian opponent up. Big haymakers. It looks like the Estonian fighter is perhaps a little bit rattled after
I
his
think
fight
he's
with
struggling.
Ukraine. Yeah. Portuguese fighter certainly seems to have the energy advantage in that fight.
From the angle I have, I'd be giving it to Portugal for so far.
Yeah, ooh, those big shots coming into the side of the helmet. Yeah, he's just, working the field. You guys can see that for yourself. You don't need commentary. What have you got us for?
We'll all just sit back and watch the fights. What more do you want?
Why don't we just relax, have a nice beer?
We can see the difference between the first round and the second round. It generally becomes a lot more of a tactical game. You come out and really fight to win the first round, high intensity. It's going to sap your energy for the second round.
Absolutely. It is an endurance game, and you can tire out your opponents. That can be your strategy. And Quebec versus France in the middle. Quebec fighters a third fight, French fighters a second fight.
As we pointed out earlier, that Quebec fighter was, I'm fairly certain, the gold medalist last year. So one to watch. Quebec have been having a good competition so far. Their men's team did great in their fives group yesterday. They won both their fights. And their female longsword or polearm fighter came away with silver, I think.
I do believe so, yes. Certainly they've already had a medal so far, and they want another one, I'm sure.
They don't want to go home empty-handed. None of the
Both fighters taking a very steady approach. I do think the Quebec fighter has a little bit of a height advantage over her opponent. But she's going to help her with the reach, and both are just trying to control that distance currently, I think.
They don't want to get too aggressive and get stuck in and get tired out.
And we have USA versus Spain restarting in the lower corner, and they're just beating the absolute bejesus out of each other.
We had a slip from France as well in the women's fight.
Yep, and obviously the stream is back on the women's fight. And Portugal won the fight against Estonia. No surprise, that crowd goes wild. But meanwhile, two fights are resuming. They can't hear the crowd. They're just concentrating so hard and just beating their opponents. Oh, good little nick to the head by the French fighter just before the end of the round. I'm not sure if the Quebec fighter got the return on that, but we'll see. It's just the first round, so again,
all to play for.
It is extremely tiring, so we'll see how they perform in the consequent round.
And as I say, hard to keep track, but I think this is the third round for this fight for America or USA versus Spain.
Yeah. Some good shots there by both fighters. Spanish fighter seems to be getting a lot of those headshots on the returns from what I can see, but the American fighter he just jumps in and just wants to just wail on him, which is great to see that enthusiasm from the US team like we usually do.
They're never afraid of getting into a fight.
Oh, absolutely, they're just great guys.
What I've seen this year, I think Team USA have been concentrating on 1 versus 1 a lot more than they've done in previous years. A lot of time in previous years they concentrated on the group fights, but I think they've got great group teams now, and now they want to take home the 1 versus 1 medals if they can.
Absolutely, their American male fighter came 4th place yesterday for the polearm, and the female fighter won the gold.
It was very impressive, and it was kind of a pity to see Andrew, who was their polearm fighter, not take home a medal. Although there's so many top fighters in that were very good, and it was all very close.
And the female gold medal winner from yesterday is waving the American flag around, just as we are talking about her. And the Irish flag is back. Ireland doing quite well in the bigger flag competition so far. Of course, I think beaten by Poland and Spain currently.
I think Spain win the competition. They got the biggest flag.
Yep. And back to the middle, we got France versus Quebec restarting, and France has a gauntlet failure initially at the start. They will have 60 seconds to fix that.
And the more of the fights you watch, you see the refs keeping an eye on things like that, especially gauntlets and helmets. If there's anything loose or anything moving about or their protection isn't right, they'll send them back to the corner to fix it. I think generally they have 60 seconds to fix it. If they don't fix it within that 60 seconds, they'll get a yellow card, I think. And then they have another 60 seconds, and after that,
it's over.
It's over. So Ireland versus Italy. We've seen both of them do very well in their earlier fights, so it should be a good one.
Absolutely. I think these are sort of our two top guys from the pool here, and very strong fighters, both not wanting to give ground. I think the Italian fighter working hard to control that distance, and something went flying there.
A finger shield from Peter.
And big hit. Quebec fighter over the French fighter. French fighter slips in a dramatic slip as the Quebec fighter just chases her down. In history, she would have then stabbed her in the back, or perhaps taken her for prisoner.
That's a one step we don't allow.
There's no ransoms
or killings.
Back to Ireland. Again, very paced fight.
I think both fighters know they both have the energy to get it going and get stuck in, but they both know that they're up against a good opponent. They don't want to.
Ooh, in the women's fight, they just getting very violent
there, and the ref is breaking it up.
The Quebec fighter just shoved back the French fighter, and the French fighter didn't want none of that, so she shoved her back, and they just sort of went flying across the list, back and forth. Very exciting to see such a high-powered fight from these two top contestants.
Yeah. And over the last couple of years, I've seen the women's competition just come up so much. The skill is really increasing over the years, and it's great to see.
Absolutely.
Because obviously the women, they're fantastic fighters, a lot of them, but they do tend to have a bit of a disadvantage in upper body strength compared to the men, and it's great to see them overcoming that with skill.
Absolutely.
Playing the tactical game.
I certainly think it's just because it's more of a junior sport, there is a little bit of a skills gap between the male and the female categories. It is rapidly being closed, which is fantastic to see. And, you know, there are some very strong ladies out there, trust me. I do not want to be hit by these girls.
I have to agree with you on that. I've fought enough of them to respect
absolutely
them.
Same, yeah. And Luxembourg versus South Africa, again, two one-man armies battling against each other. Who shall win? Very exciting fights. Both fighters taking quite a defensive stance. And back with Italy versus Ireland to the right as well. There's so many fights going on, folks. You should be here excited watching it with us. If you can, unfortunately, watch it from home or from work. Your boss won't mind.
Laurent from Luxembourg is, again, I was about to say he's taking his time with the shots, but he's really getting stuck in there now, shoving South Africa back onto the rails, trying to control the fight, make it his own.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, getting stuck into the clinches. And we just had a winner declared from the France versus Quebec fight, and I do think the French fighter took it away. I didn't quite see whose arms was raised.
I think it might be France. They do seem to be the ones waving the flag now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think France took that away fight, maybe in the first or the second round. They just got more blows in. And despite those beautiful throws by the Quebec fighter, the French fighter must have taken the advantage. And the fight between Ireland and Italy is over, and that's going to be a tough one to judge for the marshals because just so many hits coming in from both fighters.
There's great form on both sides.
Absolutely, and each hit is counted on a little scorecard, so, you know, some scores get ridiculous. You know, some of them is about 3-1, and some of them is 29-24.
It all depends on the kind of fight that they end up in it. Some very fast, very aggressive, some tactical where they're just playing for,
yeah,
I'm a point ahead and I can stick with that.
Absolutely. But you never know. You never know.
No. And as we say, it's so hard to judge the shots. You never know which shot is going to count. Some of them, when you get a nice ding on the helmet, probably count, but there's a lot of body shots. Depends on if the ref spots them, gets the right angle. Maybe they thought it landed with the wrong part of the blade.
The reffing is absolutely top-notch this year, so to make sure everything fair, there is a central marshal in the field sort of trying to keep everybody safe, and then each fighter has two side judges on him with little click counters counting hits that the fighter commits onto their opponent and the pain that they bring forth. Now fight. Again, back to South Africa versus Luxembourg.
And Italy and Ireland starting again for round 3.
Absolutely. So Italy-Ireland, very close fight. Luxembourg-South Africa. Very physically demanding clinches there. Lots of back and forths.
Neither of them want to let up.
Absolutely. Looks like Luxembourg fighter has got a slightly better position than his South African opponent. He sort of seems to be coming on a much stronger stance from those exits off those clinches. Oh, and the sun is back out, and it's very warm. I'm already sunburned from sitting in the turret yesterday. I do not want to be wearing a metal tin hat in this blaze. So that will certainly be an effect on our fighters later as they start heating up.
The longer you have to fight in this sun, the more it's going to sap your strength.
Again, very exciting fight not being shown on the stream is Ireland versus Italy, where they're just both hitting each other again in a very tactical way, just trying to get as many combos off against each other. And I do think the Irish fighter is slightly ahead.
There, yeah.
And it only takes you to let one combo through to lose you the fight, so absolutely non-fighters can commit mistakes.
And that's South Africa versus Luxembourg. The fight has just ended there. They had a little hug in the middle of the arena.
And we've got Portugal versus Austria in the women's in the middle, as both fighters are sort of playing quite a hitting game against each other. Just trying to outscore the other opponent on the amount of hits they can do. So we're not seeing much defense, just quite a lot of aggression from both fighters in terms of their striking culture.
It's a it's not a great situation to get into for either fighter when you're just trying to one-up each other. It's very hard to score, and it's going to exhaust you.
Yeah, it kind of hurts.
Yeah, those hits, no matter how much armor you have, you're going to feel those hits.
You won't feel them now, but you'll feel them in the next 2 fights. So it's not perhaps the greatest of long-term strategies, but they don't care. They just want to hit each other.
Once you know your opponent is racking up points on you, you just want to get in there and get back into it. So we've ended the round there between Portugal and Austria, and
another round. This is round 4 or 5. I believe was it again 2 top contestants that we've seen so far, very closely matched.
And like we were saying, these are the 2 top fighters in the pool, and it's all about who's going to win this pool.
Absolutely, they'll probably face each other off against in the finals at some point, I would say.
I wouldn't be surprised. We got a winner, Luxembourg, announced against South Africa. Luxembourg, it was a good fight from both, but that Luxembourg fighter, as we say, is very good.
Yeah, again on top form, and yeah, back to Italy versus Ireland.
Peter shoving the Italian fighter back, getting a bit of breathing room.
Good return shot there by the Irish fighter, and shot to the thigh, answered by 2 to the shoulder. So again, just trading all these little blows. Nobody's got quite a clear advantage of their opponent. Nobody's tired, but they are taking it much more defensively.
Both these fighters, from the fights earlier we've seen, they're good at combos. So one fighter is getting 2 shots in, the other fighter is getting 2 shots in.
Nobody wants to let more through, because obviously you want to do a combination and you want to snap back to your defense as quick as possible, because one of the things that armor does allow you to do is it allows you to just take the hit. So you can take the hit and hit the other guy at the same time. You're not going to die. Your armor's going to take it, or you're going to be fine. So you can hit the other guy just faster than he can hit you. You will win.
It's one of the criticisms that we sometimes get from the armchair experts when they watch the group fights is they just see people getting hit and they're not bothering to block. But that's your armor doing its job.
You're blocking with your armor.
Yeah. Now, of course, in the duels, you don't want to get hit too much because you're getting points against you. But if you can outpoint your opponent, if you can hit faster and harder than him, score more points, you're going to win the fight.
Certainly allows fighters to adopt a sacrificial strategy, almost of taking 1 hit if they can get a bigger combo off. So you can block with your armor and then maybe get 2-3 shots in and then exit and go back to your normal defense, and you'll be doing great.
Leave an opening, draw your opponent in,
Absolutely.
but have a combo loaded up.
Yeah.
He gets 1 point, you go for 3.
Lots of tactical decisions going through each fighter's head as they're fighting. And obviously quite an very intuitive and chess-like almost competition, I would say. And it looks like the helmets are coming off. Maybe we have a decision on Ireland versus Italy. They don't want to fight any more rounds, I
think they've had enough for now, and Italy takes it, but that was a very close fight.
Absolutely, yeah.
That was a great fight to watch.
Both fighters absolutely top-notch, and Italy just, I think, managed just to score those extra couple of points. Getting very, very close. I really want to see the scorecard for that.
Yeah, that's an interesting one to see. And we're getting ready for Austria versus USA.
And Austria versus Portugal in the women's. And having a quick breather while the sun is out and shining on sunny Portugal.
So if you're just joining in, how this works, it's all points-based. So there's score counters in each corner, racking up the points. You get a point for a solid hit with the right part of the blade. You get a point for a strike with the pommel, that's the weight on the end of the sword. You get a point if you disarm your opponent or break their weapon, and you get a point if you knock them to the ground.
It's all about them points.
But enough discussing rules, let's watch the fight.
Austrian and American fighter quite aggressive. Ooh, good punch by the American fighter. American fighter just wants to get stuck in there, where, as we've seen from his style earlier in the day, I think he is racking up slightly more points than his Austrian buddy.
He's moving well there. He got a good strike to the head, moved away before the return strike came in, and I think he did that again there. He's moving very well in that list.
Absolutely, he's just trying to outpace circles around him. I do believe he is from Texas, as you can see on his little rondelles. I do hope that's right, forgive me if it's not, but that would certainly be Texan style, I would believe. Doing his home county. That's not a county.
State.
State, that's right. Counties are in Europe. State, doing his state proud.
And we've got 3 fights going on here at the moment.
Oh, wow.
We're still showing USA versus Austria. We come to breaking the rounds there. They're going to take a quick rest.
And Ukraine versus France in the other pool again. 2 very traditionally strong countries for one-on-one and strong fighters. Sort of, again, first round, kind of taking it medium pace, I think.
They seem to be taking it a bit easier. It's not as fluid as Italy versus Ireland. It seems a little more stilted. They're eyeing each other up.
Again, first round, don't want to get too tired. You want to probe out their opponent, see where they can go. And women's Portugal versus Austria fight is close. Both fighters pretty even again, taking a more medium pace of trading blows.
France and Ukraine back to their corners.
I think all will be decided in the second and third rounds for these fights. It's looking, again, quite a close match. We'll just see who's got the staying power to win the fight.
There's nothing wrong with taking it slow in a fight if you can set that pace and you're happy to do it.
Play your own game.
Save your energy.
Play to your strengths. Play to your opponent's weaknesses. Hopefully, your strengths match up well against your opponent's weaknesses where you can just demolish them. But unlike the movies, that is rarely the case, where everybody's human, even if they're a well-trained human. And here, everybody is a well-trained human.
I don't think you're going to see any heads getting chopped off anyway.
No.
The Quebec
fighter.
Walking around.
Looking proud. She's done a fantastic job today with all her fights. Not sure how many wins they've scored over the time, but being the gold medalist, I say she had a good chance of going through to the playoffs.
I think she should be through to the playoffs anyway, but as you say, it's hard to keep track.
They're looking pretty happy anyway, so I think that might be the case.
Might just be enjoying the sun.
Absolutely. And Ukraine versus France restarting. Ukrainian has a little bit more of a forward-leaning stance. France sort of leaning back, just looking like trying to keep those blows at bay.
This is definitely higher tempo than the first round.
Absolutely. And US versus Austria. Oh man, those guys are chasing each other around, just trying to hit each other in the head past the guards. Very mobile battle, this.
And you won't be able to see it on your screen, but the American flag wavers are really out there trying to get the crowd going behind their fighter.
I think the Ukrainian fighter is just getting a couple of more shots in than the French.
He's kind of controlling the fight a bit better. He's staying into the center.
Trying to corner his opponent.
Push him up against the rails. There we go.
Yeah. It's very tiring for his opponent and himself, those clinches.
It's the same as clinching up in boxing. It's go away if you need to catch your breath.
And the Austrian's helmet has suffered a malfunction. The little sort of baseball cap he had on his bassinet has managed to lodge off. It was completely smacked off on one side by the American counterpart. So they're just going to try and remove that completely. He doesn't need a baseball cap anyway. It's not like it's only... Oh, wait.
It's handy for keeping the sun out, but some of those baseball cap helmets, they're dubious historically, and they can leave very big gaps by the eyes, but his seems to be well protected.
And we're back to the Portugal versus Austria women's fight, where I think the Portugal fighter just got disarmed, and Austrian going for those thigh shots and going for the head. Crowd is going wild for their Portugal favourites, their home favourites, obviously big advantage. It just gives you that extra little adrenaline rush, and the fight has stopped.
I was seeing a lot of strikes from Austria onto the Portuguese fighter's legs, but I think they were too far up the blade to count.
Although they do still hurt.
Yeah.
And America versus Austria now devisored slightly, decapped rather, I should say. Going well again, very mobile battle, very agile fighters, and Ukraine versus France is over.
But I'm really loving the difference in styles across the matches here. Even with the same fighter, they're playing very different fights against different opponents. Some of them, they're taking it very slow. Some, like that fight, was so high intensity.
Absolutely, and it is a very strategic and tactical game where there is a lot of options that each fighter can do. It's not just walk up to the guy and try and hit him. You need to have a plan.
And it's not just tactical within the one round. You might decide to use more energy in the first round and then try and conserve it in the second when you're a bit more tired, or you might do it the other way around. And it's not quite as simple as coming out and hitting the other guy, although that's the main idea.
That is the main idea, and that is how you start. And obviously you folks watching at home, you're thinking, oh, hey guys, this looks pretty cool. I could do that. Well, you could, and you can.
Anyone can do this if they dedicate themselves to this. The amount of, say, weight loss stories I've heard from guys who've lost huge amounts of weight.
Yeah, or just gain muscle, it's absolutely fantastic. And I think Austria takes that fight against Portugal. But yeah, like the IMCF page and find your local club and just get stuck in, guys. Yeah.
There's pretty much a team in every country now, or certainly a lot of them, especially across Europe and a lot of other countries. If you can't find a team, set one up. get onto us on Facebook or on Twitter at IMC Federation, and let us know, and we'll try and help you out if you want to either find out where you can watch more of this or you want to get involved.
Yep.
Get onto us.
It's not that expensive a hobby. There's lots of people willing to lend you armor to practice in. You know, everybody's super nice. Yeah, just get stuck in. Would love to hear from you. And yeah,
I worked out the cost, and
it's less than golf.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's cheaper than golf.
It's probably cheaper than fishing or cheaper than any hobby. You know, if you want to buy a nice guitar or a suit of armor, it probably costs the same amount of money.
I think we're waiting for a winner to be announced in USA versus Austria. And we have Quebec about to fight Scotland. So Quebec captain probably has the advantage of experience and height over his Scottish opponent, but his Scottish opponent is a big lad, and big lads hit hard. And the Scottish, they don't have much of a reputation for ever fighting, no. Oh no, I've just actually been to Edinburgh and I've been to the Scottish Museum where, and America wins. Absolutely, good job America. And that's good job Austria too. Very strong fighters both. I look forward to their performances. It's the kind of fight I like to watch where you don't know who's going to win, but you're happy whoever wins. They both are in it. Yeah. And, of course, Scots fight everybody, which we'd love to see. As I was going about my museum story, I think they fought pretty much most of the European wars ever, so fantastic to see them here. Absolutely love it. They fought everyone else, and when they run out, they fight themselves. Canadians also, of course, have, and Quebec, which is, I believe, is a part of Canada. They're not Team Canada. The Quebec are the more aggressive ones. Absolutely. They have been to several IMCFs before, so they do have experience, and they do love to fight also. The warlike nation of Quebec. In fact, Quebec have more experience in this sport than quite a number of the European nations, actually. They were definitely the first North American team to compete, and they compete a lot earlier than many of the European nations. Absolutely. And the Scots, of course, just a mad version of the Irish. The ones who wanted to move to an even rainier place. It's alright. They also have whiskey. Not sure about the potatoes, though. And that was a pretty even fight, actually. And both fighters sort of, again, playing the slow game. And Benoit helping the Quebec fighter. And the Scottish fighter also receiving a good hand from the chaps in his corner. And we're setting up for Canada versus Belgium. Again, an interesting fight. Saw some very good things from both the fighters there, so we shall see. And actually, both these fighters would have met in the Montreal tournament in February. I had the pleasure of being there and fighting with some of these guys. So they're somewhat familiar with each other, even though this is Canada's first time competing in the IMCF World Championships. But what a good show of clinching and good kick from the Belgian there to open up the Canadian for a strike to the head. Excellent. And I do think that is all we see from the women's fights today. So that's the women's 1-on-1 over as they're dismantling the list. But the men's groups are still continuing because there are just a little bit more fighters this year than the women's groups. The women will, of course, be back for the semi-finals and finals later on. For more They get a chance to rest for now. Absolutely, and I think it is much needed in the sunshine. I am getting quite warm sitting on top of a tower here in a castle. Like, if you can see me on the list, I'm right here. Just a good aggression. There was a good pommel strike there from the Canadian. Absolutely. Very nice. And that's time. It's time, and also the aggressive fight of Quebec versus Scotland is carrying on. Slightly confusing in their surcoats. They're both wearing blue with crosses on it, but slightly different design. Well, a lot of colours are quite popular across several nations. Quebec fighter getting the advantage there with those shots. Yeah, blue is very popular as well as red and black. Red and black, you know, obviously the colours of Manukau colours, as we call them in New Zealand, for representing the Manukau countries, as several of our fighters are. But yeah, red, black, white, and blue, sort of, as you can see from the flags in the back hanging, is most of the nations here. But we'd love to see your nation's flag if you want to post it on the page. If you're from a faraway place with a very exciting flag, or if you have an exciting historical flag, post it up on the page. We'd love to hear about it. Yeah, actually, I'm interested to see where in the world you're watching us. Yeah. Actually, yeah, on that point, as you can see, obviously Quebec is a separate team from Canada because you can represent your historical country. That's why we don't have a Team Great Britain. We have Team UK, Ireland, Scotland. Team England, Ireland, and Scotland. Yes. Yeah. What did I say? UK. Oh, England, yes. we had a bit of confusion about that yesterday. Yeah. We hope to have Team Wales here this year. They fought last year, but unfortunately they had a few injuries and problems, so they're not competing this year. And Hopefully Wales would love to see you.
Yeah, Wales would love to see you too.
Yeah, let us know if you're watching in Wales.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come back here next year.
So you can absolutely represent that part of the world you're from. If you're from Catalan and you don't want to fight for Spain, fight for Catalan. You know, find your little county and do your thing. And Canada versus Belgium carrying on in the blazing heat.
A lot of
good
clinching and kicks.
Very aggressive. Obviously, this is as much about his morals and not giving up and posturing as it is about hitting people hard sometimes. Belgium going for the takedown there, but not quite succeeding, unfortunately, for the Belgian fighter. Fortunately for the Canadian one, depends on who you're supporting.
Well, that Belgian fighter is very experienced and very good, and this is a nice fight to watch.
Absolutely.
Both fighters are doing very well, especially from such a young team as Canada. He's putting up a good defense.
Absolutely.
And
again with a kick and a big hit from the Belgian fighter, but the Canadian is just not having any of it. Just wants to get stuck back in there, but I think the Belgian fighter might just have a little bit of an advantage of strength.
I think he has a slight advantage in this, and he's just a little hug in the corner between the fighters.
Yep, excellent.
Again, the respect.
Again, the camaraderie is just absolutely on point.
And one thing to mention is the corner staff for each fighter, which can actually be very important. You want someone to help cool you down between rounds if you need water, or any adjustments made to your armor. You need help in your corner, but it's also important to have a coach to tell you how you should be fighting, because sometimes fighters can get obsessed about maybe throwing your opponent down or doing a certain thing, and it doesn't work out for them, and maybe they lose control in the fight, and you need someone to keep you on track.
Yeah, your sports staff are your BFFs. You can't do it without them. It's so incredibly hard. You need the water, you need the good advice from your coach, and it's always, looks a little bit different from the outside than it does from inside the helmet, because they've got more vision and they can see what's going on a little bit more.
And then we've got Ireland versus Mexico. They're hugging it out at the start of the fight. Bit of a conversation, the respect being shown we've seen across the board throughout this tournament. And actually the Canadian and Belgian fighters are having a great chat. They're waiting for the winner to be announced, but again, all the camaraderie that we'd expect in this sport.
Absolutely, and Ireland setting up against Mexico in the right of the list. And, we saw some very good performances from both these fighters. Mexican fighter, very, very fast. Ulysses, and obviously Peter is the machine, as you say.
We normally don't see him tire out, but after 4 rounds against Italy, will he have recovered? It looks like he has so far anyways.
He's got a good hit on the side of that helmet of his Mexican opponent.
And we just had Belgium announced as winner in that fight against Canada.
And who won that?
Belgium won that fight. As I say, he's an experienced fighter, but that was an impressive display from Canada despite going to Belgium.
And, Ireland versus Mexico, carrying on. Defense of both fighters is on point, but I do think a little bit more blows from Peter are coming through his opponent's defense, whereas most of the Mexican blows are being blocked quite well.
I did see good combinations from Peter there. He's going for high strikes onto the head and then low ones, making his opponent move as much as possible to block those shots.
But Peter did have a very long set of rounds versus Italy, and this is his 3rd fight, so endurance can come into play here, where the Mexican fighter can just run circles around him like he did with his previous opponents. They've ended the 1st round, so a nice chance for both fighters to try and get some air in and try and recover a bit of water there as well. And it's really starting to heat up here, and that will be telling on the fighters. I might be tempted to seek shade later on. And perhaps a nice cold cerveza to keep me cool.
You can, if you're watching the live stream, you can also have a bit of pity for us, even though we're not in the armor. We are sitting out in the sun. It's pretty tough being a commentator as well.
Yeah, we're just sitting, on top of a beautiful medieval castle, just chilling in the Portuguese sun and sort of plus 20, 25 weather. On a blissful afternoon on a Friday.
It's a hard life. I mean,
watching people fight for us. I mean, for you, fight for you.
While you're sitting in the office, enjoying your air conditioning and everything else while you do your day's work,
or
watching the fights.
At night on the laptop.
You gotta pity us.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Wherever you're watching, we love you.
We're ready for next round
2. And opponents.
Ready for round 2 against Ireland and Mexico again.
Mexican doing those probing shots in. Oh, Gauntlet almost comes off there for the Irish opponent, and the Mexican fighter instantly punishes him for it. Little finger shield comes flying off again. All these hits are very hard on the opponent's hands and armor.
Mexico really took advantage of that.
As you should. Unfortunately, armor does come a big part of the sport there. Much like Formula 1 racing, it is as much about the car as it is about the driver.
Sometimes an equipment failure can knock out the best opponent.
Absolutely. Especially it could lead to injury or worse. We hope not, certainly. It is a very... Oh, wow. Peter goes down. What an upset.
Might be tiring out after this is his 4th fight, and he had a tough fight against Italy.
Mexican fighter certainly
needs to relax and settle back into this fight.
And of course, it doesn't matter how good you are. The Americans have a saying where you'll taste dirt one day. So every fighter has good and bad fights and good and bad days. Sometimes it just doesn't work out for you, and the Mexican fighter is just pushing his advantage forward.
It's hard if you get unsettled in a fight, try and get back into it. And now we are into another fight. We've got Poland versus Spain.
Again, 2 top fighters. We've seen very good... Oh, Polish fighter almost sinks down, almost to squat and just comes back up. That was rather impressive.
But I have had the great experience of being trained by Marcin Vascalis, who's one of the Polish fighters. He's doing sword and shield, and that is one of the techniques they use, is a particular stance, and they drop their hips down so they can go for low shots against the legs, right into the calf and the shin that are so hard to block. And they just spring back up and go for a headshot then.
For those of you at home, it is a lot easier to reach the head and the shoulder from, obviously, shoulder height where your sword is, than it is to reach the thigh or even the ankle. Well, we're not allowed to hit in the ankle, but the shin of the fighter. So if you're trying to reach for the shin, you need to be a lot closer to your fighter, which would put you in harm's way usually. But if you sink down, this target suddenly become a lot closer. And looks like the fight is over between Mexico and Ireland, and that's the first round over too for our Polish and Spanish friends.
And they're announcing a winner in this fight, and unfortunately I'm expecting it to be Mexico in this.
Fortunately for Mexico, such a friendly team, such a strong show. But everyone said, oh no, Ireland takes
the surprise. Must have racked up enough points after he recovered from that upset at the start of the 2nd round.
Absolutely.
That's a bit of a surprise, but
such a strong showing for Mexico. I think he really gave him a good run for his money in the 2nd round, and he just punished him in the 2nd half of that round for having that little bit of armor failure, and certainly then throwing him down and capitalizing on that advantages.
But as we keep saying, you never know what way the fight is going from up here. It all comes down to what the score counters are seeing. They have a much better view than us, and they're seeing how the shots are landing.
And if you rack up enough points, then you obviously have more room to play with, and you can be a little bit more forgiving in your defense, but we do not recommend it. Don't get hit.
All it takes is a sword twists in your hand, and suddenly you land 3 shots with the flat of the blade, and none of them count.
Absolutely.
And we're into round 2, Spain versus Poland. And both these fighters are great movers. Great blocking from both opponents. Both fighters getting in and out, landing strikes, and really impressive from both fighters. The intensity starting to lower, which is natural as they go through the round, as the energy starts to sap, but still very good. And that Spanish sword is still bent at the end, I can see. Maybe use it for trick shots. And I think, from the looks of it, I think that Polish fighter has racked up enough points to win the round. He's slowed down a bit. I think he has it. But an excellent fight. Now, we'll just wait for to see if we're going into another round or whether they'll announce a winner on that. We are waiting for Ukraine versus Sweden in our other list. Both teams had quite a distance to travel, pretty much the furthest for any of the European teams. Obviously we have a lot of teams traveling further, from New Zealand, South Africa, all the way out into the Yukon in Canada, Mexico, fighters from all over the world. Unfortunately, we don't have Team Japan, who have been a great part of this competition for the last 2 years of the World Championships. They've been great fighters, great friends to a lot of the fighters here, and it's a pity they couldn't attend this year, but it's too much of a distance for them to attend. And I think Poland won that fight there with Spain. My view is slightly obscured, so didn't quite see who was announced, but I'm fairly certain it was Poland took that fight against Spain. Not really a surprise. Just Polish fighter is very good and very on form. I think we'll definitely see him in the semi-finals. Ukraine versus Sweden, starting now. And the Ukrainian fighter has a height advantage against Sweden, and that will give him a greater reach against his opponent. And he's just going to try and leverage the best advantage he can. But Sweden is definitely putting up a fight. They're quite cautious at the start of this round, but the aggression is picking up some good head strikes there from Ukraine. But Sweden's getting stuck in as well. A bit of a back and forth going on, but I think Ukraine is starting to have the advantage in the fight. Just starting to increase his lead from my rough count from up here. I think that this is Ukraine's to win this round anyway, but it can always change.
Well, there's everything to play for.
You never know what way a fight is going to go, and even you have to take armor or injury risks into account. A fighter, no matter how good he is, get a shot into the wrong area if he has an armor failure, and that's his competition ended. And it's happened to some great fighters in the past. You never know who it's going to happen to.
You absolutely cannot relax. It is a very contact sport, and there's a lot on the line. It is safe within a point as long as you're with it.
Mercifully, we have had no serious injuries in any of our World Championships, really. We've had some broken bones and things like that. Broken fingers probably be the main one, which you're going to get in any aggressive sport, any full contact sport.
Certainly if you folks think about rugby or American football, it's a lot less injury prone than this. You know, there is bruises here and there, and the worst you get is, like with any contact sport, is a broken bone or a concussion.
Sometimes
but it's very rare.
Injuries to the knee, pulled ligaments or torn ligaments, things like that. But
any sport.
Yeah, you have to expect that sort of risk.
And this is a sport. We would like to remind people that these fighters do train in gyms and in their clubs several times a week, 4, 5, 6 times a week, maybe 7. And they do really give it their all, and they take off these holidays and go to all these far away and exotic places to just fight. These are sportsmen.
Yeah, and
they're not just playing with swords.
Sportsmen. Yeah. That's Luxembourg against England. A very good fight here so far.
England just ducks out there. That fighter is supremely fast.
Yeah. Luxembourg has a size advantage, but England is more than used to that. He's got so much experience, I don't think he's going to be too bothered by having to fight an opponent bigger than him.
Lucas Coel, obviously very experienced swordsman. Moving his sword around, sinking down his knees, trying to get those lower shots in. And we unfortunately can't really see what's going on anymore on stream because our monitor is a little bit blocked. However, there are 2 big fights going on, Ukraine versus Sweden and England versus Luxembourg. And
a great punch there from Ukraine into the side of Sweden's head. As you said before, it doesn't score a point, but it can disorientate you and put you off and knock you off balance. And if it can create an opening, you can score points. Nice body strike from Sweden, but I think he got 2 in return from Ukraine. They've seemed to be tiring a little bit towards the end of this round.
And it is pretty tiring here in the sun. I'm getting tired here just watching all of this, personally. And the fight has stopped. And thugs and hugs. Thugs and hugs, that's how we like to roll here. And just waiting for the second round between UK and Luxembourg. And looks like we're winding down to the fighters. New Zealand and USA are still to fight. And then got some more male fighters to cycle through. And then I think we're off to the playoff stage in the 5s.
And then we'll be moving on to the 5 versus 5 competition. So a lot of excitement still to come today. And as we keep saying, let us know what you think.
Stay tuned.
Know where you are, what you're doing. Keep watching. Tell your boss this is more important than work. Get him to watch it too.
Absolutely. If you're in Europe, if you're in the US or New Zealand or Australia watching, then chill.
Whatever time it is.
Whatever time it is there. We're very appreciative for you tuning in live.
If it's the middle of the night and you start waking up people in the house while you're screaming at the screen, just tell them this is more important than sleep.
Harder. Come on, just do it. I could do that.
Oh, a great strike onto the head from Luxembourg. But a lot of shots coming in on both sides. Hard to judge.
Lots of very fast taps from Lucas Coal there, and all of those are quite hard. They're not absolute haymakers like we've seen so far, but they do count as scoring hits, and they are very, very fast and very hard, and they will start racking up.
A lot of those shots, they might not look like there's that much power, but when you can see him twisting at the hips when he's going in for those strikes, that's where the power is coming from. It's not all about big, heavy arms swinging fast. It all comes from your core. That's where the power is.
Absolutely, and both these fighters are really good at moving their hips to just give him that extra striking power. And if you folks think out there longsword is a weapon, a lot of people, oh, you need to hit somebody this hard or this hard to do this or that. Well, you imagine there is a sharp knife, like a kitchen knife, for example, at the end of that stick. And you think about how much that sharp knife will, and what damage that will do to unarmored targets. Then you can start to really appreciate the power behind these weapons. Obviously, all our weapons are not sharp, thankfully, because we don't want to kill each other because we're all friends. But they are blunt and they do hurt. It's like being hit with a baseball bat.
But yeah, that's a good description. If people were unarmored, even with those blunt swords, and you land one of those strikes, they're going to be down on the ground. This is based off medieval tournament rules. They would have also used blunted weapons in that as well.
This is a recreation of the tournament style of medieval fighting. They're not trying to kill the other opponent in armor. They're trying to score as many points on the armor as possible. The armor is there to protect us, because we don't like to be injured for life.
We look like we're waiting for an announcement of a winner in England versus Luxembourg.
And I do think England probably took that one away.
I would say so, but it was a great show from Luxembourg as well.
Absolutely, what a top gentleman. Won a medal yesterday. Is fighting again, and the two probably most hard-hitting categories in the tournament. England takes it with a well-deserved win. Top fighter, so much power, so much speed. Really look forward to his performance in the finals.
I think we'll certainly see him in the semi-finals, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see him in the finals. He's probably on his way there.
Absolutely. And the list maiden is reporting New Zealand and USA to the list. The list maiden and the list mistress obviously being Caitlin, who's doing a fantastic job of organizing, as well as looking after her newborn son. He's not that newborn, but she's got two babies. One of them is this tournament, and the other one is her actual child. And she's doing a great job of looking after both.
It's hard to tell which is more important to her at the moment.
Both.
Yeah, equally important. And we've got Quebec versus Italy now.
Yeah, and the stream is currently on. The New Zealand fighter setting up as Dean Sinclair, where is Leon Rex, just trying to sort of give him a bit of advice and tell him how to handle the speedy US opponent he's about to fight.
Yeah, as we say, we're having trouble seeing our screen at the moment, so if we're not describing what's on screen to you at the moment, apologies. We'll try and cover both fights that are going to be starting any minute now. Italy versus Quebec is just starting now.
Just starting, yeah.
And the USA just marching into the list now to fight New Zealand.
Italy starting off towards the centre of the list, quite confident, but taking a pace back from the Quebec giant.
Andrew does have a great reach advantage in this, but...
Absolutely. Oh, quick strike there from Italy, in and out.
I think that landed on the hand, so it's not going to be a scoring point.
Yeah.
But still painful.
Again, just trying to get those shots to the forearm and the thigh, the bits that stick out. He knows he has to travel a really long way to hit the other guy in the head.
From what I've seen so far, I would have to put my money on Italy to win this. He's shown great skill throughout this.
Great resilience. Oh, just darting in and out so fast.
He's moving very well.
I think if I was in place of Quebec, I would try and adopt a much more proactive, aggressive strategy that perhaps he'll go in round two to just try and shut down his opponent. Because
it might be...
the distance game is controlled by the Italian.
He might be well off to get in and close him down and try and push him to the ground.
And US versus New Zealand begins. Our Texas friend fighting Justin Harris in a very, again, mobile battle. Both of those fighters are mobile fighters.
Good strike from Justin there onto the body.
Yep. And
it looked to me like a scoring point anyway, and a very nice shot.
Absolutely. Yeah, just trading lots of blows, coming into to sort of a half clinch and then exiting again. Neither fighter wanting to play the strong game. Justin hitting on the body. US fighter just trying to get past Justin. He's got trading blows, yeah. Playing a bit of the whack-a-mole there. I'm not sure who came out on top.
From what I've seen of Justin, I think he'd be better off trying to avoid that sort of a fight. He's seems to have great strength advantage in being able to push around that Austrian fighter like he was earlier.
Absolutely, Justin is
But
a strong guy. He used to be in the
don't expect him to
military.
be quicker than that American. They're more or less matched, and now the American is trying that punch to break him up.
Yeah. Trading shots to the thigh for shots in the head is obviously quite a dangerous thing to attempt, because the shots to the head will rattle you a lot more. Trust me, I've done that before. Don't want to do that again. So obviously, American got a lot more headshots in there than thigh shots, so we'll see where it goes to round 2. But it looked pretty even. They're both sort of trying to dance around each other in the first round.
They were both scoring well.
Common.
And now we're going into round 2 of Italy versus Quebec.
Can the Quebeci giant outmuscle his really speedy Italian opponent?
I want to see Andrew come out now with more aggression. If he can close down the Italian, maybe push him down into the dirt.
Yeah, doing quite okay there, trading a couple of blows. Nope, Italian slipping past that guard. He's just damn fast.
I think Andrew is just being too cautious in it. He has to win this round now.
He just has to rush for it, I think. Come on, man.
He needs to get in
Smash him, bro. Smash him.
I think the Italian fighter is just getting too many points.
Yeah.
If Andrew's getting 1, the Italian is getting 2. He got a little body shot in there.
Yeah, he's trading single blows for combos. The Italian fighter is just controlling that fight. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's playing his game. Supremely experienced.
And Andrew needs to get in and use his strength and his size to his advantage, but I don't think he's going to.
It doesn't matter how big you are or how fast you are. It just depends on experience and your ability to use that sword.
Yeah.
And US back against New Zealand in the other corner, with both fighters squaring off against each other again in a similar fashion.
Time called in Italy versus Quebec.
Yeah, and the fighters hug. And I think the Italian took that away. Meanwhile, US and New Zealand scoring several of those thigh shots there, but US sort of tapping back, and
you can see a lot of blows,
you can see little bits of white fluff starting to come over the decorative Hatanga covering of Justin. So certainly I hope that absorbs more impact than his head. But yeah, very mobile. US fighters obviously getting a little bit tired, because he really went hard in that fight against Poland. Oh yeah, and gets pushed straight back to the fence, and lots of punches. Both of these fighters quite like punching each other in the face. I absolutely love to see that.
A strike from Justin there when he only had one hand on the weapon. That's not going to score.
It is a strong blow nonetheless, but not going to score. And yeah, boom to the face.
That one is a scoring point.
Yeah, and then the whistle is blown and the fight is over, and it's up to the marshals to decide who got the better of that round.
Now, this is a bit of a surprise. We've got round 3 against Italy and Quebec. From where I'm sitting, it looked like Italy had taken it, but obviously I was wrong.
It just depends whether those light taps are liked by the marshals in the list or not, because obviously the Quebec Giants blows are quite strong and hard.
I did see a few from Italy that I would question whether they were hard enough, all right.
Absolutely, and maybe a few of them just skimmed the thigh instead of quite hitting them.
Yeah. And Italy seems to be trying to hit a bit harder this round.
Absolutely.
Doesn't want any confusion.
Yeah, he just wants to take this away. He really does not want to fight many more rounds, and he absolutely has to before the playoffs.
And to be honest, I like Andrew's form a lot better now. He seems much more comfortable in there than he did in the first round.
And certainly composed as well, because
he seems to have found his stride, but is it a bit too late?
Well, if he can take away this round, he can outweather the Italian opponent. Italian opponent had a very long match against Peter from Ireland, so the Italian fighter doesn't certainly might be getting tired. And again, a little bit of exchange of shots there towards the end, and it's up to the marshals to decide who came out better on top. But I think it'll be decided by that little exchange towards the end. And we have third round of New Zealand versus USA. Very closely matched, these two fighters. Very similar style. Just a little bit more forceful, perhaps. But
they're back into trading blows. Some pommel strikes there from the American fighter. And those pommel strikes, they really do tell when you land a good one.
Absolutely. It really rattles you to the center of the face.
But they also are really tiring to deliver for the fighters.
I'm very happy to see Justin upgraded his gauntlets because he had a little bit of a gauntlet malfunction in the last longsword tournament. So,
before the longsword and polearm competition, the hand protection is paramount.
Yeah, Justin managing to get, I think, slightly better swing on his sword than the American. The American does very short strikes towards the heads, but they are all telling. So rather get hit in the thigh than the head is a common win. Keep both your hands on the sword, Justin! American doing very well to try and counteract Justin's attacks with that. Ooh! That jab to the face really stops
there.
his the American's charge there, but the American doing so well, he's not giving up, and the round's over. It's two great friendly teams. And Dean Sinclair and Captain James Bennett helping Justin Harris, who just looks a little bit tired there.
Understandable after a fight like that.
Yeah.
That was 3 great rounds.
And
we had a winner for Italy, 1 against Quebec.
In that final decisive round where I think he just really brought the pain.
Yeah.
But great form by both fighters. Quebec captain's defense, I think, was on point there. Just that little last exchange, I think Italy just got a little bit better.
Like I say, I thought Andrew for Quebec was looking a lot better in the later rounds, but I think probably lost that first round, and it's hard to come back. Once you lose a round, you're on the back foot. Makes it a lot harder to come in.
Absolutely.
We look like we're going to come to announce a winner in New Zealand versus USA, and to be honest, I can't really call it at all.
Yeah, it's too close for us to judge. They're both really great fighters. And we got Portugal versus France setting up as well in the other list, for those of you watching at home.
And that Portuguese fighter has been impressing me so far. He's maybe not as good as some of the top fighters that we've seen here, but
oh, they've got so much spirit and determination, and they have won a medal already.
They are really determined to impress in their home world championships. They certainly are out there to impress.
New Zealand takes it against the USA. Those trading shots have worked out for Justin quite well.
And that was a great fight from Justin.
Absolutely. USA really gave him a run for the money, but I think he did get more power behind his swings and the trading of shots. Now that Ukrainian qualifier style that we call in New Zealand Ukraine, and he really had a great stamina. This both the fighters had absolutely fantastic stamina this competition.
He was just able to get more shots in there and rack up the points.
Just play that points game.
And now we're getting ready for Portugal against France.
You know, the Portugal crowd is very excited to see him. We've got a good 500 to 1,000 people here at Castle Montemor-o-Velho. Shouts of Portugal going up.
And away they go.
Pretty even match.
Some
French
good,
fighter
some strikes ahead from Portugal, but I'm not sure how many of them were intercepted by the French sword before they actually...
I was going to say the same for the French. I think a shot snuck through from Portugal to the head. Just going pretty well.
But there is good defense on both sides, I think.
Absolutely. I think Portugal is certainly taking a more aggressive start.
Yeah.
Both fighters taking quite a medium pace.
You have to wonder about the stamina of the Portuguese fighter there, whether he can keep it up. He's being a bit more aggressive and using up a bit more energy. Will it tell later on in this round and in the next round?
Of course, it is a pacing game.
And
the Portugal fighter trading blows with his French counterpart.
And they're being separated by the ref.
And that's that round over. And we have got South Africa versus Belgium with a one-man army. Again, representing his country. I hope folks from home from South Africa, you're watching your man do his country proud.
I am sure they'll be checking in.
And what a great start by both fighters. Very aggressive start from South Africa that we've seen, and the Belgian fighter is trying to lock him down there. Again, kick him away.
The Belgian fighter does love those kicks.
Yeah, and who doesn't?
When they go off well, those can be great.
Absolutely.
They can put you on, literally on the back foot, throw off your balance, and just upset you and
trying
leave you
to throw
open
him.
for a shot.
Oh, good shot to the side of the head. Excellent transition from a boarded throw.
Yeah, I was just thinking exactly that. He tried to throw and it didn't quite work, but it left him open for another shot. And that's good tactical thinking from Belgium.
And that's what the fighters are trying to do. They're just trying to get each other out of position as much as possible, out of their guard, so you can just set yourself up for that big haymaker. And France versus Portugal starting up as well as this fight is continuing. Both fighters from South Africa and Belgium scoring shots, and the round's over. Let's see round two. I'm excited.
Armor malfunction on the Belgian fighter. He needs his rear brace, the upper arm protection.
Portugal and French round two. Again,
another kick.
The aggression from Portugal is just coming. He's He's certainly not steaming out. He's doing really well.
He's keeping it up so far, and that's great to see.
Francis on the back foot. Somebody loses a finger shield. Mine are sewn onto my gauntlets for that precise reason.
Yeah, the finger shields are more or less just an extra layer of protection that a lot of fighters wear all over their regular gauntlets.
It's just like a little thing to stop your fingers from getting too munted.
So they're not necessary, but they definitely help. So if they fall off, you might just keep going.
Portugal's trying to sort of cue a little bit at the Frenchman, and backwards. Ooh, good return from the French on that little headshot. That was a very nice blow.
Some of the shots the Portuguese was landing there, I think they were too short distance to have any power behind them. I don't think they'll count.
But they are quite tiring, unfortunately. So you really want to save yourself up for those big hits when you know you can make them count. You don't want to be making any superfluous movements.
And often that's what you need your corner support for, to give you a slap on the back of the head between rounds and tell you to calm down and only go for shots that are going to count.
That really matter and save your strength.
When your blood gets up, you often start, especially if they're hitting you, you'll just try and get any hit in at all.
It becomes very hard to think and to think logically, and it's the really mark of an experienced fighter to be able to pace themselves and think logically through their fight shot and just go, 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 because your body's telling you to go, go, go. But it's you sometimes just need to take a step back and take a tactical evaluation of your situation and think about what works better.
And you'll see that in the more experienced fighters. They're just so calm when they're fighting. They know exactly what they need to do in the fight they're in.
You can see that they really have a plan and they're sticking to their guns.
And now we're ready for the next round in Belgium versus South Africa.
Most exciting fight so far, and we've got some members of Team New Zealand helping South Africa, which is always nice to see. We've got Adam Curry, youngest member of Team New Zealand, helping South Africa there.
And Team Ireland worked, made great friends with the Team of South Africa last year, so shout out to them if they're watching. We're missing you over here, but at least it's good to have some representation from the team. And of course, it is a massive distance for them to carry.
So there's great collaboration between the teams, and it's great to have international banter between teams. I think Team Denmark's helping too. And aggressive style by both fighters. Team Denmark really wants this. He's kicking. He's putting all his big shots in. Sorry, Denmark? Yeah. Belgium. Yes. What am I on about? It is really sunny up here. You'll have to forgive me.
And back to France and Portugal are at it again. Third round, very aggressive.
Lots of clinching. I really want one of these fighters to take a step back and just do a big hit from one of those clinches in Portugal v France.
Belgium and South Africa being separated back into centre ring and fight again. But this Portugal-France match has been quite high intensity from both fighters. They're flagging a bit now, but the aggression has been great the whole way through. They're both showing their fitness.
Absolutely.
And
the Portugal fighter looks like he's getting a little bit tired there. His guard is sinking, but the
flags waving in the background, the crowd cheering him on as well for support.
But he's not giving up, and that's the main thing. Never give up, never surrender. Yeah, good shot there on the top of the helmet. You just can't afford to be tired, because you're just going to give away those free hits to your opposition. Absolutely fantastic fight there too.
And especially when you start out in this sport, and you think you're fit, and then you get into the armor and start fighting, and suddenly you've done a minute of fighting and you can't raise your arms anymore.
Yeah, that's why we go to the gym.
Realization.
And for those of you who've been wanting to hit the gym for a while but never quite managed to find the excuse, if you get into a combat sport, you suddenly really want to start going to the gym, because if you don't go to the gym, somebody will hit you with a sword really hard.
And it's good motivation for coming back next year and hitting them harder.
Absolutely. Or like, if you don't go to the gym, somebody in 2 weeks' time will just beat the living daylights out of you if you don't work out. And it's really good motivation. So I suggest everybody to take up this level of activity. And we got round 3 between Belgium and South Africa.
And we're waiting for a judgment on France versus Portugal.
Crowd's getting worked up.
And Portugal win it.
I think the Portugal fighter did take it away with great pleasure to the crowd.
It was a good fight on both sides, but I do think Portugal definitely had the edge.
Through stamina and sheer force of morale and spirit, that was obviously so good with the home advantage. South Africa managed to get a few taps in on the legs of the Belgian fighter. Belgian fighter responds with aggressive headshots. These guys are very strong. These really strong blows raining in from both fighters. I think they got quite worked up now.
And this is an aggressive third round. Normally it starts to flag in the third round, and they might tire out as the round goes on, but that was a very aggressive start.
They're not flagging. They're just pacing around each other looking for the next opening. They do not want to make a mistake. Ooh, another good little tap to the thigh answered by the Belgian, which it doesn't quite connect. Yeah, shot to the head. And shot to the head by very even fighters.
And again, that high clinch, and I think the round's over, yeah, and they're being separated. Back to their corners.
We hope that will be the decisive round, so that they don't get too tired, obviously, for the next fight.
Sometimes fights can go on for a very long time if you keep drawing rounds, and the more tired fighters get, the more likely you are to have just one hit and then a return hit as you get too tired to block, and then you keep having drawn rounds, and sometimes fights can go for
forever.
7 rounds more.
And they fought for 3 days and 3 nights at Castle of Montemor until neither could stand, and they both decided to have a beer.
So if
could happen.
if the fights go on that long, we'll probably just we'll stay here and do the commentary for however long we're needed. We'll just stay up in this tower until we starve to death.
We just hope our friends bring us like food and beers. But you know, I don't think any of them are watching the stream right now. They're all downstairs having a lot of fun. And Team Mexico versus Team Scotland setting up in the other rink, and it looks like we have another round of Belgium versus South Africa. They're just that closely matched.
So as we said, they can keep going. So this is round 4.
And they'll keep going. These guys traveled a long way out here to Portugal to fight these fights. And they'll just keep on fighting until they drop.
And now we see where the stamina really comes into play. This is the hardest round because it's the one you didn't expect to fight.
Yeah. It's stamina and force of will. So if you expected to expend all your energy in the third round, here is the fourth. Just got to give you 110%.
It's very tough when you have to come back out of your corner and go again, but they're
trading
getting
blows.
into the fight.
The Belgian fighter got his sword stuck a little bit in the aventail of the South African fighter. And we've got the other fight starting up with Scotland versus Mexico as well.
And the Mexican fighter coming out very aggressively, landing good combinations. He got the body and he got the head. Very solid strikes. And here's another one to the body.
And Scotland versus, South Africa versus Belgium is starting to continue in clinch. And again, they're trading a lot of blows. It's very hard to see who's coming up on top of those combos.
Ooh, and some great headshots from Mexico onto Scotland. Oh,
Mexico's punishing the Scot. And
I know we got an injury.
Scottish fighter drops his sword, and
he's either got an armor failure or some sort of an injury.
It is unfortunate that these things do happen sometimes. Longsword is a very punishing technique, where if you do let some blows through, they will go through your armor. So you just need to be on point with your defense at all times. Same with the poleaxe. These are the 2 most punishing fights, and actually, while the group fights and the big battles do look brutal, this is just getting whacked on by a metal stick for 3-4 minutes straight. And it's absolutely brutal.
And then you have to get up in 5 minutes' time and do it against someone else. And just
yeah, exactly.
Now, it looks like he had a strap break on his leg armor, or else just untied, and he's trying to get it back up again. But obviously that slid down on his thigh and probably jammed up his knee, so he couldn't actually bend his knees.
And you don't want to do that because a lot of shots do come to that part of the upper thigh. That's a favorite area for longsword
If your
fighters.
hips are exposed, you're going to get hit. And Belgium wins against South Africa.
Such a close fight. Both fantastic fighters. Again, well deserved one. We're happy that somebody won that. It doesn't matter who it was to us because we love them both.
But I definitely think Mexico have the advantage in this.
Yeah, he's fast. He just needs to now play this match to his advantage and conserve his strength, I think. Whereas Scotland's just got to make sure he's safe, duck it out, and just try and hope to win and just capitalize on those mistakes because everybody makes mistakes. It doesn't matter who you are, as we saw in the Mexico versus Ireland fight. The Irish fighter made some mistakes, and Mexico just punished them for it. So you never know. It could swing around at any moment.
That's it. You don't know how it's going to go until the final whistle is blown.
It ain't over till it's over. And setting up, we've got Poland versus Austria to the left.
And I do think earlier in that fight between Scotland and Mexico, just before we had the armour failure, I was actually going to point out, I think we had a couple of sparks flying from the Scottish helmet.
Oh, the sparks do happen, and they are very cool. It's a lot cooler to notice them at night, but obviously now it's quite sunny. So you can actually smell the sparks. You get hit in the helmet and you can't often feel the blood, but you can just start smelling the steel coming off you.
It smells like gunpowder or something.
Absolutely, and it's just a
cool.
fantastic smell. Maybe the first time it happens, you're like, I wonder what's that. Should I be worried? But then it's just a lovely, lovely smell, and it means you should keep your guard up.
Yeah. If you're getting hit, you're doing something wrong in the duels anyway. And now we've got Austria versus Poland in a list to our left anyway. I don't know how it's coming up on the screen.
I do believe it is on the screen. I do apologize. Oh no, we got the giant Spanish flag on the screen somewhere.
Over there.
And now we got the fight. Both very experienced fighters here. So Polish fighter's been very aggressive in these last rounds. So I would certainly expect it from this round also.
I think Austria have a fair bit of experience fighting with Poland as well, just because of the
proximity of the
location,
nations. Yeah. So they certainly can access to all their tournaments as well. Mexico vs Scotland going on for third round. The Mexican fighter is punishing his Scottish opponent a little bit, just scoring those combos.
I think this is still only the second round of their fight.
So Poland is using a lot of the German longsword school techniques with the Überhaus and Unterhaus, so what we call the helicopter strikes sometimes. The ones of us not terribly familiar with the HEMA methodology. There's the little strikes that are coming to the side of the helmet from high up, and then also to the thighs. Yeah. Ooh, nice whack to the thigh.
Got a good dummy. It looked like he was going for a high shot, and he pulled it in onto the thigh.
Yeah. So Polish fighters, very good with his feints. If it looks like you're going for one shot and then you just quickly switch your arms around and whack down the thigh, that's obviously options just to score those good one-pointer hits.
Same as in any martial arts, if you can draw your opponent into thinking you're going to strike somewhere else, draw him away from that and then hit him when he's not expecting it.
It's all about deception sometimes in the art of swordplay, much according to Sun Tzu. And I think the Scotland versus Mexico fight is over, with Scotland putting a valiant defense up against a much more experienced opponent, but I think Mexico will win the day.
I would be surprised they didn't, but like I say, Scotland I think this is their first time entering the longsword competition.
And such a fantastic effort as well. He just stuck there to the end, stuck to his guns, to his defense, and just did a really good job.
And for new fighters, if they're not used to this, you can just take this as a learning experience, and they're out there learning what's going on. They might get beaten, but they'll come back next year twice as good.
Absolutely. Defeat is a harsh and very quick teacher, so next year I know he'll be back, and I look forward to these fights.
A spin from Poland.
Ah, how fancy.
His little dance move.
Mexico team going wild for their support, and Austria versus Poland. Poland's sinking down
and diving.
So fast. He's just getting warmed up. He's lightning fast round strikes.
Like we discussed earlier, some of these fighters are just conserving energy on their opponents. They're doing the minimum they can, but it looks like Poland has upped his game a bit.
Yeah, Poland's certainly very lightly armored opponent. I can see he's wearing minimal protection on his arms and legs, just meaning he's got a little bit of a weight advantage in terms of speed, but he doesn't quite have to carry as much steel around him as his Austrian opponent, who's got very, very classical steel arms and sort of quite a full knightly kit there, which looks fantastic, but is a little bit heavier.
But no matter how light your armor is, you need the skill to go with it.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's all about knowing what tools to use to the best of your advantage, and how light or heavy you armor yourself is certainly a personal preference of the fighter.
Yeah. And certainly if you're a very skilled fighter, you can start to shed a bit of weight. When you know how good your protection is, how good you are at blocking, you can kind of start to take a bit of a risk.
And where you can armor of faith, we call it.
That is a good term for it.
Certainly, well, you can guard certain areas better than others, and a lot of people have actually slightly different configuration of arms in the dual category versus the group categories, because you get hit in slightly different areas, and you can optimize your kit accordingly. What we're talking about is optimized kit, really. So,
and there we go. We have Poland won against Austria.
I think Polish fighter really did take that aggressive initiative. I think he was one of the best fighters we saw all day.
More or less to be expected, and
Polish one-on-one school was very, very strong. I think tradition they win a lot of medals.
They really do, and I would be starting to expect Poland versus England in the finals. Wouldn't be too surprised if that comes about.
Yep.
And that would be a very good fight.
We're not telling you that we're starting an illegal bookie up at this tower. But if somebody was to come and ask us, well, we're not saying anything. Anyway, feel free to post about your favorites and let us know which fighters you back and which ones are your favorites, and share us on Facebook or other social media of your choice.
And you can also pick your favorite commentators. We're running competition for that as well. You can pick which of us you don't like. And now we're getting ready for Ireland versus Quebec. Peter against Andrew. And these two have a lot of experience fighting each other. They fought Andrew and Benoit from Quebec. Both came over to fight in Ireland in September at a small tournament called the Clare Galway Castle Shield. And Andrew and Peter fought in that, and it was an excellent fight. I think Peter came out on top.
So both fighters could be looking a little bit tired there. We saw Peter put up a very strong performance until he made a little bit of a mistake in this last round, so I think he's keen to recover from that.
Yeah, he probably is a bit. You would be a bit embarrassed about a fall like that, and sometimes you can
never
get a bit of. It can throw your game off quite a bit, and you have to settle back into it. But he's looking good out there now. And we also have Canada versus England in our other list.
So my money is on England in this fight, who's so far has proven to be an absolute beast. But Canada, obviously, very strong performance. He's very good in his defense. Quebec also putting up a very good job. I think he really wants to win these fights. So he's taking a slow-paced tactical approach to try and shut Peter's combos down and just get those quick reaction shots in, using his size and distance to his advantage.
And as I say, they've fought before, so Andrew will be somewhat familiar with Peter's quick style.
Absolutely.
And Canada getting in there and trying to have a good fight with England, and
England's starting off with the kick, but not quite managing to get the shot on the return through Canada as Canada shuts him down. But England is getting up a shot here and there from the side as he tries to dance around his opponent, being very energetic. That guy can just run around the list all day.
And we're finished with the round.
And Quebec versus Ireland also finishes. Yeah. It's really nice when they actually stagger the fight slightly, so you guys can watch one fight after another rather than sort of having to switch from one to the other. But that's life. People fight. They fight all the time. Sometimes they fight at the same time.
Well, we just try and keep track of as much of the fights as we can, as many of them. And I can't remember the Canadian fighter. I know he's one of the Pearson brothers. There's a few of them around. I think there's Lake and Land. I'm not sure which one that is, so apologies to anyone
What's really nice
who knows his name. You can just shout it loud enough and I might hear.
I'm sure you guys can comment on Facebook on who you are, and I hope these videos do get uploaded somewhere so that we can be embarrassed about our commentary later.
Well, I know that the all the footage from yesterday is up on YouTube, as well as a highlights reel of some of the best stuff that's already been put up there.
Excellent, and slow-paced start to the second round of Quebec versus Ireland.
And we're back with England and Canada at the same time as well. Good strike there from Peter onto Andrew from Quebec.
Canada taking a much more proactive approach to his fight against England. He's just trying to shut him down. And
we've got a great combo of shots to the head on Andrew, the Quebec fighter. Great shots from Peter.
I think that might take it away from him this round, because it's been quite a slow round. It's coming to an end, and I think that combo might win him that particular.
I think he notched up maybe 3, maybe 4 points in rapid succession, and that can make a difference in a fight like this.
Andrew really needs to come back from it now if he hopes to come back. And England, Canada.
And Quebec corner screaming at Andrew to get in there. Yeah. There's no point holding back now.
Yeah, and he's trying to knee him and throw him on the floor.
This is the aggression we were looking for in the fight against Quebec and Italy. This is what we were hoping for.
Yeah, we want to see him do more of that stuff. He's a big boy. We want to see him smash people.
Well, sometimes if you can't rack up the points elsewhere, you have to get in and close the gap.
England racking up those last combo on Canada, and I think he'll take that round away as well with an incredibly strong promising as well. But Canada doing so well to try and shut down his far more experienced opponent and get some of his own points back in, which is great. Such a learning experience fighting great fighters like that too.
I cannot say enough how impressive Team Canada have been from what I've seen so far. They are new, but they've just got so much heart and a lot of the skill to match it. In a couple of years, these are going to be an amazing team.
And it's great to see two teams from that part of the world, Team Quebec and Team Canada, obviously sharing a good presence, as well as Team USA representing North America.
And with Mexico as
and
well.
Mexico is Mexico North America or Middle America? But we'll put them in North America too.
I think it's North America.
Absolutely.
But I could be wrong.
We've just been told it's South America from another person
Central
sitting
America,
there.
possibly.
Central America. You know what? Americans will love you. Wherever you're from, it doesn't matter. We're non-discriminatory.
It's in America. And we got a winner about to be announced in both fights. Ireland takes that match again.
I think that really, those combos really did win it for him towards the end. And it's all about racking those shots in quick succession.
England takes the fight against Canada. Again, not much of a surprise, but a really enjoyable fight. And I'm not sure what's being shown on the stream now, but there's a great conversation going on between Andrew and Peter. Like I say, these two guys they're friends.
And New Zealand and Spain are on next. Just last words of advice from James Bennett, the captain, to Justin Harris, who is the white Hatanga man.
Probably in one of the most distinctive suits of armor that's
absolutely. He certainly wins the Pretty Boy Award. He was very disappointed, he told me, that they removed the costume competitions. By costume, I of course mean garb. To those of you watching and disapprove of that term, you know who you are. So costume, garb, armor, he certainly looks fantastic. Let's hope he can deliver in this fight against Spain as well. And New Zealand there with their 2 flags. And Spain with a really big flag, but it's okay. New Zealand's got 2. They've got 1.
Yeah, so Spain win biggest flag, but New Zealand have more.
Absolutely, and we see hugging Portugal and Ukraine as well, just on the stream, ready to start in the other corner. So again, lots of fights going on at once, and it looks like they're just getting stuck in it. Any minute now, both the fights.
Just doing some admin. It's important to have
admin,
the names of the fighters, the scores, all that written down and recorded, because sometimes there can be confusion.
Absolutely, we don't want any confusion anywhere. It's a pretty transparent sport. Hit the guy with the sword as many times as possible.
And both these fights are pretty much going to start at the exact same time. So here we go. Portugal versus Ukraine. They're sizing each other up. Oh, and New Zealand and Spain right into it. Shoved up onto the rails.
Justin Harris going for an aggressive style against his opponent. Ukraine trying to do the same to the Portuguese. Portugal trying to reciprocate.
They're giving like for like there, Portugal and Ukraine.
Portugal doing very well against such an experienced team.
Justin really trying to use his strength and power in there.
Ukraine punishing Portugal for that. I think he really got that combo off. You can see the dents on the Portuguese fighter's helmet a lot. And yeah, I think Ukraine might take it away with that combo. And Justin Harris again just pushing his Spanish opponent all over the list, trying to shut him down and trying to throw him.
But he gets out of it.
And Spanish fighter leaps away.
Recovery.
Absolutely. Justin Harris is ex-Army, so he knows what to do in those things. Spanish opponent is playing the distance game, and he's trying to control his distance quite well, trying to get those shots in.
Portugal and Ukraine up against the rails, and they've just been separated by the ref, and I think the time is up on that round.
And looks like time is up on both rounds. Both very strong physical rounds, excellent fights all around from all 4 fighters. That's what we like to see, lots of aggression, lots of excitement.
And all 4 fighters, just trying to catch some air now, just
absolutely
breathe, cool down.
It's starting to get really quite warm in here with the sun beaming down. And no matter if your Hatanga is white, it's still bloody warm in the sun.
Now, this is kind of the least ideal setup for the fights at the moment, because just for you watching at home and for us as well, trying to watch the fights, that they're happening at more or less the exact same time. It's just, we'd prefer to be able to watch one and then watch the next one, but this just happens. We just have to try and get as much as we can from both fights happening at the same time.
But there is not a lot of pool fights left for the men's. I think we're slowly starting to trickle down. And it is getting very, very warm. It's actually so warm. I monitor that we see the stream on has been shielded from the sun, so we can't even see it anymore because the electronics are overheating. And that's electronics. They're not alive. Those guys down there are for the moment.
Hug between Portugal and Ukraine. They're getting ready for the next round. And both rounds have just started.
And on stream we can just see Spain and New Zealand duke it out. An exchange of blows that have worked quite well for New Zealand in the past, but again, trading those head blows for those thigh shots is not always ideal.
And Ukraine
is just going for it.
With some great shots from Portugal as well.
Yeah.
I think Ukraine probably has the advantage at the moment, but a great display from both fighters, from all 4 fighters in the arena at the moment.
Yeah, he's just rushing and going for it. He's so far the only Ukrainian contestant, so he really wants to win this. Of course, Ukrainians would love to see more of you come. We hope you get your visa sorted out. If you watch, that'd be absolutely fantastic to see you both. Usually there would be Ukrainian supporters shouting Ukraina, Ukraina. And the fight between New Zealand and Spain, it seems to have broken a sword. Or there seems to be a sword malfunction either way.
Like I said, it was something we'd expect in this kind of level of competition.
Yeah. And a punch to the face, again, just trying to slam down the Spanish opponent. I think this is the most aggression I've seen from Justin Harris in a long time. He's really brought his A game today. Just all that pent-up aggression from traveling inside a tiny camper van for several weeks with Adam Curry, a baby, and his wife. I'm pretty sure he's quite pent up by now, just wants to let off some steam.
He's ready to hit stuff.
Absolutely. And great fight between Portugal and Ukraine as well.
I think Ukraine probably had the advantage in that, but
the marshals are talking about it.
It's been a great fight. Really, this whole category, there have been really no lightweights in it. It's the amount of fantastic fights we've had all through this. It's just been great.
Yeah. If Justin wasn't doing this, I would be, because he narrowly beat me in a tournament because I didn't have a sword and he did.
Makes it hard to win the fight.
It does make it rather hard to win the fight, but I think he did an absolutely fantastic job. And it looks like all the fights are over between Ukraine and Portugal.
Yeah, they're bringing out the fighters into the centre of the ring there. I think New Zealand and Spain are possibly going for round 3.
Quite possibly. It was a very close match. Both the fighters are really quite aggressive, and I think it'll be a stamina battle.
Hugging it out. And we have Ukraine
is the winner. I did think he did those devastating combos of shots on the Portugal fighter when the Portugal just let slip his guard for a minute and kind of just capitalized on it.
But all it takes is a moment of letting your guard down, and that could be it. Are we?
And
I think
are we going to round 3? We're not. We're going to fight some more. Who knows?
I think we have an announcement.
In list number 1, Sweden and France. Please report to the list.
And I think that is it.
Sweden and France. Please report to the list. In list number
For
2,
Spain and New Zealand, the fight looks like to be over. There's just a bit of conversation to what's happening. Justin looking pretty happy there, same as the Spanish fighter. Yeah, they're happy. That was a great fight. So aggressive, so many punches to the face. We'll love this. Come down and do it.
You will enjoy it. You'll never enjoy being punched in the face so much.
Quite. And anticipation is palpable.
I'm waiting for the announcement.
And Spain takes the day with his probably slightly more technical style and just getting those shots in. And I've just been told the fighter from New Zealand withdrew because his hand got a little bit injured in those fights as well, because he still does have to fight on the 5-on-5s, and obviously longsword is particularly brutal on the hands, and especially with a bull rushing technique, Justin exposed his hands quite a lot and probably got a few shots that just wrung him, same as it did in the last tournament.
And all the punches he was throwing as well, possibly took a toll.
Took gauntlets. There are particularly heavy gauntlets, but anything gets through any gauntlets. You just need to guard your hands.
I imagine the punches wouldn't do much, but it's those heavy hits with the sword, they take their toll. And if he's saving himself for the 5s competition, might have been wise to withdraw at this point.
Absolutely, and here we have Sweden versus France. And probably one of the last pool matches.
Both in blue and yellow, but pretty distinctive colours. Pretty distinctive patterns on both of them.
Longsword, of course, is a very popular category that a lot of nations participate in, especially for the male category, so there's quite a lot of fights going on.
Yeah, you would find less in the polearm yesterday, just because polearm is such a taxing category.
And they're all quite mad.
A lot of hits to the head for them, a lot of really heavy hits for the polearm fighters.
And Swedish fighter, very strong start. Lots of his bearded buddies there shouting words of encouragement in Swedish. Maybe it's advice, I don't know, I don't speak Swedish, but they're certainly very happy.
And good back and forth here, and a little pommel strike there from the French. I don't think there was enough power in it to count.
Yep, French fighter doing very good on defenses, trying to shut down the Swede and then trying to get his own attacks back.
No, it's been quite so far. It's been quite a good back and forth going on. Good defense on both sides. Both a decent amount of aggression, and neither of them are shying away from the fight.
Right, yeah. The bearded support squad is very active on the field, though, and it's great to see them turn up this year for the first time and just have such a good force. And that's a round over, and it's not quite clear who won that, because both fighters did get a couple of his initial shots in before it sort of went into like little clinchy back and forth.
No, it was a good fight, and I couldn't decide a winner on that. I think it was fairly divided, which is, in a way, it's good to see. Nobody wants to see someone getting mashed into the dirt, whitewash.
Nah,
I want close fights.
Want to see a good, clean, tactical, but super aggressive fight.
And now Luxembourg against Belgium in our other list. Two neighbours gonna have at it. These fighters
they'll
very
probably
used to
know
fighting
each other. Yeah, that's sort of another grudge match. I've been told by our co-commentator support that the Belgian dude is quote-unquote real fast, which is a very technical analysis. So the Belgian...
But it is definitely accurate.
It is definitely accurate in the Luxembourgian. I keep on using this word. Maybe I shouldn't quite make up so many words to people belonging to various nations, but the Luxembourg fighter has just been an absolute beast, winning a medal yesterday and continuing on to fight on the longsword today, certainly making his money's worth of his travel of this competition, just fighting everybody all the time.
There's no point coming here and not fighting.
Absolutely.
And good movement from both of them.
Very
so wait for that Belgian to throw the kick. He seems to regularly be kicking. Will he use it on the Luxembourger? I got Sweden and France, the other list. Good headshot from France onto Sweden. Another one there, but I think it might have
back and
glanced
forth.
off.
And the Sweden and France just keeps on going too. We've got two fights going on at the same time. But yeah, I think the stream is mostly concentrated on Luxembourg versus
and they're
Belgium.
clinching and pushing up against the rails. Belgium breaks out of it.
Yeah, back and forth between the two neighbouring fighters, because clearly they know each other, so they know all each other's tricks, so they just want to look out for those characteristic openings, but nobody wants to do anything particularly advantageous or different, because they'll probably know how to counter.
Look, the Luxembourg fighter there, Laurent, he got his sword briefly caught under the rail, and I think the Belgian used that as a chance to score a point on him.
Absolutely, so little mistakes that start adding up. And then Sweden versus France, just sort of again more back and forth. Oh, good hit from Sweden on the side of that helmet. Just caught the end of that also rather exciting round.
Fist bump between the fighters and a bit of a hug. Back to the corners.
Absolutely, both fighters are quite evenly matched there, so it'll be interesting to see who took that victory away, according to the marshal staff. Again, big shout out to all the marshals for keeping everybody safe and scoring all the points. It's really hard.
Well, they've been doing a great job, and I think the fighters appreciate and respect it, although sometimes in the heat of the moment you might get annoyed at a call, but generally the refs have been very fair and very balanced this whole tournament so far.
Absolutely, it's a great international team of referees and organising staff that have just taken their free time to help out all the fighters and make this great event run without a hitch, and all the timetables have been great. No one's been waiting in the sun for too long, so the tournament's been absolutely smoothly run thanks to the efforts of the support staff. So it is absolutely fantastic to be here, and we thank them for making this happen.
Thank you for all your effort and work, guys. And the same has to go to a lot of the teams have support staff come over who aren't fighters, and they help get their fighters armoured up and get them watered and probably fed. And
bring me food.
And we're ready for round 2 in both these fights.
Okay, excellent. And the fights are carrying on with, again, Luxembourg versus Belgium going on for another round here. Dead silent, dead ready, nobody's moving. Come on, guys, hit each other. Maybe they're too neighbourly. Sweden and France are hitting.
They aren't holding back. And here we go with Luxembourg and Belgium. They're getting stuck in now.
They're just looking for that little brief opening. Belgium goes for those quiet swipes, but the Luxembourg guy knows what's coming. Dodges out, and again, looking each other into the eyes.
Sweden and France trading blows. Both starting to look a bit tired, which is understandable.
Yeah. And again, a brief exchange. Luxembourg comes out on top from those big body shots and blocks the Belgians' returns. I think that might win him that particular round, that little exchange, as it is a very paced round with very few brief clashes.
A low-scoring match like that, all it takes is one good combo and you can win it.
Best hit, bro. Best hit. So it's all it
France and
takes.
Sweden still going at it. There can't be long left in this round. And oh!
Oh, the shoulder comes off.
Sweden just lost the shoulder.
But it's not a critical piece of kit.
It
But the round is over.
was only opening up a small gap in his armor, but something that needs to be dealt
But
with
these
between
hits are massive. They're very powered, and we've seen countless bits of armor fly off all sorts of contestants for all sorts of reasons. You know, visors, caps, helmets dented, shoulders fly off,
Finger
gauntlets
shields.
get completely broken.
As long as it's the armor that takes the damage, not the person under it. I'm
Absolutely,
happy.
yeah.
And so far, we had the German fighter who had to retire with a finger injury, and Justin from New Zealand who
Withdrew
not so
with-
much.
with
He hasn't retired quite, but is withdrawing to protect his hands for later, which he has taken some sort of an injury, but hopefully it's not too bad. And
He can compete later in the fights. We need you, Justin.
a couple of minor injuries like that are
Yeah,
kind
they
of to
do
be
really start
expected, and
adding up.
we prefer that to major head injuries or anything like that.
Absolutely, yeah. Nothing that beer can't heal. I'm
We're
sure.
going to announce a winner between Sweden and France, and we're
And the
bit of
opponents start dancing.
between Belgium and Luxembourg, and France wins it against Sweden.
Such a close match between both the fighters. Swedish fighter a little bit more physically aggressive, French fighter a little bit more reactionary, and I think those shots again snuck through, as has been the case with so many reactionary type fighters late end. Those guys are still dancing and just doing their thing. They're having the time of their life.
Very much standing off, but
You can't help but sort of laugh at their very relaxed attitude and their extreme bursts of violence in between.
I think both of them are waiting for the other one to make a move so they can
Capitalize
go for
on
an
it,
opening.
yeah. Well, that's what happens when you know all the moves of your opponent is you know how to counter all their strategies. So whichever move you got, they'll have a counter for it. So do you have a counter for their counter? That gets kind of harder.
Yeah, you can be playing those games in your head, trying to figure out what they're going to do, and if you do your counter to it,
It's
how
like
many counters can you go through?
it's like playing two-person poker with your best buddy, and you're down to your pair of undies, and you don't want to lose them. So yeah, I'm really curious to see who won that. Both great teams clearly having so much fun.
Very low-scoring match, I'd say. Meaning nothing against both fighters involved. As we say, they're playing a tactical game with that.
Actually, both very skilled opponents, and they're just standing there. They're trying to analyze and play mind games with the other opponent. It's probably the most mind gamey match we've seen so far.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go to another round on this either, because it looked like it could have been low enough score that it was just a draw. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, could have been zero blows scored by both fighter. It has happened before.
We are going for another round, I think.
Well, the endurance really is going to start adding up on it, and I think the Belgian fighter is slightly lighter, so he might have. Whereas the Luxembourg fighter has fought a whole category and won a medal yesterday, so it could be anybody's game.
Yeah, we already know that his fitness is supreme from having gotten to the medal stages in the pole arm.
Yeah, the guy just doesn't stop. It's fantastic. Yeah.
But has he worn himself out? Has he picked up injuries over the last days fighting? We shall see. And I think this could be our last fight of the group stages of the long swords.
I do see a Polish fighter standing by, but perhaps he's just having a chill and a watch. But he is still in armor, so.
And we might have Poland versus USA. Hard to keep track of the fights, but we might have one more. The other list has been cleared out.
Yep.
So their fight has finished for the moment.
Yeah, tippy tap, 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 and dance. Dance for me, dance.
Swing and a miss.
I would say dance peasants, but they're clearly supreme fighters with big swords, so I do not think that would be wise, and they're clearly not peasants, they're supreme athletes and knights.
We won't go
great
calling them
statue.
peasants. And they're getting
Absolutely,
stuck
that
in.
would not do. Ooh, an attempted throw, and excellent Belgian fighter tries to capitalize on that.
And again, as we saw earlier,
Better
he goes
position.
for a throw, it didn't work out, but straight into a counter, rather than trying to chase after that throw, which I've seen some fighters do. They get obsessed with trying to put their opponent onto the dirt.
And that's only 1 or 2 points, whereas each single blow is also points. It might be more advantageous to go 1 to 3 points with a sword rather than throw your opponent straight
I would
down.
probably put Belgium ahead on that, but like you say, it's a very low-scoring fight, but still very enjoyable to watch, especially
Absolute
when you know
pleasure,
what's
yes.
going on in the fighters' heads. or at least you have an idea of what they're thinking.
I don't really speak much French or German or Flemish, so I wouldn't have any clue what's going on. But we can only guess and hazard a guess at what's going through their thoughts in universal human language of fighting. Fight for me.
Now, will they go to another round? Of course, I want to see them. I want them to just keep fighting more and more rounds. I don't want the fights to end.
No.
But it's tough for the fighters in there, especially in this heat, and it's fairly humid as well.
Apparently they are going to a 5th round. Or is the helmet getting taken off?
No, they're going for another round.
No, they're just going to keep on going for it. So, because, to be fair, they have taken quite a relaxed stance to both the rounds where they are not fighting for most of the round rather than sort of strategically pacing around each other. But it is a very tense game where you just can't afford to relax because your opponent will punish you.
So now I've kind of lost track because we're watching the other fight earlier as well. Is this round 4 or 5?
5.
This is 5, yeah.
This is 5. This is quite special that it goes to round 5. Usually round 4 settles everything because round 4, as you've said previously, I believe, is the one you expect to not to fight. Round 5 just sort of doesn't really even happen then.
Yeah. And again, eyeing each other up, looking for an opening, and a strike. They're both reluctant to get stuck in.
And we're sort of just getting quiet, just enjoying watching this. I hope you're enjoying watching this at home, wherever you are. This pre-match of 2 friends, we hope, from Europe.
Definitely friends. Do we see was there a little bit of armor or something come off there? Saw something? Oh no, I think it was just a tag on the swords.
Yeah, I think it's a tag on the sword, sort of slung down the sword.
Yeah.
Just a hit to the thigh, a bit of a kick, and a clinch. Who shall win the clinch? I think will win this round. Oh, there we go. A nice tap from the Luxembourg fighter, which ends the round. But it, again, could have been even because I did see the Belgian fighter put in a tap to the helmet earlier in the round. So could be round 6. We'll never know.
Well, we'll know in about a minute's time. We'll find out.
I've been told just now by our excellent support staff that the longest fight they've ever had is 7 rounds for longsword in IMCF ever. So will we break IMCF history?
That is
round 6. We're going there. That's certainly a thing. It's quite a special match, ladies and gentlemen.
I think at this point, both fighters just want to keep going. See if they can break that record. That's
yeah,
what I want to
I think you might as well. But of course, the rules do state that you do have to be actively attacking your opponent, otherwise you do get a yellow card, which none of them want to do, and they are actually here to fight each other rather than sort of gaze beautifully into each other's eyes across the swords, longingly.
And I know both those fighters are definitely, they want to fight.
Absolutely.
And although there has been quite a bit of standing looking at each other, it's tactical rather than not wanting to fight.
Absolutely. They're conserving energy and just waiting for the right moment to strike. Like a little kitty in the ring.
And so as we get ready for round 6.
Thugs and hugs.
Again, we just want to say, wherever you're watching, let us know on Facebook. You can comment on I think we're streaming on YouTube. You can comment on that.
Yeah, what's the longest fight you've ever had?
I think I might have gone to 5 rounds.
5 rounds, yeah. I think for me, for me, it's probably 4. But let us know in the comments on YouTube or Facebook or wherever. What's the longest fight you've had at home? I don't know. Maybe it was a really angry fight with one of your siblings that just lasted for days on end.
Some of those could go for years.
Yes,
and
for years.
This is a bit more aggressive, yeah.
Ooh, good shot on the
and oh yeah.
On the helm. I think Belgian fighter certainly took that one a little bit ahead. Will the Luxembourg fighter catch on?
Yeah, do you think... Oh, he had... helmet has come loose.
And the Belgian fighter loses probably a point for an armor failure there.
No, he won't. He won't be penalised unless they fail to fix it within, I think they have 60 seconds to fix it. So yeah, let us know. We're also on Twitter at IMC Federation, or use the hashtag IMCF 2016. Let us know what you're up to, what you think of all the action you've seen so far today, or what you're looking forward to.
And especially stay tuned for the 5s later on today that will carry on. Very tactical, very strong competition with group fights, something a little bit different from all this sort of paced longsword action.
The group fights are a completely different game. They're very different, but both can be equally exciting, as you're seeing. He has a great shot.
in this exciting round 6 fight. As neither opponent's
Eyeing each
giving
other up
up.
again. I think the ref was about to intervene, and time.
Well, let's see the scorecard. There's certainly some good hits on both the fighters there, but
I think there were more hits in that round than in some of the previous ones we've seen.
yeah, so they're certainly
more
getting
aggression.
more animated.
As they realise that there's a prospect of going to round 7.
Well, it wouldn't be the worst thing.
No, I want to see it.
Yeah, we want to see them fight. Do you want to see people fight? I want to see people fight.
I imagine anyone tuning in to watch this, they want to see people fight.
Nah, bro, they're just, chilling out.
They can watch the nice birds that fly over. And
Round 7
Yes.
again! So, this is as long as the longest fight ever in this tournament has been recorded. So, if they go to round 8, they will break IMCF history, which will be gonna be very exciting. Or will they just repeat history? History's doomed to repeat itself, some say.
if you're new to this sport, what they're looking for is
Doomed!
the fighters need 2 wins. They need to cleanly win 2 rounds.
Best of 3 usually. It usually goes to 3 rounds and is best of 3. And I think after that, it might become to sudden death.
So
Really,
if they-
because somebody usually would have won a round.
If they
Or-
keep drawing rounds, it's just going to keep lengthening the fight and drawing it out longer. But here we get to go into round 7. Will we get to round 8 and make history?
If they like to draw so much, maybe I should buy them a pencil. Sorry, the more tired I get, the more terrible puns will start coming out in the commentary. And I still have 5s to fight.
So, okay, everyone who's listening,
These
you've
guys
been
still had to
warned.
fight round 7. Absolutely fantastic stamina from both fighters. Most people are tired by round 3. These guys are round 7, and they're just kind of chilling out. And bouncing up and down, doing a bit of a dance.
And there we go.
Shot to the thigh.
You see these little bursts of energy. They're gearing up, looking for a little bit of an opening. And when they go for a strike, most of the time they're going for a couple of strikes.
Yeah, changing up the guard slightly, trying to circle against each other. Seeing whether they can change up high or low strikes to gain a little bit of advantage, get that combo off. Just sneak those shots past the other opponent's guard.
And as we said, these guys could be very familiar with each other,
Yeah.
being so located so close to each other.
Trying to get each other offline, maybe.
A lot of experience in fighting together, training together, I imagine.
Oh, shot to the thigh. Couple of elements.
And
Despite trying to be thrown, the Luxembourg fighter came out on top there, just sneaking that last shot in, which is quite impressive. That's the first time we saw that together, because usually the guy who gets sort of bent to the ground usually comes out worse out of that.
it puts you into a very difficult position.
But he recovered rather quickly, which again is just a statement to how good these fighters are. They can turn any situation to their advantage. Helmets off!
We have a decision.
History was in fact doomed to repeat itself. 7 rounds, IMCF longsword. Same as a record-breaking attempt.
No.
Oh, no, wait. 8 rounds? What's going on? We can barely hear him. Everybody else has left. There's just 2 fighters and the support crew duking it out. Soon, maybe we can have a support crew fight. They'll decide everything.
It looks like we're going to an 8th round.
Oh, it does look like you're going to do it. Excellent. We're breaking history. History will be broken.
Breaking the record, making history. You seen it here first. And it's tough for the Luxembourg fighter Laurent because he's more or less here on his own. He doesn't have a visor on his helmet. He doesn't have someone fanning him with that shield like the Belgian fighter does.
He's
Although
held by Team Scotland.
He does have some assistance, and his helmet is more open to allow more air into it. So it probably evens out, but he doesn't have a nice chair like the Belgian fella.
He's got a fantastic set of kit as well that has stood up to the entirety of the Poleaxe competition and the longsword. I don't think he had an armor failure so far. I do see he's got a slightly different mitten on, so perhaps he did have a gauntlet failure earlier on, but people are usually very happy to lend you bits and bobs that need replacing. But
yeah, if it's a case that you're going to have to drop out of a competition because you don't have another sword or you've had an armor failure, generally even your opponent will go out of their way to help you out and make sure you can keep fighting.
Because we're all just want to fight each other. There's no point scoring a win over somebody because they get disqualified. It's much more fun to fight them instead, even if they beat you.
Yeah,
you
it's
just learn
better
from
to
it.
win cleanly or lose cleanly even than to win because of a technicality.
Absolutely. But hey, those victories do count, so, you know, if you win, you win. So, fighters are just chilling out, doing another hug. Yeah. Oh wow, this is a history-breaking thing. So we have a very exciting match where we have sudden death, where the first fighter to hit the other fighter wins. So we just have till first shot.
This is gonna be interesting.
So this is much more indicative of a real-life situation where the opponents wouldn't be wearing armor, for example, where you would hit the other guy with a sword and the other guy would probably die.
And so if
or be injured enough to not be able to continue to fight.
Any of the viewers who are familiar with HEMA, historical European martial arts, that rule set would be much more familiar with this idea of the first one to hit is the one that counts. For us, it's very unusual, but we don't want these fighters to go past 8 rounds. I think is enough for anyone.
Yeah. So for the first time in history, 8 rounds at IMCF, first hit, sudden death. Here we go. Well, this certainly should involve a lot of dancing, or maybe just they'll rush in and hit each other in the head. I'm curious to see what happens. So there's not a lot of room to maneuver.
You're watching history in the making anyway.
Not clean hits, glancing hit to the thigh, a little hit to the gauntlet, not good enough.
It very much is going to change the way these fighters have to fight, and that's...
Hey, that was a ding to the head. Wait, no. Oh, he got the Belgian fighter's calf, and then the Belgian hit him back in the helmet.
Now, I thought that the Belgian hit to the head was light. I didn't see the hit from Luxembourg onto the Belgian fighter's calf.
I think he did swing low, and then the Belgian reciprocated with a head hit. But Marshals are just talking to the head marshal, just talking to the 2 fighters, which are a little bit perplexed because the Luxembourg fighter thought that he got dunged in the helmet. Aye, and the Luxembourg fighter, in a very chivalrous gesture, gives it to the Belgian fighter despite the marshal's decision, and because he chooses to deny the hit, because he agrees that the Belgian fighter hit was far better than his own, and the Belgian fighter should win this round, which is very chivalrous of him, I think.
And it's great to see that respect and camaraderie.
Absolutely, the flower of chivalry approves.
When it comes down to something as important as this, like I'm not sure. I'd have to tally up their wins, but this might be the difference between going through to the next round and not going through.
Absolutely. Everything rests on one of these rounds, and I think it's certainly a titanic combat between these 2 absolute giants of the sport and two good friends who've just clearly had the best fun.
It's the idea that it's more important to lose fairly than to win on a technicality or unfairly. That's great to see.
Yeah, you want to have a good win or a good loss. You don't want to sort of mess about with all these.
Finally, we get on to, I think, our last match.
All right, yeah, and these guys have been sort of chilling out by the list for quite a while, sort of getting pumped up for their fight. Slightly longer than they originally anticipated, I think.
Plenty of recovery time, anyway.
So we've got USA versus Poland, both very active fighters. Polish fighter has proved himself to be an absolute beast so far, and so has our Texan friend. Texan friend is a very active fighter. He likes to bounce around, hit the opponent in the head, and Polish fighter is supremely skilled, controls the distance, and then just does quite aggressively hugely put opponents in the head. So we like to see this.
This should be very good. They're both, as you say, really good movers, and that Polish guy great at getting low shots and high shots and moving around.
Absolutely.
I'm looking forward to it.
Good. Come on, 8 rounds, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Poland and USA, two of the top teams, definitely in the group categories, and USA have really been trying to push.
USA did a fantastic job yesterday, obviously, and so did as Poland.
So the referee in the center assigning his hit counters, making sure everyone knows exactly who they should be watching during the fight. And away we go. Sizing each other up. The US fighter, we look a bit.
Oh, wow, the Polish fighter just opens up with his aggressive style that we've seen all competition.
Again, there from the US fighter, but that Polish fighter, I don't think he's holding back now.
Yeah, the US fighter seems completely unfazed by all those sets though, and is going for those thigh shots and just trying to put those attacks in, but the Polish fighter is just so phenomenally fast that he can just sneak in several hits for each US
From what I've seen so far, I think the Polish fighter is just too fast.
And he just got a little bit bent by the American, I saw, which is always good to see. So the American certainly is walloping him a good one every single time he hits him.
But both tremendous fighters. I just think that Polish guy is just too quick.
Big roundabout shots. 10 seconds left.
Needs to get stuck in.
Absolutely, I do think the Polish fighter clearly has the advantage in this round in terms of hits, but certainly both fighters giving as good as that. Ooh, and the martial almost cops the back of the Polish fighters. But yeah, there's a top fight there. Certainly neither opponent wanting to give any distance.
No one holding back, no one trying to leave anything on the table.
Yeah, and again, a fist bump between our contestants. They're just having so much fun out there. You want to go have fun? Join your local club.
If there's a local club, set one up.
Get some exercise. It's good for your health.
Surprisingly, getting hit with swords is great for your health. I've never been healthier in my life.
Absolutely, same.
So if you don't have a local club, or you don't know if you have one, get on to us on Facebook, International Medieval Combat Federation on Facebook, and give us a shout. We'll put you in contact with the right people, or if you have to set up your own club, we'll help you do it.
Yeah, we'll find someone.
There's pretty much people all over the world who are doing this.
As you can see, 22 nations represented here today at IMCF. You'll see most of them in the longsword competition. You'll see some later in the fives, but people are out there. You know, they fight, and there's certainly many more nations out there that do full contact events as well.
Yeah.
And if you're not in the IMCF, we would love to see you here next year.
And there are a lot of well-established countries doing this. Maybe some of them are too far away. Japan will hopefully be back next year. They're taking this year out just because of the distance involved.
So letting the fighters start again for round 2. So Polish fighter has a clear advantage, but again, the American just wants to maybe shut him down this round and try and get his own shots in. Yeah.
It's just the speed of that Polish fighter is just so hard to match. But great blocking from the American.
I don't think he let any of those through. That was
fantastic.
Really good. And certainly some good coaching advice maybe to the American side from support crew again. Very important. Oh, good shot on the...
Off. And given the limited amount of armor that the Polish fighter is wearing, he definitely needs that put back on.
Absolutely. Just the leather cord just got cut by that. A heavy American blow on the return. The American doing very well to try and shut down the Polish fighter's aggressive style.
Definitely. The American fighter's I think he's doing a lot better in this round. He's really fantastically guarding.
Absolutely. He just wants to guard and just make those big, strong shots of his count, like we see now here, where he got that big shot in and just tore straight through the armor.
Making the Polish fighter really work hard out there, and it's a lot closer than last round.
Absolutely. Fantastic.
You can see there is some amount of power involved in those shots.
Absolutely.
I've mentioned earlier, all you have to do is look at the helmets. I think the American fighter is wearing a very hardened steel helmet, so there's not too many dents. The Polish fighter has plenty of dents on his helmet, but some of them, especially if they're mild steel, use a thicker gauge of steel, but it's softer and
it absorbs a lot of the strength through elastic collisions, so better it dents the helmet than your head.
Exactly.
Passes through your head.
But you can just see the amount of power going in if you see one of those mild steel helmets. You can just see that.
And we do love that. We do love to see dented helmets, dented armor, because it just shows you just the amount of phenomenal power that these fighters have.
And it's a lot better than dented skulls and dented bones.
Absolutely. We wear armor so that we can hit each other really hard. Because we'll... And then everybody's shouting. It's 10 seconds left. Lots of shouts for the support group. Both the fighters are going to try and capitalize on that advantage. Just get those shots in. Polish fighter gets a couple shots in. American fighter, can he get those shots in? Doesn't quite have enough time to do so.
Fist bump and back to their corners. Now I do think that Poland probably going to take this one, but
it was so close in the second round. It could go to third quite easily at the same time.
I always hope it does.
Helmets off, and I do think it is probably going to go to Poland. In a little bit of a contrast to our last 8-round fight between Belgium and Luxembourg. If you just tuned in and missed that, please find in the archive. What a top-notch fight as well.
You don't want to miss that fight. 8 rounds compared to the 2 here. And I just heard an announcement there. We're starting to get geared up for our 5-on-5 fights. So more action to come.
After the break, we'll probably have a brief break, and the winner is announced for USA versus Poland. And Poland wins. Again, phenomenally fast fighter, a well-deserved win. Right, well, I'm Eli, the Flower of Chivalry from New Zealand, and we'll be back to you after the break for the fives. Well, I'll be fighting in the five, so I won't be back, so I will leave you all in capable hands of the other commentators.
I am Brendan Halpin, and I'll be staying here in my position up here, watching more fights. It's a great way to enjoy the tournament rather than... I'll be out there getting hit later, but you can enjoy it for now, Eli.
It's been a pleasure, Brendan, and I shall see you all later. Tune in.
Bye.
Watch New Zealand fight. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the 2016 International Medieval Combat Federations with our first 5x5s. We have Scotland versus Sweden. Scotland in the St. Andrews White Cross, Sweden in the blue with the yellow.
Oh, we can see Scotland just took in the dead center of the field already.
They're moving out, a little flanking movement here. And there goes one of the Swedes, trying to make a run, being picked up by the Scots. We have engagements on both. Oh, and we have one of the Scots down, one of the Swedes down. All right, looks like we've got, and they stop fight. 3-on-1, stop the fight. And that one goes to Sweden. Sweden with an early victory. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just changing out some announcers here. Brendan stepped down for a minute. This is Dale Walter from the United States back, and I'm here with
Benoit from Quebec.
So we have a North American perspective right now.
Oh yeah.
They're setting up again for the second fight. Sweden's made a couple changes, as has Scotland. The weather here is kind of overcast, a little hot, a little muggy. It's going to be hard on the fighters today. Let's hope they keep well hydrated.
Also change completely the pace of the fight, where people will have to move a lot slower and take their time between rounds, because that's a lot of fighting in one day in their pool.
Absolutely. Okay, marshals are making their last checks. They give a nod to the head marshal. Sweden is ready. Scotland is ready. And here we go for fight number 2. Sweden took the first one. Let's see how they do in the second. Scotland comes out a little more aggressive this time, pushing the one side of the field.
Sweden is completely split in two, 3 on the right and 2 on the left.
And there goes the Swede, swinging around the end, followed by one of the Scots. Oh, this is not a good play. We got a lot of backs turned here.
And the Scottish is down.
And the Scottish man is down. Now we have a 2-on-1 in the corner, and the one Swede pulls to make a run and knocks the Scottish fighter down.
Pole arm is coming. That's about 2-on-1 there.
And
a lot
that's
of hard hits.
And that's the end.
4-1.
4-1. Sweden takes the round.
See, it's a typical strategy to go around like this and make part of the team look away from the center of action of the massive fighter in the center.
Absolutely.
And it worked perfectly this time again.
Yep. They pulled focus and were able to capitalize on it. Very difficult, Benoit, when someone gets in your backfield like that, to know exactly what to do. Do you commit somebody to pick him up? Do you just watch him? The major goal is don't let someone get in your backfield like that.
No, one of the strategy that's used a lot to avoid that is to go against the fence instead of taking the center. Like you cannot get attacked by your back when your back is to the fence.
We haven't seen a lot of teams playing on the fence this year. They seem to be wanting to fight more open field. A little bit yesterday of it breaking into battles along the fence. We got a lot of open field fights this year, which is different than what we've seen in the past.
I thought yesterday I was amazed by the capacity of Spanish to hold the center of the field and not fall in the center.
All these teams look greatly improved over what we've seen from past years. I fought against the Spanish team in Belmonte, and I put 4 of them down by myself. I don't think I'd be doing that this year.
No, definitely.
The referees now are checking the Canadian team, and we have Canada and France. Geez, that would be a tough one to figure out who you're going to root for, right?
I am not stating anything on that one.
Okay.
But no, that's going to be an interesting fight. The Canadian have been trained by Jose. They came silver last year with pole arm. I had a chance to fight against them this winter. They're very fast and very aggressive. And I was actually surprised. We were expecting them not to be that good to start.
Sweden and France prepare for the 5-on-5.
Get little adjustments here on our equipment. Our audio technicians here are local students from Portugal.
The Technical College of Portugal.
The Technical College of Portugal. We want to thank them. They're up here in the booth with us running the mixing console, making sure that we sound good and come out over the airwaves, and we certainly appreciate their help.
They've been doing a tremendous job since the beginning of this tournament.
All right. We've got a very strong French team this year. They performed very well in past tournaments. The Canadian team,
Brand new for most of them.
brand new for most of them. They've got very sharp new tabards. I like that design. Very striking.
Yes. I can't wait to see them fight on international scale. I saw them on local scale. Can't wait to see how they're going to look today.
And it's, again, the French people yelling French things, which we commented on yesterday.
Yeah, that's Mon Joie. It's actually a war cry for the King of France.
And what
back
does
to the
that mean?
Crusades.
Check. Can you still hear me? Sound like my mic just went off.
Yeah, no, you're on.
Okay, good.
Oh, Canadian are taking one side, 3, and on the right side 2. Taking their time.
Here's the first engagement.
They are engagement against defense to the left. Just holding them there.
Oh!
Ooh, on the center, one of the gaining fall.
Quick takedown there.
Oh, that's Kirill in the center. That just went down. Julien's on fire. That guy hits so hard with his axe.
Oh, we've got a Canadian trapped over here on the
Oh,
side.
that hurts.
And we've got 2 in the open field and the backfield, though.
What's funny is that the French team this year, the French won the round.
Are you still hearing me? Because my mic seems to be cutting out.
No,
You hearing me okay?
I hear you
Okay.
perfectly.
All right, well, let me know if it fades out and we'll do something to fix it, but it just lost me in my feed, so.
Okay, no problem. Canadian got a good beating on that one.
Yeah.
The funniest thing is that there's only one veteran on the French team this year. They're
Really?
all new guys. They never experienced anything to this scale before. They're in for the first time. I think there's 2 fighters in there that haven't even fought before.
Wow.
But they're led up by Julien Roumeau, who's the guy with the 2-hand axe. For having fought him a few times, this guy hits like a monster.
Nice.
And he's a really, really good fighter. So he's really preparing his team the right way.
Excellent. Well, we'll also be seeing France as one of the 3 teams in the 16-on-16 on Sunday,
I can't wait to see that.
along with Spain and the United States.
I think you're fighting in that
I
one,
am
right?
fighting in that one.
Oh, that's going to be interesting.
Command on the left side with Lance Hoffman.
Oh, lovely.
Referees checking things. Kind of an interesting axe there, Benoit. The Canadian gentleman using a very large, sort of bearded axe. The 3rd one in on this side. It's something you don't generally see.
I can't see the end of
it's,
that.
there it is, see?
Ooh,
A very, very interesting choice.
let's see. That would be great for hooking. I don't
It'd
know
be
if he's
very
going to
great
use
for
it that
hooking.
way.
Striking, I'm not sure how that would work, but
Let's see how we use it. I'd be afraid of that getting cut in my shield if I was fighting against him.
I agree. French seem to be making a move.
French are using defense on one side, which is actually very good. They're protecting their back that way.
Yep, they've got both sides shut down, and they've got 1 man in the center if someone attempts to make a run. Taking their time.
They're very calm, really taking their time, really controlling the field. It's nice.
They're now collapsing in on the Canadian team.
Yep.
A wrestling match over on the fence. And here comes the big man with the axe.
Nobody's falling yet.
Nobody's giving an inch here. We've got a one-on-one in the backfield. One of the French fighters coming over to assist. Comes in with a kick, almost falls down.
Oh, one Canadian is down.
But he put the
Big
Canadian
X
down.
to the head. Another Canadian down. The bearded X is down. Oh,
And it
one
is
on
now
one,
a
2-on-1.
3-on-1, and that's
Oh,
it.
sorry. Didn't notice 3. French looks a lot tougher than I first thought they would be for new guys.
They're fighting well.
Their strategy is really sound, using defense to defend their back.
Now I'm wondering with the Canadian gentleman that was down, from my vantage point, that looked like a pretty vicious kick to the knee from the French fighter. I don't know if any of the referees saw that or if we're able to see that on the live feed at home, but I do hope he is all right.
Well, at least he can stand.
Well, he's back up.
Well, when we were talking about the beard on the axe, he didn't use it to hook, but he got cut a few times in his opponent's shield, which is, when you have anything with a hook on it, it's always a 2-edged weapon. You can get cut as much as you can use it to hit the other guy.
Absolutely.
And in this case, it really played him a dirty trick.
That's, the weapon selection is so crucial to your fighting style. I was just with some of my fighters up at one of the booths that's selling weapons and going over strengths and disadvantages of each weapon. A lot of things that you know, especially for those of you at home watching that haven't done this before, that you think would work really well, end up not working at all. It's like a greatsword. Greatsword looks like it would be a fantastic weapon, but you have all the disadvantages of an axe, of a longer axe without the striking power. So not really the best choice. I learned
And also
that the
not a
hard way.
great handle to try to, you know, grapple your opponent to the floor if you need to.
Well, and the problem is with that, even, you know, if you put it around their neck, that if they're just wearing a pelerine, a padded collar, it can often slide up under that, and that's an illegal move. So you have to be really careful. Where with an axe handle, because it's wider and rounder, it's not as likely to do that.
It might happen, but it won't be as likely.
No. All right, let's see who they're staging now. I can see the gentleman beneath me. I'm not sure what team he is for. It looks like he's from Sweden. Has an amazing,
the fur collar,
like fur collar on under a Russian helmet. One of the Byzantine, Eastern European style helmets. It's quite a look. Striking. Haven't seen that one before. I'm not sure out there with as hot as it gets and as hot as you get, I'd be wearing fur.
Honestly, if I was Swedish, I wouldn't be wearing fur in Portugal, but that would be my choice.
Maybe if I was fighting in Sweden.
Yeah. Well, just coming from Quebec, that actually the heat has been a big issue for fighter from the north.
Oh, I'm sure.
In general, for us, yesterday was even worse.
All right, well, we're going to cut out for just a minute here while they restage the fighters, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Stick with us here. 2016 IMCF World Championship in Portugal.
Sweden and France, come to the arena, please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at the 2016 IMCF World Championship in beautiful Montemor-o-Velho.
Not as sunny Portugal anymore.
Sunny Portugal. Well, it's not sunny at the moment. A little better for our fighters. We currently have on the field France and Sweden. Sweden on the near side in the blue with the gold. France on the far side with looks like crosses, but I believe those are fleur-de-lis.
They're fleur-de-lis, actually.
Fleur-de-lis.
The three gold and fleur-de-lis for the flag of the King of France.
Now you can see the Swedish fighter has the big fur collar, which is quite a fashion accessory. The Swedes look like they're going to try to push, from our perspective, the right side.
Yeah, 4 on the right side, 1 on the left. Different strategy. I haven't seen this one used very often. Oh, going straight center. Oh, he's being welcomed hard.
Oh, and that's...
Oh, he lost a piece of armor.
Lost a large piece of armar.
That's a shin guard, actually.
Oh, was it a shin guard?
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't tell. It looked like it might have been a van brace.
No, it's definitely like... Oh, down is the Swedish on that one.
All right, we are now down to... We have...
Oh, that was dirty. That was after the bell.
Well, actually, I don't think they should have blown that whistle because we still had 2 Swedes up.
Oh, I thought it was only one up.
No, the gentleman in the Eastern kit with the sash.
Oh, okay.
is
I
also
thought he was
Swedish.
down.
Yep. Well, that's why it gets confusing when people decide to do things other than the tabard of their national team. And I am aware that with some armor kits that wouldn't be historically accurate, but it makes it awful tough on the battlefield to figure out who's who.
Yeah, especially if you have a full field like that,
and,
full team.
And everyone's in blue. Quebec's in blue, Sweden's in blue, France is in blue, Scotland's in blue.
In this case, 2 blue and yellow, so it gets really quickly confusing. I wouldn't want to be the ref on that one.
Yeah, a little difficult. And you know, the thing of it is you try to be as good as you can, but occasionally you see blue and yellow, and you have to think for a second, well, which team is this? Because I got 6 teams in blue and yellow. Interesting choice here by the one Swedish fighter. He's got a shield mounted on his back.
Well, we'll avoid you to get a lot of damage from polearm, but at the same time, you lose a lot of movement. I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe he just has really bad armor on his back.
Yeah, well, wood,
yeah, that wouldn't be my choice, but...
Me neither.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, same strategy on both sides, 3 and 2. Using defense for the Swedish. Oh, switching sides. Oh, good attack on the back.
Yeah, was not able to capitalize on that, though. It looked like he pulled off his strike right at the end because the big Frenchman with the pole axe was
He's
closing
doing damage.
Yep.
Lost a weapon for
we
Swedish.
have one of the Swedes who's lost a weapon. Ooh. Now has an axe in his hands.
Axe is broken for the French.
And we've had another weapon go flying.
It broke,
That's off
actually.
one of the French. And this Swedish guy, that might be a magic axe because he seems pretty much reinvigorated after that.
Yeah.
Sweden plays their cards right. They've got numbers in position. They could pull this out. I believe the French fighter in the corner has no weapon.
His axe broke, actually, so.
It broke?
Yeah, he got a new one now. He's got the pole axe in his arm right now. Ooh, that was a nasty hit.
So
the French just took a nasty
hit. The 2 Swedes here could definitely capitalize on having the one French fighter. In the corner, the referees are making a call.
Oh. Okay, they split them. They've been inactive for too long in the corner. Oh, this is a tiresome round.
The Swedes need to put this. Oh, and they put him down. They now have numbers. They need to get back in that fight. This is where you have to dig deep and help your countrymen. If one of them makes a run with a solid kick,
is it me or is it 4 against 1 now? It's 4 against 1. The referee should stop the fight. 4 against 1.
No, there's
2. There's 2 of them. You're right.
That's why we don't make the calls from up here.
No, we don't see everything. Oh, that's a huge pileup.
Oh, and the Swedes are dropping the pain. The Frenchman is using the rail, trying to sit on it, but he's got a lot of Swedes around him right now.
But they're doing a great job. They're sitting in that corner, just holding on. I mean, even if you lose that round, you just tired up almost the whole team in one shot.
They're not letting him get any of the big shots in. Playing a very defensive game.
Kick.
They're attempting. The Swedes are attempting to sweep the leg on the one French fighter. Not very successfully. Now we're moving out of the corner a little bit. We basically have 2 2-on-1s. French team holding up remarkably well.
They're good. Wow.
There's some tough fighters in there right now.
They won't let go.
Oh, and they get one of the Swedes down.
No way. This is amazing. Oh, now he's stuck with an axe to the face. Oh, stop the fight. No.
No, they're still going. They're trying to put the one Frenchman down. He is having none of that.
Well, there's still 2 guys standing. The other guy's still against defense. Now he's down.
This is where it gets really difficult and dangerous for the referees because you've got a lot of bodies, a lot of weapons swinging, difficult to make calls.
Well,
they're attempting to sort something out here. And it looks like it ended up a 3-on-1. Sweden takes the round.
But they didn't take that one easy.
No, that was not an easy victory, but one not at all.
Fight.
My gosh.
And, you know, when it's a second round like this, you know you probably tired the other team. Which team is going to be able to survive? Because right now, it turned from a sprint into a marathon.
Exactly, exactly. And now we have, they have to go a 3rd round. They'll be substituting people definitely, but you had 4 of the Swedes on the field almost the entire time engaged, where the 2 French fighters were able to keep them, engaged and keep them working. So, you have 8 people on a 5-man team, so you can swap out your 2 guys that got really tired in that, and the Swedes don't really have that opportunity.
Now they only have 1 guy left in their pool, basically.
Oh, do they really?
Well, if you switch to 4 guys, you don't have that much guys left.
A lot of times your lineup in the 2nd and 3rd rounds depend on who was engaged the longest.
Yep, and in this case, Sweden, it's really going to be a marathon for the 3rd round.
It's going to be very hard for them. Cloud cover keeps rolling in. Feels like it might rain here.
Well, I know they were announcing some for the next for today and tomorrow. Actually, a bit afraid of tomorrow. They're announcing storms, so let's cross our fingers.
Referee is cautioning the Swedish fighter on prohibited techniques.
Yeah, one of the prohibited techniques that happens a lot accidentally is the axe or the weapon. You're not supposed to have it under the brim, the helmet, or across the neck. And it's really hard not to do that.
Well, because you can't see it. Yeah, you can't see from your perspective. And you may think, from your perspective that you have a perfectly legal hold and not realize that it's slid under a pelerine or an aventail, and now you are in a prohibited technique.
Exactly, and it slips so easily on those helmets. The only way you can prevent that when you fight is actually squeezing your elbow real tight together. That's the only technique that really works, but at the same time, there's no perfect technique to prevent that.
And the first raindrops start falling here in beautiful Montemor-o-Velho, which is going to be rainy Montemor-o-Velho in just a second. Making some moves here to keep things dry.
Especially our monitor.
Yeah,
the last thing we'd want is a wet monitor.
And the fight has begun. Sorry, we were trying to cover some stuff up here. We kind of missed the beginning part of that.
Oh, one of the French directly on the floor.
Down already.
Yep. Very aggressive Swedish fighter went to the corner to take him down.
The Swedish fighters, I think when that guy picked up that magic axe, he got really invigorated.
Yep, big time. And the fur collar guy is hitting really hard with that small axe. Gets the reaction.
And now we have one of the Swedes down, so we're 4-on-4.
Oh, there's one French there that is really taking a beating in that corner with that little axe right to the hip. Right where his little armor. But he's fighting back.
Oh! And the gentleman with the fur collar from Sweden comes through with a big takedown on the French fighter. It goes to work on the hip of the other French fighter. We are actually getting hail.
Sounds like it.
And Sweden takes the round. That's a little surprising, wouldn't you say, Benoit?
That was a bit of an upset. From the first round, I'd never believed it. On the second round, I thought they were dead tired after that.
Absolutely.
But it really went out to beat up the French. They're surprisingly good and strong, and their cardio is, wow.
Excellent.
It's excellent.
Because you can be, as I said yesterday, those of you who are listening to the feed yesterday, it's always a difficult choice between more muscle, because if you have more muscle, you are, of course, stronger, but you also burn a lot of energy. Oh, it's raining pretty nasty.
Oh, it's hard now. It's falling down.
It is blowing and really unpleasant at the moment. Yikes.
Okay, we're going to be quite wet there.
Yeah. Hopefully this will blow over. Our audio technicians are trying to protect our equipment as much as possible. But I'm sure you can see on the feed that the rain is battering us at the moment.
I don't think we're going to be stopping for the next round. I think we're still going to go in for our next round. I don't know if we're going to be able to present it, mind you. Because personally, with glasses, there's not much you can see anymore. I need wipers on those things.
Yeah. It's.
But it looks like it's going to be Austria.
Hard enough here that it's taking the top cover off of our audio equipment. So it is. The storm is definitely whipped up.
So it's going to be Canada against Austria right now.
It's in the rain.
Or for a Canadian fighter, that would be a blessing right now.
Yeah. Well, you know, when you're out there in the armor, the rain really serves to keep you cool.
Yeah. Also makes you heavy in the gambazon.
Yes, that's true. Yes, your gambazon gets, well, I sweat so much my canvas is wet no matter what I do, so.
Welcome to my club. Canadian team, most of them come from Yukon. So you can talk cold. When he got to Montemor, when I crossed them on the first day we were here, they were just sitting down and said, it's too hot, we won't be able to fight. But no, they've done pretty well. So.
Well, and they're back out.
They lost their first fight to France. Let's see what they can do against Austria. Austria has tons of experience.
This rain is really cold and really pelting and really unpleasant.
I wish I was still wearing my armor right now.
Attempt to take, no, there's no shelter up here at all. I tried to get behind one of the crenellations and maybe block a little bit of it so I don't lose my headset.
And the fight has started.
All right.
Canada has 4 guys on the left, 1 guy in the center. And one of the Austrian went. Ooh, one of the Canada down with the Austrian, 2 Canadian down. 2-on-1. Ooh, okay. Hard to describe, it's all against the fence.
Yep, they're all against the fence, fighting it out.
3 versus 3.
We are trying desperately to keep our equipment dry up here so we can continue broadcasting. But all of a sudden we disappear.
So
I would guess that's what happened.
So it's 3 against 2 now. 2-hand axe fight on the far left corner. 3-on-1.
All right. And Austria takes that round.
It's water, it's ale, it's everything.
Trying to keep my headset dry currently by using a chair as an umbrella.
Actually, this is something the crew should actually film.
Yeah, this is quite a vision. Benoit and I up here. Benoit
with our chairs on our head.
I'm from the United States, and we have chairs on our heads currently, attempting to keep our headsets dry.
Well, you know, fighting and doing sports on the outside and commentating on that, you'll have those type of situations all the time.
Very true.
Actually, the crowd all ran away at once, which is kind of sad, but it's a great photo
really
opportunity.
Coming down. It seems to be letting up a little bit. Looks like there's some blue sky right behind it, and we're hoping for that.
Yeah, I would like that, because it's kind of cold here.
Yeah, it's a little chilly.
All right, so Austria got the first round, and we're going in for the second.
I'm hoping somebody's getting a picture of us with our chair hats. It's pretty ridiculous.
I'm not sure I want to see that. All right, and it starts.
Okay, rain is letting up. Here they come, Austria coming out
Austria
hard.
really aggressive. Well, that poleaxe is, it's going to make a lot of damage if they don't stop him. And good move by the Canadian, blocking the pole arm guy right away.
You know, that is a
ooh, that's a nasty pile up.
We have an Austrian down. We have a Canadian
2 Canadian down, 1 Austrian. 3 Canadian down. They're taking them down at will.
Oh, and that stop fight.
Yeah. See, that's the problem when you're dead center. If you turn your back to your opponent, it's going to play you a dirty trick.
Absolutely.
And that's what happened to the Canadian right there.
I'm surprised. A very common technique for the United States team, and I know for Quebec as well, is drive right to the rail and set up on the rail and make them come and try to dig you out. But we're not seeing a lot of that.
Well, the thing, and I talk for the U.S. team and the Quebec team here. We're usually older gentlemen.
Yeah.
We're lazy bums. Actually, no. But the thing is that being older, to me, I don't have that will to run across past my 40s. So I much prefer going against the rail and taking my sweet time and being safe.
Well,
mind you, when I was 20, I would be one to run across that field just to bump into somebody.
Well, and it depends, too, on the physical build of your team.
Exactly.
The United States team tends to be very large and very strong.
Same thing with Quebec team right now. We got 4 large individuals, strong individual to play with.
So it's a different game. If you have a team that's light, fast, good runners, you're probably going to play a speed game.
Canadian have, right now, from the way I look at it, and from the past experience with them, they're really fast. And they haven't used that much, especially in the second round. They were not using it. They let the Austrian come to them.
Exactly.
Which is, for a team that can run that much, that can move that much, probably not a good idea.
No, absolutely not.
Although the Austrian played it well. They just cut the field on them and pressured them in a position where they're not going to be able to fight as well.
Well, looks like we got some nice blue sky coming, but it's still a little bit rainy here. Luckily, nothing is shorted out yet. I assume our feed is still going.
All I know is I can hear you, you can hear me,
That's right.
everything is good.
Now, for those of you who are watching at home, we don't always see what you're seeing because they're changing the feed and things, and so we're doing our best to commentate on what you're watching, but it's our perspective is a little different. We try to keep up. We have a monitor here, but it is very
covered
difficult to see. Yeah, it's covered right now.
So we're going to describe more of a general scene than what you might see with close-ups.
All right.
So the Austrian are taking the field again. They don't even look tired. That's
No,
scary.
not at all. Not at all. Very powerful Austrian team this year.
They have lots of experience. I mean, those guys, and they tour around Europe to fight all the time. And they're good. I'm always surprised when I see them fight. I know they're good, but every time I'm like, they're going up a notch. I can't wait to see them. Are they doing the 10 and 10 this year? I think so, huh?
I'm not sure, but I believe so.
Because last year they did very well in 10 and 10.
10 on 10 is kind of an interesting animal. It's it doesn't quite have the speed of the 5s, and it doesn't have the complex strategy of the 16s. It's always interesting to watch, and it's new for only the last 2 years, correct?
Yeah, we started that last year
in
in
Poland,
2015
yes. So,
in Malbork, and it became quickly one of the crowd favorites actually,
absolutely.
because you have close to the speed of a really fast 5 versus 5. You have strategies, and you have those moments where suddenly there's 4 guys taking down 1 guy. You have the big play. And with the big field that we have with the IMCF, this one is 13 meters by 16 meters. You have a lot of room, even for 10 guys, to move around and do nice maneuvers.
Oh yeah, it's a very large field. The beautiful rail system around it.
The rail is, this year, has been made higher than the past years.
It does look higher.
And the bottom one is at the same height as usual, so sometimes your butt stick out, and you got to watch out, because when you're leaning on that, you can be bent in that hold pretty hard and then get it beat up.
And that's not good for your back.
Or your face, because then
Yeah,
they tend
that's
to
true.
beat your face when you're sitting on that fence.
Okay, so we have an Austrian team in. I am guessing they're going to fight France.
Oh, that's going to be
That's
interesting.
what it looks like. Gentleman coming on.
Yeah, that's France that's coming in.
Coming in a Bertage helmet. That's got the nasal piece. So
Right now, it's
earlier-
one of the fighters' favorite, because there's a lot of hair.
Yes.
You can breathe in that
Yes.
one, more than the average club visor.
Yep, very true.
At the same time, your eyes, and you're a bit more exposed, and it's closer to the face, so if you get a big hit, you might taste metal.
Well, and it's interesting because with the Armored Combat League in the United States, we have a slightly different rule set, just given the nature of our country. And I've had a lot of my fighters comment to me today, are those eyes legal on those? I'm like, well, yes, under IMCF rules they are. They would not meet Armored Combat League spec, but slightly different rule set.
Yeah. So far, we haven't had real much issues, eye injuries, at least in Europe. So, and there's a guy with a wolf rib. Personally, I owned an helmet like that. I got afraid a few times.
Oh,
So,
yes.
but I think the mentality is, I can breathe, I can see, I'll take the damage if there's anything happening. So they start.
All right. France moved forward. Austria, they're meeting at midfield. A little cross action there.
Taking
Bit
time
of
to study each
engagement,
other, a
attempted
little
leg sweep.
engagement. That French looks a bit lost. Well, Austria didn't capitalize. Ooh, good attack by the French, taken.
Oh, and the French have one of the Austrians down. They now
And
have
the Austrian, he's down with him. His knee is on him. He's down. The rule is, if it's only your hand and you don't put pressure, you're okay. But since your knee was in it, you're allowed. You have 3 points. Ooh, the French are
we have
really
a
bringing it to
4-on-1. They
4-on-1.
should be stopping the fight. And
they
they do.
stopped.
France.
Wow.
Surprising.
That French team, it has a lot of future.
Oh, absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
mean, they're surprisingly good. Other thing that really, really amazed me is the growth of France in the sport. They got hundreds of armored fighters right now ready to fight.
Really?
Yeah, they're big enough that they're doing this, and also at the same time, as they have the team here, the national team here, they got a big local tournament at the same time on the same weekend.
Wow.
That's how big they are now.
Nice.
It's really picking up in France. So,
Well, the rain has stopped. Looks like the sun's coming out a little bit. We're pretty damp up
ooh,
here.
and that chair was wet.
Yeah, that's why I shook mine off first.
I did that too, but apparently
you-
not as good as you.
Well, I might have more layers on too. I'm probably just soaking my tabard here. All right, we are ready for round 2. France is up 1 against Austria.
And a big one too.
Yeah,
4-1.
decisive
It's
4-1 victory.
Yeah.
No questions on that. Crowd is starting to come back with the sunshine coming out.
Last chin strap check.
Yep.
That's
That's
also
one of the things that is required is a chin strap, is some sort of retention system for your helmet, because if your helmet comes off out here, that's on the good bad scale, that's way on the bad scale.
Oh yeah. Thing is, there's different system of retention for the helmet. The chin strap, I know you're American, you really use the chin strap. We personally use a lot of neck strap. I know Polish last year were using the strap, the helmet directly to the armor.
Right.
So, back to the same strategy as before, but the Austrian are more aggressive this time. Ooh,
and we have one Austrian down
One
already,
down.
and we've got a double team with some big axe hits. That's
that's gonna hurt.
He's going to be feeling that in the morning.
Oh yeah.
French pulls another Austrian
Wow.
down with a good
Look at those hits.
takedown.
Ooh, that's hard. Armor,
Checks his teammates.
good kicks to the leg.
And the
3
French
on
take
1, stop
round
that.
2.
I'm actually happy the ref stops it right away because that poor guy was taking a beating.
Yes.
Those are strong hit.
Well, anytime somebody's got the leverage of a large axe like that, you're getting hit, and you're getting hit hard.
And repeatedly, which is a problem.
Yes. You know, all the armor protects, and that's one of the things that we have definitely learned in our time doing this, that armor is very protective. However, any armor system can be defeated with multiple strikes.
Yeah, basically, when you don't want to be treated as an anvil for an axe like that.
Exactly not. It's interesting for those of you at home who aren't that familiar with the sport or armored combat in general. There are a lot of misconceptions, basically brought about by Hollywood movies, that swords have the ability to cut through armor. Well, if swords could cut through armor, why would knights have worn armor? Because it's heavy and expensive and
uncomfortable.
Yeah, and uncomfortable oftentimes. But it definitely protects you against these types of weapons. Now, other people have said that, well, the weapons are blunted, so that's not realistic. Well, you can go out with a knife and try to cut the fender off your car and have a sharp weapon, and it's still not going to do a whole lot of damage to get through the weapon. Now, what you saw in later period times, or as things started to evolve and armor started to get better, was weapons like, bec de Corbin, the Raven's Beak, that were designed to punch through armor, war hammers that have so much impact power that even if your helmet protects you from it, you're going to be knocked senseless.
Literally. We have a few videos of the Polish actually back home fight with war armor. I'm actually afraid of those weapons. Guys using it properly knock each other's out in a blink of an eye.
I mean, at our first national tournament last year, Jay Brooks from the United States team hit me right behind the ear with his two-handed axe, and I dropped like a marionette with my strings cut. I was out, and I can't even imagine what that would have been like had that been a heavy war hammer.
You probably wouldn't be here talking in a microphone.
Well, I probably wouldn't be talking, or it wouldn't be making much sense.
Or just drooling, actually.
As it was, he hit me so hard, he knocked third grade entirely out of my head.
Wow. That's hard.
Luckily, you don't learn a lot in that grade.
No, and it's
my coloring skills were never good to begin with.
That's okay. As long as you're not the early 20s, you do that by yourself, usually with different products.
All right, so we have Scotland in the St. Andrew's Cross.
And Canada on this side.
Making the checks on the Scottish team.
Later today, we have another pool that's going to be very interesting as well, where you have, I think, 3 of the strongest team on the same bloody pool.
I know Denmark's in that, isn't you?
Denmark, Poland, and UK.
Yeah, excellent.
With New Zealand and Portugal.
Wow, that's going to be a baptism by fire for the Portugal team. This is their first year in the competition, is it not?
No. They've been around with us for a while, but I don't remember if they did 5 versus 5
That's what I'm
last year.
thinking. The 5-on-5. I don't remember seeing Portugal before.
They did duels all the time.
Yes,
I don't remember if they
I
did
know they had
5-on-5.
single fighters, but I think this is their first year in the 5-on-5. Now I may be wrong about that, but
I'm trying to remember right now. We had all those on paper, but the rain took care of that.
the rain eliminated all of our sheets of information.
So any notes we should have, they're gone.
We don't have them anymore. So we're just going to be making up stuff at this point.
Yeah, it's easy with Scottish names. We just put a Mac before
Yes,
you're okay.
right.
Canadian, we can call them all A. And that was my...
Hey, I got yelled at by one of the Quebec people at home watching, who said to Eli, who is our other announcer, that it's Quebecois, not Quebecians.
Quebecians, yeah, that was a good one.
He said, "I'm from New Zealand. What am I supposed to know about that?"
Yeah, that's Eli. So Scotland on one side. I haven't seen them fight so far this year, so...
England, Portugal, Poland, and Ireland will advance. Again.
They're announcing something. We're trying to...
Longsword. They're getting ready for longsword. This pool is about to be over, then we're going to move to longswords. All right, Canadians are deploying, as well as Scotland. Scotland look heavy.
Yeah, they've got some good-sized boys out there, especially the gentleman on what would be our right.
Oh, this is
to the
good.
audience.
The Canadian are moving to the left and trying to make a move around.
Quick exchange.
Quick change, but he should have went in a bit harder than that, I believe. That's good.
Oh, and the Scottish fighter got hit hard, moving sideways, and he's down. We have 2 Scottish fighters down. 3-4, and that's the end of that. Canada, decisive victory over Scotland.
Big time. I know Scottish fighters also on this team this year are a lot of new guys. A lot of them are on their first experience in an international tournament. Oh, he lost a piece of armor there.
The Scottish team last year, a great majority of them had just received their armor before they left for Poland.
Ooh,
and
yeah,
some
I
of them had
remember
not
that.
even had it on yet.
Some were ill-fitting as well. Which is going to be normal when you buy a new armor.
Exactly. Your armor basically takes a great deal of time to shake out, to get everything working properly, especially with your arming coat, your gambeson, making sure that your gauntlets fit correctly with your vambraces, your arm pieces, and it has to work together as a system. Now, I finally got my armor shaken out, so it fits great, works great, and I'm retiring after this tournament, so that's about how it works out.
It's funny because mine took about a year and a half to finally work. As I was doing today, yesterday I was almost dancing on the field. It's like, this is so good, I can finally move. And somebody broke 2 pieces out of it, so I got to readjust everything before tomorrow. So.
Your team did very well yesterday. They swept their division.
We have a great chance this year, for us at least, to train together for the first time more than once before the World Championship. So we had amazing cohesion. At least that's how it felt on the field, where everybody knew its role, everybody knew where it was going. There was no hesitation. See, that's one thing I noticed on the Scottish as well right now, is that they had hesitation to go in.
Absolutely.
And you can't allow yourself to have hesitation when you fight. You have to go in. If you want to hit the guy, you go right away. You don't hesitate. You go full in.
Yeah, they look a little hesitant out there.
Yeah, now they got control.
And the other problem is the
mistake.
gentleman who's wearing the chapeau de fur, the iron hat,
He
just
tripped.
finished the longsword competition where he went 8 rounds. So that man has to be tired.
Oh, he's not tired there. He's dead.
Yeah. But he's still fighting. He's got 2 Canadians on him right now, and he is scrapping it up out there.
He's scrappy. I can see that. Wow.
Oh, nice try by the Canadian, but the Scottish fighter manages to keep his feet. All right, we're down. We've got 4 Canadians, 5 Canadians still up, and that's the end of that. Scottish fighter goes down.
So 5-1. This is very decisive there. Scotland did not know what hit them right there.
No, they did not. They looked a little hesitant out there. The Canadian team capitalized on that immediately. In the 5-on-5s, if you make sometimes just a single mistake, a single person going down will mess up your situation, and you can lose it very quickly.
Well, one thing they did there was and it happens a lot of time when you're not sure what you're doing. They grouped up right in the center, and they got completely run around by one of the Canadian, and he's behind you. There's not much you can do anymore. You know somebody's going to fall, and then it's a domino game at that point.
Absolutely. That may be the last of our fights in the 5-on-5. I'm not sure. Let's see, we had... Who haven't we seen? Oh, obviously, it's Austria coming out.
Against Scotland, I think. My guess is they haven't done those two yet.
We had Austria-France. We had Austria-Canada. So it's going to have to be Austria-Scotland. Yep, and here comes the Scottish team.
Wow. Oh, it's against Sweden. Haven't they done that?
I don't think so.
It's, like I said, without the sheets anymore, I don't know.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, all of our notes, as we stated earlier, got soaked in the pounding rainstorm. But now we've got bright sunlight. And looks like there's some other storms coming in, though, so we'll see how the day evolves.
That changed a lot of stuff on the field, mind you, because now it's wet, now it's slippery. Even like earlier, one of the Scottish fighters slipped in the mud and fall, and then you lose one guy for a team on your team. And on a 5-versus-5, that's not good.
Very hard to, a lot of Hollywood movies and everything would make you think that one superior fighter can defeat 5 to 10 to 100 fighters. Generally not so, because the only strategy you have to do is have one fighter get a hold of them and the rest of them beat them down.
We saw that yesterday on our team.
We definitely saw that.
We did that to people, but at one point we had a very good runner, and a Mexican run him down with 2 guys to make sure he was not getting out of that corner. So I was fighting with somebody, getting him ready for my runner, turned around, there's nobody. Now I got to grapple the guy to the floor. He's a big guy. So you spend a lot of energy because of little mistakes like that, or mistakes or good strategy by your opponents on this point.
Well, and it's always difficult when you check one of your fighters, you go, he looks like he's doing good, and then you go to re-engage yours, and you look back, and the man you were counting on to be there is gone. Or he's gone, and the guy he was fighting is steaming toward you. That's not a good feeling. All right, here we go. Austria and Scotland.
No, Sweden.
I'm sorry. Sweden.
So 3 on one side.
Oh.
There's the engagement
and
on the side.
he did not go down.
And he let him run behind. That was a bit of a mistake there. Don't know if he can capitalize on it. Oh, he took his own man down with the other guy. Oh, that's not a good move. That mace is really short.
That's a bar mace. Not. No, the referees are making some sort of call.
It's 2 on 1, but he didn't see the Swede in his back. He shouldn't have waited until his friends engagement.
So
suicide move. But worked great on Sweden.
I had the pleasure last year in New Zealand to joust against 2 Swedes. Excellent matches, all of them. Matter of fact, the tournament was won by one of the Swedish competitors. A lot of fun, great guys.
And great food.
So yeah, those meatballs they have, pretty amazing.
Meatballs, and you can have saffron bread.
Yes.
All
right,
that's my extent of knowledge of Sweden cuisine.
Austria is definitely going to have to pick it up on this fight.
Swedish look good. I mean, they're tough fighters. Their strategy is, I think, needs a bit of work, but they're really using it well.
The most foolish thing for Austria to attempt to do with this big Swedish team is to break off in one-on-ones.
Yeah.
They're going to need to have some movement and some trap plays. And I've heard, as a matter of fact, I had a discussion with a gentleman on YouTube who was saying that this is just a brawl. It's not. I mean, you can watch the strategy develop. You've got a 3-on-2 on the Austrian side, and then it's matched on the Swedish side, and then 2 runners at the same time.
Ooh,
and the Austrian loses his feet.
That's not good.
That's costly. Oh, and you can tell it is slippery out there, folks.
Oh, he's still up. He's still up. He has no weapon.
Austrian fighter comes back, takes an axe. A pretty. Oh! The gentleman from Scotland got hit.
Sweden.
I'm sorry, Sweden. Too much blue.
That's a nice fight, that one. But it is slippery out there.
It is, you can tell.
Now it's a grappling against defense.
And is he down or is he not? The referees say he is still up. Well, we have two Austrians against the Swede.
Big hits.
If the Swede is smart, he will dig to that rail. Not get pushed over his own guy. And
they lose. It was a bit of a, it looked like a bit like, okay, I'm dragging him down and that's my last move of the day.
I'll try to get 1 point. All right. So we're going to a third round, ladies and gentlemen. Austria won.
Austria actually managed to get back from that bad slip on a corner there.
It's a very nice hound skull or houndstooth bassinet that the one Austrian fighter is wearing. You don't see those a lot in this competition because the protruding nose is a really good target.
I personally love to put my hand right under it and lift the head backward a bit to make sure the guy falls once you sweep his leg. But me personally, for having tried one, if it's not perfectly made, you won't see your own feet. You don't know where you're stepping.
It is difficult. It is difficult.
But that was my experience. But if you get a good one, you will see properly.
I only fought in one once, and that was, I was at a jousting tournament in France, and they announced we were also going to have a fighting tournament.
Okay, surprise.
Exactly. Well, all right, let's see how this works.
But for jousting, it must be great helmet. I mean, they must deflect the lens.
It works very well for that.
All right, we're back for the third round. Let's see what happens on that one.
We have Sweden 1, Austria 1, and the fight is on.
He goes across.
Small Swede, who's obviously very, very good at running. He is causing chaos in the backfield.
There you go.
Oh, and a big hit from Eddie. Falls.
Oh, my God.
No.
Running right now is risky.
Such a beautiful move.
Oh my God.
Dominoes. We are down to a 2-on-2, folks. They are sliding out there. And the Swede gets put over
and it's the small Swedish guy. He must fight his heart out now to get out of that.
He's made the right move. He's on the rail. He's dug in.
Yeah.
He's got 2 chances. I'm going to say they're slim and none, but he's still trying to work. Might be trying to work to that corner.
When they're 2-on-1 with no friends to help you, sometimes the corner is not your best friend. Well, it's a good spot to get beaten up also. But he's keeping his back to the fence, which is a good move.
He's definitely trying a good throw there.
Oh, he's got thrown.
There's just not enough of him and too much of the 2 big Austrians.
But that was a beautiful run again. Quite unlucky for the Swedish that their runner that really did a big drop.
Lost his feet.
Yeah.
That would have changed the entire complexion of that fight had he not slipped. But you can see the areas, especially the areas in the center that are losing grass due to wear from the fighters, are getting very, very slick.
Yep. That's going to be quite weird also when we're going to look at the longsword.
It's going to definitely factor into the longsword.
Last year I saw, because it rained like that the night before in Poland, fighters losing because they were falling to the ground and trying to catch back their balance. Any opponent scoring points while it was really not fun.
Matter of fact, that happened to your fighter Etienne.
Yep, Etienne got into that situation, and I think it was the Austrian actually he was fighting and got him like 5 shots in the back.
Yes, I was refereeing that match, and Etienne lost his feet, had to turn his back to catch from falling down, and the Austrian capitalized, and that was the margin by which he won the fight. So
it is heartbreaking to say, okay, I'm going to let myself fall and lose a point when you think you can catch back your feet, but at the same time, if you do it wrong or if it doesn't work as much as you want, you're going to get a lot of points scored against you.
Now, for those of you that aren't familiar with the sport, one of the things that is required is medieval footwear. And the rule on that has changed quite rapidly over the last few years. I have a whole rack of shoes that were legal the year before and now aren't. Initially, we had to have medieval footwear, and we put lug soles on them, and then that wasn't legal. and you were allowed to have a flat rubber sole, and then that wasn't legal. And so we went to most of the American team are wearing period shoes with period hobnails in them, which works really well on the grass. But let me tell you, walking across these flagstones here at the castle, it's like being on ice skates.
Yeah. Personally, I don't like the hobnails at all because I slip too much even in the grass with it. For some reason, my footing is different maybe. So I go for period leather, and I just make sure it's really worn out in a certain way that it can grab a bit. Oh, there we have Scotland versus France here.
Interesting poleaxe head there. You'll notice that in period times, both probably the top and bottom of that would have a very abrupt spike to punch through armor. But of course, we want to have this competition last 4 days and have everybody standing up in the closing ceremonies that we're standing up in the opening ceremonies.
And that's why we gain stab. And pointy stuff usually stabs very well.
Yes.
Even excellently. A lot of those pole arms also had hooks on the back to grab on chainmail or whatsoever and pull. They would be great against horsemen because you can grab something in the armor and just pull him down or control him on his horse, and you can finish the job.
We got a question about the Scottish armor here. The referee's taking a look. I don't think they like
the shoulder is not to the way they like.
Yeah.
If there's too much of a gap and you get a nasty axe hit, which is going to happen with the French in any way, because as you can see, they love big axe and they know how to use it, you can break your collarbone, and that's not fun.
Or separate shoulder. It's a rough sport. You got to make sure your armor works, and the thing is, a lot of times your armor will slip and you won't know it because you can't see it. And that's why it's good to have your compatriots who are taking the field with you, checking you constantly. And the referees are doing an excellent job at making sure that that our fighters are as protected as they can be. Really big shield from the one Scottish fighter.
Yeah, that's more like a huge dual shield, and it looks heavy.
It looks very heavy.
I've never honestly seen people fight with that in the lists. At the World Championship, at least level, I've never seen it. I don't say it's a bad idea, but it's just not very common because usually we want both hands to be able to work. In this case, one hand is going to be very protective. He's not going to punch with that for sure.
You're not going to be able to move that much mass at any speed. It was interesting, last year when I was in New Zealand, they were holding a tournament there, and I was watching the tournament. I was jousting, but they were ground fighting. And after the tournament, one of the gentlemen came over and he said, "I know who you are. You watched the whole tournament and were scowling the whole time. What's wrong?" And I said, "Get rid of your giant kite shields, because it's an easy way for someone to grab onto that and control your arm. And you rarely see him." Let's see how he uses this one here. Maybe he's got a magic formula we don't know about.
We'll see if he can use it properly. I know against big axe, sometimes they can be useful, but a big axe can be used to pull it out also. Scotland again massing up in the center of the field. One guy is a bit isolated, French really spreading about.
Straight comes in for a shield barge, and yeah, that worked about as well as we thought it would.
Yep, sadly.
Yeah, we've got 2 Scots down already.
Ooh, big hits.
3 Scots down. And that's going to be 4, and that's the end of that fight.
Being kneed in the middle of a throat, that must have hurt.
Yep.
He's down flat. He's not moving. Hope he's okay.
And it's starting to rain again here.
We'll need our hats again.
Yeah, we're probably. I'm going to start that early with my beautiful chair hat. I have, if I do it this way, it's actually armored.
Yeah, that's it. Now you have your face covered the proper way.
Yeah.
Look, let's go ask the marshals if they can.
Yeah, if we can qualify these helmets.
All
hey,
right.
You can't see this on the feed, but Benoit and I look absolutely ridiculous at this point with
Actually,
plastic.
Eli is pointing at us and laughing his head off, right there by the center.
Yes, our other announcer. Yes, he's bowing to us. Thanks, Eli. Love you too.
We're gonna make it
now.
later.
Something that's not known about Eli, a little known fact, is that Eli actually has the world's largest My Little Pony collection.
Oh, lovely.
He's been collecting them for a lot of years. For the New Zealand team, they've often had to speak to him because he keeps trying to mount them on his helmet. Yeah, I guess he wants to put one of them. I think it's Rainbow Dash on his
Oh, you'll
helmet.
see later. He has one on his shield.
That's
he painted
true.
one on his shield. It's his actual
It's
coat of arm.
some pink one. I don't know which one that is. But. All right, and we're back to the fight.
And the French taking the field for the second round against Scotland.
Let's see what the Scottish guy with the hood off the 56 Buick shield is going to do this time.
56 Buick shield.
It's
I like
about
that
the
one.
size of it.
All right, and they go in.
He comes in with another shield barge, which was totally ineffective last time, and was totally ineffective this time.
Yeah, he got taken down early.
And that's the end of that, folks. And just for good measure, the last Frenchman puts down the last Scot.
That was really quick. Barely anything to describe.
Very fast takedowns.
Now, the French are, for a team of new guys, they're really impressive.
And they're doing very well today.
I can't wait to see them on the next stage.
Yes.
Because I believe, I didn't count points, but I actually believe they're going to go on the next round. They only lost to Austria.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I was trying to remember who they lost to, and it was Austria. Not sure if we have. Well, Canada's taking the field.
Okay. By the way, you want to be nice to the Scottish? They brought really fancy rum and scotch. So, as you can see, the French know how to capitalize on that.
Yes. Looks like
taking the field again.
Is preparing.
Yeah, I don't think they fought against Sweden. Oh, it's a Norton fight.
Yes. And the valley we're looking out at here, Benoit and I, from our post up on top of the castle, really very foggy right now. Very dark and foggy.
Yep.
Oh, and we're getting a great feed from a GoPro filming Benoit and I with our lovely chair hats.
Why do I feel that's going to be made into a meme?
I think we're gonna get a meme on that one. IMCF fighters too stupid to come out in the rain, but not dumb enough not to put chairs on their head.
That's being passionate about a sport, people.
That's right.
We like it enough that we wear chairs on our head.
See, I've got the skill here now. I have my chair balanced on my head. You having to use no hands.
You have a flat head.
I must have a flat head.
Mind you, I almost have a flat forehead because it's pretty much on that right now in my case. But all right.
We've got
Canada versus Sweden
taking the field against Canada.
That's going to be interesting.
The referee gets ready to send them out. Marshall on the field.
And it starts. 3 on one side.
Canadian coach yelling at them, don't clinch more than 4 seconds.
Oh, no. Ooh, almost fell with him.
One of the Swedish fighters just fell in the mud. Heartbreaking.
One Canadian is down. One more Canadian down. One more Canadian are taking a beating on that one.
The Swedes are definitely capitalizing on it, and that's the end
It's 3
of
on
that.
1.
Well, it's a 3 on 1, and the referee stopped the fight.
Again, like you said, without a national tabard, it gets a bit confusing.
It does get a little strange. And the Swede that fell right at the beginning, not happy with that.
No, but at least his team was able to still do the job.
able to pull it out.
Well, we got a small group of crowd that didn't run away, and they're all under one umbrella. Maybe we should offer them a chair.
Yeah, we do have a spare chair. Anybody who would like to join us up here is welcome to a chair on their head. It's, I believe that this is going to be the new IMCF fashion trend. You'll be seeing this in Paris and Milan later this year.
London and Montreal as well.
It is, how do you say chair in French?
Chaise.
Chaise? The chapeau de chaise.
Oh, God. I got to have that painted on my shield as well.
Yeah, this is the glory of armored combat, standing in the pouring, freezing rain with a chair on your head. Yes.
So people, if you want to do this sport, you got to be ready to look ridiculous a few times in your life. All right, here they go for round 2. I hope they can capitalize better.
We've got the Swede on the field with the gold clap visor. He's been very mobile. He's starting off a run early. The rain is now shifting. It's coming in sideways.
And he's behind and he's going.
Oh!
He took him down, but he took him down as well. That was a beautiful move.
That was. I hope you guys saw that on the feed. We had one of the Swedes attack the Canadian. The Canadian dropped on him and flipped him over the top, and they both went down.
That fight for Canada was killing. Oh, I think
the Canadian lost a weapon.
I think I'm having a bit of a problem with my equipment right now.
We got a 2-on-1 now. We have one Canadian left, and we've got 2 Swedes, and both the Swedes are armed with axes. And the Canadian has a nice shiny falchion that looks like he probably just bought today.
Well, it's not going to stay shiny now.
The axemen are stalking him down, but they're kind of worried. The ground is so compromised at this point.
Oh, he lost his weapon.
He lost his weapon, and that's the end of that. So Sweden takes 2 rounds.
So it's a victory for Sweden against Canada. Are you getting what I'm getting?
What?
A lot of backfeed noise?
No, I'm not getting anything
Okay,
back.
so I think my headset is actually dying.
Ah. Well, luckily I think that is the last fight in this section. Next up will be the long swords.
But before that,
now I'm getting it.
Yep.
Is this how Ace Frehley from Kiss got almost electrocuted?
I think so. So we're getting electrocuted with chairs on our head. Welcome to the IMCF, people.
Is that like dying with your boots on?
Something like that. Oh, God.
Oh, we have more. Scotland and Austria in the Mud Bowl.
Yeah, that's a Mud Bowl.
The Scottish team member is still clinging to that gigantic kite shield, which has served him absolutely no good so far.
I gotta say, one of the things that's really interesting in the sport is that we travel a lot. And sometimes we're quite limited in what armor and weapon we can bring, and we get stuck with some equipment we don't actually like that much. Yeah. Personally, instead of having that shield, I would prefer having just my falchion in my head.
Exactly. Or put a mace in that hand and just plan on punching a lot.
Yeah, something
because
like
he's tried shield charges both times we've seen him with that on the field, and the other fighter has basically grabbed a hold of the shield and just pushed him to the ground. So not quite sure why he's still using that. Although I think that's a different fighter that has it this time. No, wait, no, same guy. Sorry. Because the first Scot on the field is the one with the chapeau de fer, the iron helmet.
Chapeau, actually.
Chateau, okay.
Chapeau de fer.
For our French commentary, I will allow Benoit to handle that.
Yeah, that might be better.
He's got the lampshade, the steel lampshade on his head.
Okay. Actually, even his sponge shield is huge.
Yes. I know enough French to be able to tell you I don't speak French.
Oh, that's good. See, I don't know that about my English, so.
No, it was funny. The first year that I traveled with the team, I had jousted in France the year before, and then we were fighting in France, so I did learn enough French to get by. The next year was in Spain, so learned enough Spanish to get by. Following year was in Poland, learned enough Polish to get by. This year we came to Portugal, and I said, you know what? I don't really feel like learning Portuguese.
Actually, one of the interesting things for me in Portugal is that in this part of Portugal, a lot of people speak French. So I was able to speak to about everybody.
There you go. Well, the rain is intensifying.
And it's freaking cold.
We're going to need bigger chairs. One of our audio-video technicians just came up to attempt to save his monitor. Oh, the Austrians are fighting with 4. They have decided to go 4 against the Scottish 4.
Oh, there's an injured Scottish, so they only have 4 fighters left.
Very chivalrous on their part. Scotland attempts to break.
That's the first time they do that move, and that's a good idea. Oof, almost lose fire.
Oh, and the man with the gigantic shield is down first
Again. That's part of the learning curve.
The Scottish guys are great, but that's a long, flat learning curve for that guy.
Ooh, 2-on-1 now. The guy with the Chapelle de Fer is really tough.
Yeah, he fought 8 rounds in the longsword competition, and they finally ended it with a one-touch fight because everyone was so exhausted.
I've never saw that before.
I had not either. I think that was an Igor invention today.
Actually, good invention because 8 rounds is getting stupid. Against who was it?
I think it was against an Austrian.
Wow.
I'm not
He's
totally
still
sure.
not taking him down. 2-on-1. He's still standing.
There is someone shrieking encouragement below us. I don't think she's going to speak.
That'd be Julia, and actually Julia is one of the members of the Presidium. Also on the SPN team.
Oh, finally takes him down.
I gotta say to that Scotsman, he's a tough.
What?
He's a tough guy, that Scotsman.
Very tough.
I mean,
well, who out there isn't tough?
I know.
You step onto this field. That's exciting.
We got like an all-out alert.
I wonder if those sirens mean the same thing here that they mean in the United States.
Well, in the United States, we're about to blow up.
No, in the United States, that's a tornado siren.
Oh, that's not good.
And we just had security come onto the site in a van. I don't think that's a period authentic van. I'm not really sure what's happening here.
I don't know, but I know it's freaking cold.
It is cold and it is wet. Benoit and I'll be competing in a wet t-shirt contest later.
Later? We're doing that right now, right upstage.
We have no judges. I'm losing my headset.
Are they going for another run here?
Remove my chair hat.
Everybody's running. I don't know why.
Yeah,
this doesn't look good.
This does not bode well. All the Portuguese people went running.
Yeah.
So.
We'll see what they tell us, but if you don't hear anything, yeah, Steve, the big cheese, the night marshal, the head ref, is looking at us and making a sign.
With our beautiful, do you like her?
He likes our hats.
Steve, my microphone is way away from my mouth. Yeah, Steve, our night marshal, was just signaling that he wants one of these chair hats.
Well, he can have one.
His birthday was yesterday, and so perhaps we should give him a chair hat.
Yeah. Another siren now. There's more and more starting. And they start for the second round.
Is this second round or third round?
Second round.
All right, second round. And here comes the gentleman with the gigantic kite shield again.
Well, they don't have any switch anymore. So.
That's true.
Yeah, hesitating as he go in.
And he attempts the same move.
Didn't work this time.
And it didn't work again.
He's actually, if you people could see that, he was dipping his head forward, giving that a great handle for people to throw him down.
If my friend Paul in Scotland is watching, I suggest you contact your countrymen, tell them to lose the shield. It's not working. I know Paul watched yesterday because he commented on our feed, so he may be watching today.
You were saying before, somebody mentioned to you, it's only a brawl. It's so much more than that.
Oh, absolutely.
There's so much choice, so much strategy you can use and techniques you can use. Of course, in the middle of the field, while people are beating at you left, right, and center, the techniques doesn't look as pretty as in a dojo or in a class.
Well, and as Mike Tyson said, everyone's got a plan until I punch them in the face.
Exactly.
And
it's so true.
I've heard from so many people that don't do this, or people that are involved in other styles of medieval martial arts.
So, once again, Julie from France and Benet from Quebec. Round 1 of the finals in female long sword. Fight!
Estamos então no combate final, terminou o primeiro assalto. A lutadora do Quebec ganhou o ano passado a medalha de ouro em Melbourne. Ouvimos o grito de guerra da equipa francesa.
Fighters from England, Lucas from England and Victor from Spain, please prepare for the final fight in long sword category.
Segundos fora. Segundo assalto. Vamos lá ajudá-los, é a final. Última troca de golpes. Está a terminar o assalto. Os últimos pontos estão a ser recolhidos. Time! Vamos lá ajudar agora. Palmas para um excelente combate. Que foi agora? Temos que aguardar a decisão dos Marshals. O combate é ganho quando se ganha 2 assaltos. Atenção, foram encontrado um molho de chaves aqui no recinto. Se alguém lhe fizer falta um molho de chaves, vai encontrar com as seguranças aqui do recinto. Helmets off. We have a decision. Capacetes fora significa que temos uma decisão do Colégio de Marshals. A competidora do Quebec está a sangrar neste momento do sobrolho. Certamente um pequeno toque com o próprio elmo. O vencedor na final, and the winner is Quebec.
And the gold medalist is medal from Quebec! And the second place and silver medal goes to Julie from France!
Agora uma tradição francesa que levam os combatentes em ombros.
So now we'll have the final fight of longsword male category. And for the gold, we'll have a fight between Lucas Koval from England and his opponent in the opposite corner will be Oscar from Spain. Victor, sorry. Victor Terron.
Esperamos então para receber agora o último combate deste torneio de espada longa, homens. Temos de um lado a Inglaterra contra a Espanha. Do lado de Espanha, Victor. Do lado da Inglaterra, Lucas. Cameraman off, please. Vamos iniciar então o combate por medalha de ouro. Primeiro assalto. Público a ajudar aqui o combate. Força aí. Vamos para aquecer aqui os combatentes. Encostado à liça está o combatente espanhol, a ser fustigado pelo combatente inglês. Um combate muito intenso, desgasta imenso os combatentes. Time! Força aí! Um excelente combate, melhor nível do mundo. Estamos a ver a final de um campeonato do mundo. Cameras off, please. Segundo chora.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the best two fighters in the world, so make some noise to support them!
Okay, people, we're back on. So, I hope Dale will show up eventually, otherwise I'll have to come in alone. We're into the final for gold in longsword. We have the British against the Spanish. Lucas, the British, the Spanish, Victor are going to fight. I think they're on the last round now. So here's a go. It's a fight for a gold medal. Both studying. Here we go. Sort of, the Spanish got caught. And they are fighting. So, really little defense. Lucas really likes to impose himself physically to his opponent right now. And he did that also against Marcin, which he eliminated. Marcin being now bronze medal. Last year's champion. Also, I just want to report that Benedict won gold medal again for Quebec, same as last year. And Julie from France got silver. Right now, it's a game of putting your head to your opponent and hitting the shots in the leg. It's really not pretty to watch, honestly. But it's a good way to score points if your opponent doesn't know what to do against it. Putting the sword to the face and controlling completely the fight there, Lucas. See, those shots to the leg that the Spanish are giving, probably not giving him enough point because it's not hitting hard enough. Right now, they're just a little bounce on the leg. Fight is stop. It's time. End of the second round. Let's see if we have a decision.
Now the marshals are counting the points, and soon we'll have the decision. Whether we witness round number 3, or we'll have a winner after 2 rounds in this finals.
We will announce a winner right now after 2 rounds. That's quite a decisive win for whoever won that one. My guess is it's Lucas right now. We're waiting for the referee's decision. They're discussing the point right now. The point counters and the main ref, the head marshal of the list. Oh, fighters are being called to the center. We'll know who is our gold medal for 2016 Montemor IMCF champion.
In this finals, the winner and the gold medal goes to
England just won the gold medal in longsword. This is a huge surprise. We were expecting to see Marcin win that easily, but he got defeated by England, and he just won against Victor, the Spanish, for gold. This was an amazing fight, an amazing event for that part.
For England, because yesterday Pavel got the gold in Poland.
It's amazing how every single team grows right now to get better and better and better. And I mean, England is one of them. I mean, putting out duelists like Lucas out there is an amazing fighter. Same thing for Spain. I mean, Victor was world class. I mean, he's getting silver. That's really amazing.
If you want to see the decoration, will be at Sunday in the afternoon. So all the medals will be given to the fighters at Sunday. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, we will see the group fights. 5 versus 5 category.
So now they're going to dismantle the list and we're going to go into the group fights, the 5 versus 5. To me, that's the best category, but or 10 versus 10. And it's going to be a very deep, very strong pool that we're going to see. We're going to have Poland, Denmark, England, Portugal, and New Zealand. I mean, we have 3 top teams in there with 2 fast climbing team. New Zealand has been impressive all through this competition so far. Their 2-end fighter, Justin Harris, who was actually sick for the last week or so, really proved that he has improved yet. It was extremely talented, extremely good results during the longsword elimination phase. So I can't wait to see that grip.
Because in a couple of minutes we'll start the 5 versus 5.
So I'm going to be joined very soon by Brendan, who's going to help me commentating, because alone it gets a wee bit long. A wee bit long. So the teams are getting ready.
Of course, Portugal will fight also, ladies and gentlemen.
So here I am. I'll be joined by Brendan.
England, Poland,
Brendan Alpin from Ireland is going to join me, so we can comment that section of the fight, 5 versus 5. And
How are we all doing?
we're finally back on, so we're quite happy. Brendan, have you seen who's fighting in that pool?
I know we have Portugal in that pool, so we should be getting a big reception from the crowd on that one.
Oh, big time.
And
Also, have you seen, this is, I think, the deepest pool for talent, because we have, literally have Denmark, which is always dangerous to anybody. We have England.
Yeah, and they're got to be one of the top teams in this.
Oh, yeah, they're one of the top team in the world right now. And we also have Poland.
Again, another top team. They kind of swept the boards last year.
Big time.
It was their home tournament, so
6 gold
expect
medals.
it.
And we need a new headset.
First 5 will be
So we got one of the
Portugal
deepest pool out there,
and
ready
Poland.
for war.
There should be some great fights in this.
And also, there's New Zealand in that pool, which, I mean, they're no chumps.
They've come a long distance to fight. They're not going to be going easy on anyone.
No, and I had the chance to fight against them last year. They can be very tough. They've improved and trained a lot. And what it showed today with Justin on the longsword tournament, Justin, it was really good.
He did fantastically well. He really got stuck into those fights and made best use of his power. He's not one of the biggest fighters out there, but he's surprisingly strong.
Oh, he is. And the thing is that when he came and told me, he's actually been sick for a week. So, long day.
I think Laurent, who is representing Luxembourg in longsword today and won bronze medal in polearm yesterday, was also recovering from a sickness. So I don't know. Maybe you're better off fighting when you're sick.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I won't try it too much. And I'm sure not hugging those guys later on. So right now we're waiting for them we're waiting for them to put the list. What did you think of the longsword competition today?
I thought the field was really good for it. There was it was a very close field. I thought there was only 1 or 2 that kind of were maybe below the rest of the standards. The rest of them were all very good fighters. A few standouts then up on top.
I know one thing. I was surprised how Marcin got outclassed by Lucas.
That was a bit of a surprise.
But he was. I mean, wow. That was something else.
They have had a rivalry going on for I don't know how many years. And I think normally it seems to be Marcin that comes out on top. So in a way it was great to see Lucas take the gold.
It was really great to see. Also, the Spanish victor was really impressive to me, because in the past, Spain was always good fighters, but I mean, to come up with silver was really amazing. He really put everything he had in that competition this time.
Nobody was holding back. Definitely the medals given out were well earned, I think.
Oh, big time. I can't wait to see the medal ceremony on Sunday. Just to remind you people, Sunday, right before the ceremony, we're going to have our first transcontinental fight.
That is going to be very interesting.
30 versus 30. So I get to beat on Brendan. Last time he was fighting on my side. The time before I was fighting him, he busted my thumb.
His hand got in the way of my axe.
Yeah.
But as you can see, we can fight against each other, fight with each other. Everyone seems to always come out friends at the end of it, whatever way it works out.
That's what he believes. He doesn't know I'm going to throw him off the ramp. No, actually. Yeah, that's one of the beautiful thing about our sport, is that everybody here, at the end of the day, are great friends.
Yeah, the camaraderie, sure you were talking about earlier, we were talking about it this morning. It can't be overstated enough.
No,
When
no.
people who aren't familiar with the sport, they see people wailing on each other out there in the list, and you go, they must be really angry. What's wrong with these guys? Working out all their aggression, trying to kill each other. No, they're just out there. They're doing their best in their fights, and then they're all friends. As soon as the whistle blows, you'll see them shaking hands, hugging each other, helping each other up off the ground. And if one of the fighters goes down injured, you'll normally see it's his opponents that's around him first to make sure he's okay.
Well, last thing we want between each other is to hurt badly your opponent. I want to hurt him just enough so he falls on the ground.
Yeah.
Not injure him. I want him to fight next week. We're not that many fighters for that sport. And by the way, if ever you are interested into that sport, right up to the fight, go to the IMCF page and ask us who you can contact in your own country for it.
If there isn't a team in your country already, you can start one up and we'll help you.
There's not that many countries that don't have one, but probably India.
So anyone out there in India, if you want to start a team, we think you can start it.
I would really like that.
The more teams, the better.
Exactly. All right, Poland is taking the field, and they'll be fighting Portugal in the first round. Ooh, that's a big order for Portugal.
It's gonna be a tough fight. Let's see how the home team do.
The home team got a home team advantage since they got their friends right behind them, and they're gonna fight one, if not the best team in the world right now. They certainly were the best team last year since they won 6 gold medals.
Last year they could pick and choose out of all of their pool of fighters. This year, probably slightly limited by who can travel, but I still don't think they're going to be putting out a weak team.
No, that's for sure. I mean, Polish, they don't have that many weak fighters, to be honest.
I haven't met one yet.
I mean, their weak fighter is probably the highest level of some other countries that we have here.
And looks like we're just about ready to go.
And we see
already
the Polish are in position 2, 2, and 1 in the center. It's always their way of attacking.
The Portuguese are giving up one flank.
Ooh, Portuguese are in a bundle. That's not good. And they're going after this right side.
And we got a runner from the Portuguese. Trying to engage. We got 2 Portuguese down.
Ooh, 1 Portuguese down there. 3 down.
Still got 2 up. And it's done.
It is over.
Did anyone set their stopwatch for that? That was about 10 seconds maybe?
I'd say 25 to give him a chance. And you can
short
see
fight, but you can see the skill in their hands in the Polish.
Oh yeah. The Polish. We were discussing me and Dale earlier about how the element holds to the fighters. We have to have a retention mechanism. Could be a strap to your chin, strap to your neck. See, if you see one of the fighter right now, I don't know because we don't have a monitor anymore, but he wears the helmet attached to his back, so it allows him to just remove it and put it like that. But when it's on its head, it's quite secure. It won't fall.
And that's the last thing you want. We've seen in a few of the fights so far, helmets coming off.
Very limited this year. That's really improved in this sport, where we start to know better and better how to do it.
The more the marshals double check the standard, make sure straps are in place, the less likely it is to happen.
Exactly.
But there is always a risk of a strap snapping.
By the way, trying to remove a piece of equipment off your opponent, especially the helmet, is quite, it can give you a yellow card. So you don't want to try that.
It fits in with all the rest of the banned moves in it. Most of the moves that are banned are because they can result in permanent injury. Pulling a helmet off can kill someone. And we're back into the next round.
Again, the Portuguese give up one flank, and he isolated one of the fighters. Good attack by the Portuguese, not going anywhere. And the back, and down he goes. Oh, nice kick to the stomach on the left corner.
One Polish down. And
4-on-1. It's 4-on-1. They lost the second round.
Once you get in there and start hitting, it can be hard to hear that whistle when it blows. Or even to see those big yellow poles when they come into
Good thing the yellow poles are quite visible. They're made out of steel, by the way.
So if you don't react quick enough,
you might get a slap.
You get hit. And the Polish celebrating, trying to get that crowd going. I think they're just enjoying their day.
Well, it's cooler now. Everybody's enjoying their day a bit better. We're not sweating like yesterday.
I don't know if I prefer the sun or the rain. Probably the sun.
Oh, please don't. No more rain. I'm all wet. I don't want to bring out the chair hat. That part is that Dale right now is not talking. He's right behind us. He's probably going to run and hide and laugh at our face if we have to wear the chair hat again. We were supposed to get some kind of shelter, and it's not happening right now. So
It'll probably happen by tomorrow when the rain's moved off.
Yeah.
We've got Team England moving into the field now.
Ooh, that's going to be interesting. Who are they going to fight? Oh, they're fighting Denmark.
This should be a great fight.
Oh, this will be. Now we're going to see something really interesting. Two really good and experienced team fighting. We don't get those that often.
And if you've any comments to make on this, get onto us on Facebook, or you can get onto us on Twitter at IMC Federation, or use the hashtag IMCF 2016. Let us know what you think, where you're watching this, how you're hiding this from your boss in work. But as I said this morning, the best advice is just get your boss watching it, get them addicted, and then you can all watch it together.
Yeah, it's better than football anyway. So.
Yep, whichever football that might be, I think this tops all of them.
Oh yeah, big time.
And here we go. Denmark doing a 3-2. England doing 2-1-2.
I'll see how they do that. 2-1-2. That's really, really interesting. Against
Denmark
3-2.
seem to have moved into a 2-1-2 match.
I can see Luke Wood, it's the captain. He's dead center right now with a British helmet.
Waiting until he has to move in. Watching both fights. Both these teams seem to be fairly cautious until they commit. That's a big hit from Luke Wood. But
Luke Wood used to play rugby, right? So he's a really, really rough hitter when he runs at you.
We had one of the Danish fighters lost a weapon and had to do a run for it, but managed to get a replacement. When you lose your weapon, you're not allowed to engage other fighters, but they can still hit you.
So Luke is still there fighting a way smaller cat. Oh, good shot to the face. Oh, good hit again. Now,
all the fighters still on their feet.
Man, this is a rough fight.
These are two tough teams, and they've fought each other regularly over the last couple of years. And we've got 2 down. It's still even.
Still even.
Oh, and another team.
No, the Dane's still up.
It's changed.
It changed the rule.
We now have.
It's still even.
No, it's 3-on-4. There's another Dane hiding in that big pile under Luke Woods.
Oh, okay. I can't see him from here. There's a pile up in the left. It's really hacking at each other. Luke is getting punched in the face while his puncher is getting hit in the back.
And we got another 2 down. Still all to play
so it's only the pile up that's left.
And the grappling like that is so exhausting.
Yeah, that can kill a team in one shot.
Oh, look, just threw short range.
Yeah. A guy the size of Luke can change the game. It's one of the few things that happen in this sport. Is that?
And whoa! He's trying to put that Dane down.
It didn't work. Dane is still hanging on to Luke's helmet.
All of these fighters are staying up on their feet so well.
Wow. And remember, it's wet and muddy, so it's really slippery. Staying up like that is really hard right now.
Takes a lot of balance.
A lot of energy expended to stay up too. Knee. I mean, it's a grappling match between Luke and the Danish fighter right there.
And those fighters that are on the ground now are just going to be trying to catch their breath, because I would expect...
Luke threw his opponent down. So the Dane is there being held back by his opponent, and Luke is right in front of him.
But if they can just...
his goal is to try to get the hell out.
There's going to be quite a number of substitutions, I'd say, after a tiring fight like this.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, you only have 8 fighters, so you can only change 3.
Change the whole field. He's trying to bring him down. And he's pushing, and he's down.
That was not an easy victory at all.
That was a long fight, and it was a
And that's, again,
match.
big-ass rain. Oh, I shouldn't say that word, sorry. Big rain. So,
now back to the
chair hats. People, honestly, somebody should film us.
I know there's plenty of photographs of us.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That's not good.
Now we have 3 of us.
Oh yeah, it's a trio. By the way, I asked them for extras. We might be able to be 3 very soon.
We have Dale up here with us, watching the matches at the moment. Still commentating, but nobody else can hear him.
It's sometimes better this way. Oh.
As is cold rain.
It is cold. It's not fun. I feel like I'm in Ireland. It's wet, it's cold, and it's windy.
At least in Ireland, we have the decency to not tease you with the sun as well. You can at least prepare for the rain.
No, you can't.
So a bit of an armor repair going on there for the Danes. And
That's actually Jesper, the captain, finally stepping in. Jesper is really good. He's a big guy. He's the one with the little flaps around his neck right now. Oh, it's big, heavy, cold rain too.
And here we go.
Here we go. Jesper on the right with a two-handed axe. The British switch a lot of their guys, same as for the Danes.
Luke is out this time. He's
Yeah.
being rested. And they've got to prepare for the idea of doing a third round of this.
Ooh, couple fell there.
2 down, 1 on each side. There's a few fights going on around the list.
We have huge pile-ups right now. Oh, and Jesper took the guy down, but fall down with him. So it's 2 on 2 on one side. A Dane just threw his opponent to the floor.
It's now 3 on 2. And they're really struggling in that surface, trying to keep on their feet. That's going to be so slippery for those fighters.
Oh, God. They're so good at staying on their feet under this condition. Honestly, I would have stepped in them.
Another 2 down.
Oh, so now it's 2 on 1 for the Danes.
It's going to be a hard one for England to win now.
It's not impossible, but let's just say it's unlikely.
It's a tough fight. Because one of those Danes just has to hold on to the English fighter while the
tire him
other
out.
just wails on him.
Well, right now he's covering himself pretty well against defense to make sure he's not getting much damage and make sure he's getting his opponent tired. Oh, that's good. Good change of strategy. Changing the guy that holds, and here it goes. Wail at the leg. Wailing at the arm. Trying to make damage. I can barely see.
The rain is getting worse.
I didn't know it could get worse. It's insane. We're describing you all this incredible fighting from on top of this rampart with the rain falling super hard on us. It's unreal.
It's quite difficult to count.
And the wind is actually picking up. Oh, wow. This is nasty right now. This is unreal. And oh, the guy is piled up. They're trying to drag him over the bodies on the floor.
They just want to get him down onto the ground.
He doesn't want to fall down. Oh, the water fell off from my chair to my arm. Okay. I think we're losing Brendan right now to the rain. Losing an Irish to the rain is the first time I ever thought of that. They're still fighting. Those guys are some of the toughest people I've ever seen. Yeah, he's down, finally, he's down. So it's 1-1. It's 1-1. We're going in for the third round.
And they finished it the same as well. England had 2 fighters left standing in the last round, and we've got 2 Danes standing up in this round.
Oh.
So all to play for.
You know what? Right now, Brendan, I would prefer being in my armor on that floor than here. We're shaking. We're frozen. We're so passionate about this sport that we're describing this from this incredible position. I never thought I'd do this ever in my life. So, Brendan, how was your weekend? Oh, I was describing fight from the top of a rampart while I was getting frozen and rained on.
I think it's still worth it.
Oh, it's worth it. It's honestly a highlight of my day, as weird as it sounds.
If we make it back alive, this will make a good story.
Yeah, I'm afraid of lightnings. We had that crashing not so far away before. So, and
not the first time. It wouldn't be the first time we've had IMCF fight taking place in a thunderstorm.
Last year we had this all versus all in this humongous thunderstorm with hail falling down of our heads. Honestly, visually for the photos, it was amazing. Personally, it was wet and miserable, but it was really worth the moment.
And luckily, nobody got hit by lightning.
No, we stopped when the lightning really started. We got a good scare out of that one.
Those are the fights you don't want to be refereeing, because those big yellow poles are steel. If anything gets hit, it might be them. And
well,
here we go.
Here we go again. again against defense. Look at the difference of top teams. They use defense to their advantage, putting their butt to it, protecting their back, not letting anybody get into the back of their team. Oh, he turned his back, and what happened? British jump on him. Sorry, the English jump on him.
And that's, I think we've got 2 Danes down to no loss for the English. This is going to make a big difference. The English are going to start using those numbers. And here we go with a charge. But the Dane turns away from it quite successfully. And he's down.
There's a limit to how much he can run away.
And that's Luke freed up, isn't it?
Yep, that was Luke that did a nice foot sweep there to take the guy down.
And
another. Guys, it's
over.
over. We're getting somewhat of a shelter. Or plastic bag or whatsoever.
Just let me put on my black bag cape. But this is actually really nice after that.
Yes. Okay, it doesn't look as bad. A black bag is better than actual rain on my head. All right.
So sorry if this is going to affect the sound a bit. You might hear a bit more rustling and the rain on the bag, but we don't have much options.
All right, I think the fight right now, I don't know if they're going to carry on. The ref are still on the field.
And you have to feel a lot of pity for those refs as well.
You know what? I just want to remind everybody here, everybody that listens to us, that's how passionate we are. That's how much this sport is important to us. None of those refs are being paid. We have no salary to this, nor me, nor Brendan. Nobody here is getting paid. We're doing this because we love the sport and we want it to grow and get to the full scale it can and should be.
And those refs have been doing a fantastic job over the last 2 days.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want their job. I did it last year. I wouldn't do it this year.
Because it can be quite stressful when you're scoring, even if you're just scoring points. And
it is stressful
because it can make a difference to what points you score.
You can crush a guy's fight. And all his months of training to get to where he is by just counting wrong, by doing a common mistake.
And then when it comes down to making judgment calls, saying the fives, if you tell someone they've made an illegal move and have to kneel down and you were wrong, that can change a fight. But luckily, these refs have been fantastic. The amount of calls they have to make, there have been a tiny number of
I got to admit too,
calls, but
last year we had, how can I say, a lot of confusions about the rules by fighters. And this year so far, less confusions. Fighters know the rules better, use everything to their advantage. It's a really, really nice, this year we're getting a really, really nice tournament going. And for some reason, everybody stops, which is kind of boring. I mean, I'm soaking wet. My boots are just, I feel like I'm walking in a puddle right now. And I got to...
We got to watch when they're not fighting. Come on, guys, we're wet enough. Keep
guys,
the fight
we're
going.
wet. Please get back on the field. Please. Honestly, we should really be on speaker when we say stuff like that, but we're not. Okay. But no, seriously, this is, I think they're taking a short break. I hope the field is not too dangerous, because that's one thing they'll have to judge. If it's too muddy and dangerous, the last thing we want is people, twisting their knees and ankle for nothing.
With the risk of injury involved in the sport anyway, you don't want to be adding to it.
No.
We try and minimize it as much as possible between the rules and the armor, and we've got it to a really fantastic level given the intensity of fights. We don't want anything that increases the risk of injury for fighters.
Actually, the number of injuries is ridiculously small. Sorry? All good. For me, I'm all good. Actually, a cup of tea would be nice at this point.
A shower? Change of clothes?
Towels?
A roof. I'd like a roof. So if anyone out there has a roof they can send to us, get on to us on Facebook or Twitter.
I'd say about 2 meters by 3 meters would be perfect.
That would be fine. Maybe some walls no, actually, we have walls. They can hold it up.
No, yeah. It's just that they have big open windows on it. Crenellation, it's called. Anyway, we have the Portuguese actually on one side getting mentally ready. Portuguese are the home team, but right now, as sad as it is, with rain like that, you don't have much of a home crowd. But there's still about a dozen faithful, crazy fans that are sitting there. I love this sport, but maybe not that much.
The rain has eased off a bit, but at its heaviest there, it was. You might as well have been standing in a shower.
Actually, my shower doesn't pour that much. All right. So we're just waiting. They're going to evaluate what they do. We're going to an official decision in a very short period of time.
Yeah, the referees having a discussion over there, the marshalling staff, and I can only imagine they're discussing the state of the field and the conditions, are possibly just having a chat while they hope
right
the
now
rain
from
eases off.
this angle here, we can see it's puddles on puddles on puddles. I mean, can we put skates on this? I mean, it's going to be very slippery. I'm actually afraid because, you know, this type of condition, if it worsens or if it keeps for the night, tomorrow will be very, very dangerous for fighters and for everybody. But
it could come down to the team that has the best swimmers if this keeps up.
you know, the Quebec team might have a big advantage. You know, we're used to fight on slippery ice when we play hockey. Oh, and the Danes are walking to one side of the field. I think it's going to be Denmark versus Portugal.
Looks like it should be. But I think the weather forecast for the next couple of days is looking better after tonight.
I really hope so.
We just hope that there isn't enough rainfall between now and whenever it clears up that it makes the field unusable.
I got to say one thing is that when the sun comes out here, it dries everything pretty damn fast.
Yeah.
So I'm not too worried about that part.
We just got to hold out until then. And as it turns out, plastic bag capes are actually pretty warm.
I don't know if they're warm, but they're dry, so that's I'm happy with.
Well, I've managed to wrap myself up in mine.
Yeah, Brandon got a better cape than mine. This is unfair. Yeah, they cut yours. Why didn't they just give me a bag?
I have climbed inside my black bag. I will try and get a picture up on our Twitter page at IMC Federation.
You can also probably find the same picture put up by me on the Facebook page, IMC Federation. Look for IMCF Federation, the Federation page, and not only the 2016, also the IMCF 2016 Championship Edition. It's really, really worth it. Well, it's an improvement from the chair.
It is a big improvement for the chair. Our technology is
improving
increasing
all the
as
time.
the day goes on.
All right, it's going to be Portugal versus Denmark on 5 versus 5.
And here we go.
Portuguese trying to split the team.
They're spreading out into their formation.
Portugal's getting more of a tactic going. See, one thing that I've learned in the last few months is you can't go behind your friends like that because you make yourself a lot weaker that way. You can step on each other.
You're getting in your own way if you have to move backwards and
Exactly.
you're not able to attack.
Or you're being pushed backward. And that guy in the back of the other one on the right, he cannot hit. He's blocked right now. He's useless at in this position. So we have a bit of a fighting on the left.
To engage now. We still got pretty much they're all
lost his weapon and being
he's down.
put to down. 2 Portuguese to the floor. And this guy being held to the
One of the Danes is wailing with the axe, but there seems to be some... Oh, no, the fight was stopped. I thought there was a rule.
3-on-1.
Yep.
The first round goes to Denmark. Fighters from New Zealand and England prepare for the next fight.
So we have New Zealand coming out to the field now.
Ooh, that's going to be interesting.
Fight.
And they're fighting England.
Yep.
I haven't seen New Zealand fought since last year, any of the fights or anything they did, sadly. And I'm curious to know where are they at right now.
We did get to see Justin Harris fighting in the longsword earlier today.
Yeah, he was amazing. He looked really good. He improved so much.
He was looking really great out in the field, and I know he dropped out due to a hand injury, but it was more of a case that he had a hand injury that he didn't want to get worse because he wanted to fight in the 5 versus 5. So he made his choice, and hopefully it won't be too much of a hindrance for him.
I need to find a way to cut my bag. It's not working. So, all right. I'm jealous of Brandon's escape right now, and I was trying to find a way to create the same effect, and it's not working.
Just chew your way into the bag. Like like a rat.
You know, fans,
We're ready for round 2 here. We should probably
round 2.
talk about the match instead of our bags, but we get distracted. And here we go.
There we go.
Bit
Again,
of confusion with the
confusion.
Portuguese.
The Portuguese team. They're getting stuck in a pile up in a corner.
And
They're getting
gonna try and make
erred,
a break
basically.
out of there. And
Oh, running, hit in the
2
face,
down.
fell to the floor. Another one on the floor. We barely have time to commit anything, and the Portuguese
up.
on the floor.
2 Portuguese still on their feet, and we're down to 1, and the fight is stopped.
It's 5-1, the score for this round.
So none of the Danes put down on the ground.
See, that's one thing in this sport. Strategy is of matter of great importance. If you make a wrong move, a wrong decision in your position, you can make your whole team lose around a fight.
If you're not used to the sport, when they're out there just wailing on each other, it might just look like
A brawl.
a bunch of people just wailing on each other. But there is,
A lot of strategy.
you can be tougher and stronger than the other team, but if you don't have the tactical game, you're not going to win.
Oh, I finally made my cape.
And I think we have a tarp arriving.
No, we're gonna have a roof. This is so great. Okay. The Technical College of Montemor-o-Velho is taking care of us. They're the one actually that taking care of the feed, and they're provided us with a roof. We're really happy. That was not planned in the first place. So.
And in fairness to the Technical College, they have been doing a fantastic job with the streaming. Well, I know we lost the feed for a while, but
Yeah,
given
water
these
is water, right?
conditions, there's nothing they can do about the elements.
All right, the British are getting in. There's this guy on the right, on my right, facing me. He has this huge kind of butter knife with butcher knife on a stick. They're done by Peter, Polish armor. I had the chance to play with one the other day. I'm actually afraid of those weapons. They hit like hell. They're really thick. They're really heavy, and they're really, really strong. So I don't know.
And we have got something interesting coming up from New Zealand.
Oh, New Zealand, yeah.
We'll have the name. I know it's not a haka. There's another name for it.
It's a short version of an aka they're going to do in honor of their opponent that they will fight.
That's something that we haven't seen before.
They would love to do more moves, but it's really hard in armor, I believe. So they're getting in position.
And the New Zealanders, they pretty much have had to travel the furthest of it of any of the teams here.
Yeah. Bus cost a fortune for them to come and fight with us. I mean, that's passion, that's dedication to the sport.
It is serious determination to come more than halfway around the world to get here. Most of the way around the world to come here to fight.
I can see also that from last year they improved a lot in armor and equipment. So they got very, very good equipment now. They used to have a bit of a low standard equipment. Now they're really well.
All the teams are getting better every year. The sport is really improving, even just in the last...
Justin Harris
since
holding
last
up.
year. There's a
Ooh,
grabbing
one
on
of
the
the-
rail, the refs intervene. And he...
Almost. And one of the
Uh,
British down by slippering. It's 1-2-1 down. Justin Harris is holding the head of a British, trying to take him down. And
Keep him to his feet.
oh,
And that
damn, the British are good on their
big
feet.
butter knife looking weapon is doing damage.
Guess that. Axe to the face. Oh,
And
that must have been
New
nasty.
Zealanders taking some very heavy hits there. Oh, running right into the back. He wasn't expecting it. Now there's
It's 4 against 2.
4 on 2, yeah. And
3-2-1, stop of the fight.
The first round goes to England.
But I still thought that was a good display from New Zealand.
They were really good. The thing is that England is really, really solid on their feet. It took a while for them to become actually dominant during that round.
Yeah, they kind of had to build up more steam. Don't know if they're expecting as much of a fight off New Zealand as the one they got.
We'll know in the next round. Because if they were,
They'll come out fighting.
they'll come out swinging if they were not expecting that much.
few substitutions going on there.
Well, not much of a choice. I can see Justin Harris stepping out.
Team England seem to be just sticking with the team they have out there in the field.
They did a couple of change. Not that much, mind you. Just, yeah, 3 guys just changed.
I got distracted with the construction work that's going on just above us, but hopefully having an awning soon.
Okay, James Bennett, the captain, is on the field.
Here we go.
They're going in 3 and 2 for the strategy. The British are using 2 on each side.
Spreading out across the field, and a big good what looked like a good charge from the New Zealander, but he slipped on that terrible surface. Like we said,
that butter
wet,
knife is it's raining shots. Oh,
another New Zealander hits the ground. A big crush there up against the rails.
New Zealanders are not giving 1 inch of the ground to the
that's
to
2
the
down.
British.
1 on each side just hit the ground there. It's 3 on 2, but I think we're going to lose. It's 2 on 2.
It's 2 on 2 or 2?
Oh, sorry, 2 on 1. Sorry.
2 on 1. Yeah, okay, makes more sense. I was looking for a 4th person in that ring. They're really trying to push over. He's really fighting hard not to fall. He's really doing a great job. Oh, they got him. They got him. But that was quite a pileup. And again, New Zealand, even losing the round, they did not lose easy.
No,
I mean,
and we can't reiterate enough how tough of a team England are.
And I can't reiterate how slippery that darn mud is, because they lost their first guy that way just because of the mud.
Keeping your footing in that is not easy. Even just keeping your footing in armour.
It's not always easy.
Not easy.
So that was a really beautiful fight, actually. A great display on both sides. I'm actually astonished by the power of New Zealand.
Even
They're
though it ended
really
up,
improved again. I'm actually happy they're not in my pool.
Yeah. England might have won that in 2 rounds, but a very impressive display from New Zealand.
Exactly. You know, there's sometimes you win by 2 rounds, but they're not that decisive of a fight.
Yeah.
The second round was not that decisive. Okay, so we're waiting for the next 2 teams.
So for anyone that's just tuning in now and hasn't been following the fights, we're getting a bit of feedback there. But the basic idea of these group fights is if you have 3 points of contact on the ground, you are out. If a hand touches the ground, you're out.
If you rest on your weapon, you're out. Basically, and it doesn't mean because I lift my foot from the floor and put my weapon on the floor to hold myself up, I'm not 3 points. We always calculate, even if you have 1 foot in the air, that you have 2 points of contact by your feet. So your knee counts as a 3rd point as well.
And the idea of it, I mean, you might say, oh, fighting in armour, surely they could just get back up and keep going. But in an actual medieval battle, I suppose, if you ended up on the ground, someone's going to sit in your chest and try and finish you off.
Yeah, big time. Actually, there was part regiment or part of the troops that were actually just that. Coutelier was guys with knives just going into the holes of your armor to finish the job. And right now, I'm having a weird feedback. I don't know if you guys can hear me right now.
England, how tough New Zealand were.
Actually, that's the fun fight. The fun fact about fighting. Fun. It's not mathematic. It's not if I beat you, the guy that beat me can beat you.
It might not mean
It's a lot of question of style, of how you move and everything else, type of equipment. There's a lot of thing in that equation. I can beat, let's just say, Brendan any day, but the guy that beats me can maybe not beat Brendan. It doesn't work like that. Brendan didn't like the fact that I told him I could beat Brendan any day.
No, I think last time we fought, I won.
That was the most ridiculous duel in the world, and I'm not talking about that. By the way, people, if ever you see a video of me and Brendan fighting in Sword and Shield, you'll discover we are great sword flippers and not fighters.
We had a duel where we both received hand injuries early on in our group fights, and we could barely grip our swords, so we'd take a swing and then turn the sword in our hand back so it was facing the right way, and then take a swing and turn it back again. Keep going like that.
Brendan is a greater sword flipper than me.
I can turn my sword faster.
Exactly. By the way, we had the same type of gauntlets that time.
Okay, so
all right, so they're back for the second round. Chin strap check. Denmark is in position. Dead center is Jesper, the captain.
He's got that big axe. He's just resting on the ground. We're ready to get
Fight
going.
is ready.
The thing is that he used that big axe to grapple very well. So here we go.
The Danes have 3 two-handed weapons. They're going to do a lot of damage with that.
Oh, that's a fun position for New Zealand. Two on the left, 2 on center, and 1 on the right, instead of having 1 in the center, which is the most common position. They're taking their time. Oh, one of the Danes is on the floor.
And
Jesper attacking, 2-on-1 on him. Oh, a couple is on the floor.
And this is a closer fight than the last round.
Yep. Wailing away on the right side.
That New Zealander with the
Oh,
pole arm.
New Zealand is down. Weapon is stuck.
He was caught on that New Zealander, but I don't think he was on the ground.
Oh, now the New Zealanders are outnumbered. They're outnumbered 3-2. Jesper's crossing the field. He's coming.
They're going to bring those two-handed weapons into action.
He didn't fall. It was so close. There you go.
Trying to
Axe
stay
to
on
the
his
shoulder.
feet.
Now he's down.
He's down.
Stop the fight. Stop the
Oh,
fight.
that was a nasty shot right after the stop fight.
The second victory.
He's all
And
okay.
the victory in whole match goes to Denmark.
So Denmark won again, but New Zealand definitely looked more impressive in that round than
And the next fight.
It seems like Denmark got a number of New Zealand. They know how to beat.
Poland versus England.
Ooh, that's going to be a big one. Poland versus England.
This should be definitely an exciting match and a
Big time.
tough one.
That's actually what I believe is going to be a big game changer is that field. Because for some reason, and I'm not mentioning English rain, the mud doesn't seem to change the UK's way of fighting at all. They don't seem to slip.
I think they're probably more used to it. And the Polish, they tend to be great runners. They're good at covering the field.
But they're not big guys right now. No, they're not small either, but they're not exactly the biggest guys.
No, they're not guys you're just going to rely on sheer hitting power. They can hit hard when they want to, but they like to. I always describe them as like a pack of dogs in the most positive sense. They get in there, they nip, they try to circle around, they work really well as a team.
Portugal versus New Zealand.
Whereas some other teams, they try and go in like a bulldozer. There's nothing wrong with either technique. Depends on the fighters you have and what you've trained for.
Depending on the weight on your team. And right now we saw that side of camaraderie that you were mentioning earlier. We haven't started fighting and they're already
we got our dancing Polish fighter.
Yeah, I was going to call him the dancing Mongolian Polish fighter. All right.
And the fighters are ready.
Rally. Let's roll over there.
And they're ready to go.
Poland versus England. Round 1. Fight!
Here we go.
Poland again with their traditional 2-2-1, same formation as England, and they're on.
And the two fighters in the middle of the field still eyeing up where they can get an advantage.
Oh, one of the Polish fighters lost his weapon. Luke trying to use that to his advantage.
And they're still all up on their feet.
Oh, that Polish fighter in the black armor fell to the floor.
He's been called back down yet.
And that's, like I said, ooh, nasty shot, a shield on the right side.
Great fights going on that rail, and both teams are doing fantastic to stay up on their feet.
Like we were discussing me and Dale earlier, more experienced teams tend to use the rail to their advantage. On top, we can hook the rail, we can lean on it, and that's really protecting you from being attacked on the back and having surprise attack.
And oh, we got 2 down there.
2 down there. It's still advantageous. It's still an advantage for the British, but not by that much.
The surface is starting to tell there was what would have been an effective charge from the Polish there. He had to slow down enough that there wasn't much power in when he hit. He was trying to keep him on his feet.
2 more on the floor.
So it's 3-2 with England having the advantage. And the fight has slowed down into these 2 grappling.
Grappling against defense is extremely tiresome, but the only way you can protect yourself when you're outnumbered.
You can just try and hold on and hope a teammate frees up to come get you, or I think there's
he was leaning on his weapon, which is illegal. 3-1. They lost the round.
Yeah, he was supporting himself with his weapon. That was a fair call from the marshals. It's a harsh call, but if he was supporting himself with that weapon, that's 3
From
points.
this angle, he surely looked like it. Was he really resting on it? I don't know. Here we go. The feedback started again. Oh, I made it work.
With the intensity and hits that are coming in here, that's pretty common.
So right now we have
Slight armor failures, and it's one of the ref's jobs to
One
keep on
round
top
for
of that,
England,
spot
second
anything that might become a danger before it
points. So
ends
we
in
are
an injury.
even.
I'm
So
delighted that this is going to a third
we
round.
need round
Oh
number
yeah,
3.
I wanted that.
So up here, all we want is tight fights,
More fun to comment.
longer fights. We don't want to see anyone
Do it.
just walking across other teams. We want close fights. They're more interesting to watch and commentate on. And luckily, that's why a lot of the fights have been.
And our little bunker has been built.
We can move up into our nice awning.
Polish fighters already?
I'm afraid of what I'm going to do now.
You are ready for the last
So
English fighter?
the whole system here has become quite sensitive because of all the water. So
Moving around is not always a good thing.
we have to be quite delicate.
All right, they're going in for the third round. Let's see what that gives us.
And the ref's just doing
Oh, that chair's wet.
the ref's just doing a quick check
Okay.
on all the fighters, making sure
Ladies
their
and
equipment is
gentlemen,
still
round
up to standard.
number 3. Fight!
Here we go, Luke again in the centre of the field.
Luke being a rugby player, he's always dangerous in any position if he's free.
Let me remind you, two best teams of last
Oh
year
yeah, he's a British.
championship.
He's an English rugby. Oh, and Demont took him,
goes
but
down.
took Luke as well.
I think that slight slip from the Polish fighter might have even helped him on that.
Yeah, because he had no resistance. And another couple fell by the fence. Oh, British has a one-man advantage. English are
Makes things tougher, but we got a brief moment there of the Polish fighter gripping over the rail, which isn't allowed under our rule set, but I think it was just...
you got a few seconds to reposition
Yeah,
yourself.
he moved his head out quickly.
It's one-on-one. It's one-on-one in the corner. Will the he's climbing on him. He's actually climbing on top of him. This is amazing. The English doesn't want to go down. He's in a tucked position.
He was trying to ride that English fighter like a horse.
By this.
And it got to a more even grapple.
Versus
The
Cooper.
Polish fighter did have the advantage, but now it's more even. They're trying to move out of that.
Oh, and tripped over his own partner.
Victory. Second round.
That was a
Second
tight
serious
round.
round for England.
That was a very, very tight
And in
round.
whole match,
So England win the match,
2-1.
but honestly that could have
England
gone either way.
wins.
That one was a question of 1 centimeter and everything would have changed.
Yeah.
That was a really, really impressive fight for the British. The English, one of the top team in the world.
Again, England have won out all of their matches so far. This is the first fight where they lost a round. So really impressive.
And now,
And I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw Team England in the finals.
No, I wouldn't be that surprised.
I would like to invite team from New Zealand and Portugal.
New Zealand
New Zealand and Portugal.
So we've got the
And
team that
after
had to
this
travel the
battle,
least and the team that had to travel
will
the
be
most.
Denmark versus Poland.
Unfair and
And they're also in black and white to increase the contrast to show it.
you have to make sure, right? That we don't notice them at all.
The marshals doing their checks in the armor, making sure the chin straps are in place and the neck and shoulders are protected.
At least they're not blue. All
There's
the
a
other
lot of-
teams are blue.
A lot of blue teams around.
All right, let's see if Portugal can do something about New Zealand.
Given New Zealand's,
Toughness in general.
yeah, given how they were against Denmark,
And now we're getting an opportunity to see the bit of I don't remember the name of the small Aka facing it.
we'll get a better view of this time.
Exactly. If they're doing it. They seem like they want to do it.
But given how good New Zealand were against Denmark, I don't think Portugal have an easy fight in their hands.
Ladies and gentlemen,
They've had a tough time.
New Zealand.
Here we go with the haka. That would
And let's welcome Team
Rugby fans out there.
Portugal.
More energetic and louder
Round
haka
number
that
one.
we done by the New Zealand rugby team, but it's a lot harder to do in armour.
Yeah, a lot of those moves wouldn't be that very efficient in Ava. All right,
And I
Here we
understand
go.
that hakas are very unique things, which
are composed for
they
the
were
occasion. Here we go.
Again, the Portuguese fighter doing one
Pile
thing
up.
on
They're
each
doing
other.
a pile up.
I don't think it's going to work to their advantage. And a bit of a charge, but a bit too slow on it.
Not only snow, it's you feel like that will of engagement to go through the
And
opponent.
we got another charge, but that took two Portuguese fighters down and one New Zealander. Who's left on their feet?
And the winner goes to New Zealand.
A bit of anger from one of the Portuguese fighters.
It gets unnerving to be on the receiving end all the time.
Yeah, Especially in front of their home crowd. They want to be out there and doing their best, but they're up against a very tough competition. This is a really tough group for them.
Mind you, I didn't see that many weak groups this year.
I don't think there were any weak groups.
I mean, the group that Quebec was in was Quebec, Germany, and Spain yesterday. I mean, sorry, not Spain. Germany and Mexico. And even if Mexico was a pretty new team, they were extremely strong. Germany are known to be strong. Quebec is one of the growing team and are quite strong last year, making it to the eighth of the final. The other one was actually the U.S., Spain, and God, I have a blank. Italy. And no weakling there either.
But as this sport advances, the quality of the fighters is going to keep going up. The amount that it's advanced in between last year and the year before that is just monumental.
Oh yeah, I'm always impressed about how much teams have improved.
Fighters ready, round number 2, fight!
We'll see if Portugal can win any pride back, do a bit of damage.
Well, they're not going to do well if they don't stop piling up like they do. They always plays in trick.
I know an issue for a lot of the smaller teams is just that they don't have enough people to train properly for group fights, so when they come out to the field, they can struggle with tactical choices. We've got one on each side down, and we lost another Portuguese, and New Zealand there.
Stop the fight! Stop the fight! Stop the fight! Stop! Stop the fight!
Does not want to stop.
Stop the fight!
He's going to get a warning from the referees.
2 stick and a microphone screaming stop the fight.
The fighter from New Zealand
a bit faster than that.
It should have been faster, but I don't think there was any
ill intention.
New Zealand 2-0.
They do have to listen when they're told to stop fighting, and when those marshalling poles come in, that means stop.
Well, he's lucky. He's getting up with a rough warning and not a yellow card or anything like that.
Denmark
As
versus
I say, I don't think there was any
Poland.
intent behind it.
No.
And if he had been less apologetic, that could have been a yellow card incident for New Zealand. And that's New Zealand win 2 rounds.
Yep.
Portugal hugging with their opponents, walking off the field, bowing to the crowd, which is starting to grow back up after the rain.
And next fight after this will be England versus Portugal. So
England versus
Portugal
Portugal is
will
the next fight.
one more chance on the field.
That one.
I honestly can't see anyone but England winning that. I've a huge amount of
But right
respect
now-
for Portugal. They're a small team and they still went to all the trouble
Denmark
of organising this.
and
Putting on a
Poland.
fantastic tournament, and I know they've been training their hearts out for a long time, but I think they just have more work to do to bring them up to the standard of some of the other teams here.
It is not easy to bring it up to the standard. You need a lot of work and a lot of dedication. And it's not because the Portuguese don't have that, because right now they work really hard just to put up this event. They show they have the art as a team to create something very interesting. But sadly, the level of your competition also grows and train at the same time as you do.
And again, our dancing Mongol and back in. Nearly took a slip there.
That would have been a
Bit of
falling
Gangnam
Mongolian.
style.
So it's Poland against.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Portugal come back with a much better field
Next year.
next year.
Because of what happens
They're
when
going to pick up fighters from this.
exactly having events in your own town or in your own country in this case really brings your recruitment up when you're a you're a small team.
Oh yeah, an extra fighter here. We've got Poland versus Denmark. Portugal are fighting in the next fight as far as the PA system.
Going out.
That's going to be another interesting fight. Poland needs that win. Since they lost to England, Right now, if they want to be in the pool, in the next pool, they need to win against Denmark. Otherwise, it's going to be Denmark that goes.
Yeah.
Whoever wins that fight is going to the next level.
Nobody wants to go down in this. And they seem to be hugging it out before they start the fight.
I call this removing guilt. I like you, so don't worry. If I hit you, it's not because I don't like you.
I'm a little disappointed we haven't seen the Danes dancing into the field. They have been known to dance into the field to their battle music.
Yeah, but we don't have pink. We're gonna pick a fight as a team unit this year. A bit more appropriate.
So hot by Pink is their music of choice. Get them riled up for battle.
Denmark versus Poland. Round number 1.
Again, it seems to be that 2-1-2 formation on both sides we've seen so much. Seems to be the go-to formation for most of these teams. But I don't think it's a wise idea to try and have an open fight in the field with the condition it's in now. Some really heavy hits coming in on both sides.
And one of the Polish is down. Oh, he's not down alone.
And that's Jasper who's taking it.
I think his armor is broken.
We got another Pole down. And this is becoming a tough fight for Poland. We got one-on-one fights. 2 of them, and then there's 2-on-1.
And the Dane lost his weapon.
This can make a difference. It's still very tight. One of the Danes decided he wasn't getting anywhere with the fight he was in. The ref's trying to separate a fight. Not sure what the incident was. They've separated and reset.
Oh, Poland is in a bad position here. 2-on-1 on one side, and Rolo on the other side. It's really not in a good position.
Just trying to lean down as much as he can onto that Polish fighter and put as much weight onto it as he can.
He's out. It's 2-on-1 now. It's going to be 2-on-1 against Poland, for Denmark against Poland.
He's just going to hold on to the Polish fighter and just punish him, trying to kick those legs out. His knee is just above the ground there with that kick. He just about managed to stay up, I think. And down he goes.
And the first round goes to Denmark.
That Polish fighter, I'm not sure if he's upset or injured.
He's injured.
He's injured.
We need medic.
No medic. He says he's okay.
I'm not sure if there was something pressing onto his neck during that grapple. He seems to be okay. He's responding to the paramedics are on him now. Hopefully there's nothing serious.
It's all okay.
He seems to be alright. He's on his knees now and he's
Probably
giving out.
a bit of pressure on the neck from his arm.
So the first round goes to Denmark.
He's out for this round.
And now,
We're ready for round 2.
the second round.
Polish flag bearer
Poland
trying to rally some
versus
support.
Denmark. Fighters ready. Marshals ready.
Nasty axes on the Danish side.
Nasty axes.
Fight!
Here they go.
Slightly different formation now. Basically opening back up to it.
3-2 on both sides. Running around the center of the field. See, the Polish almost slipped. It's really not your best idea to run around the center of the field right now, muddy as it is.
One of the Danes went for a charge there, but the Polish fighter moved out of the way. Didn't have enough time.
Oh, that didn't work. That was a great try to skip the leg. Didn't work. Here on the right side, we've got Jesper and one of the Polish really battling it out on the other side.
Some great
Oh,
footwork
one of the
going on.
Dane fall.
I think
He's stuck against the...
Jasper has lost a weapon, but he's allowed to fight. Bit of a tantrum from one of the pulls. And that kick did not pay off.
And it's 1-on-1.
No, it's 2-on-2. Still got
2-on-2, sorry.
fight
Now it's 2 versus 2 right now.
The Marshal
2
was
versus 2.
And it's
now he's down.
1 versus 1. England versus
this is going to be a tough
Poland
one.
versus
Denmark to
Denmark.
get out.
1 versus 1.
A bit of confusion there. I think I thought the fight was stopped. Danish fighter looks very tired. Both of them look
Extremely
tired.
tired. There's no power in their shots anymore. He's going for a foot sweep, but the Dane's still standing.
All that
You gotta watch, because in the position, if he falls, he's gonna bring the guy with him.
He's just trying to put as much weight onto the Danish fighter as possible.
Right now, you know when you push in a straight line, it's really tiresome. You need to turn the guy around. It's not easy because his butt is to the bloody fence, so it creates some friction. You cannot turn him as you wish.
Trying to jump on him now. This is not a good position to be in for the Dane. Just trying to get him onto the ground. Can't be good for that Dane's back and his legs.
No. There's some tendons that must be cracking right now.
Just inches above the ground. And he's there.
Finally, second round is for Poland.
I don't think that fight is going to be fighting the next round.
No, he deserves
a break.
Oh, yeah. Those two fighters, actually, because the guy holding him on his back needs a break and the guy pushing him as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Sun is sticking out a bit, so we might get some warmth. And it's desperately needed for us here.
We have our canopy over us, but we're still wrapped in our black bag cloaks to keep warm.
We are... There's a discussion with the referee and one of the Polish fighter who was not happy about a call. Sadly, it happens. It happened to everybody once in a while to get a call we don't agree with. It is not easy for the ref.
No, they have a lot of calls to make. It just a split second to do it.
Third round.
Sometimes, I'd say in any other sport, the wrong call might be made, but
he's mad at the referee, but not fine at the Dane. Go and shake the Dane's hand as he's giving back the weapon that was left on the floor. Ooh, broke of an armor on the dancing Mongolian.
I think it's just reattaching a strap that's come loose.
If you don't fight in armor, you have to see those clothes. There's so much lace, straps, and everything to hold those things together. You wouldn't believe it sometimes how it holds together.
There's a lot of work in getting all that armor on, working right.
And it always breaks.
You will not get it through a tournament with your armor exactly right. Something will snap, something will give, tear.
Expect to learn how to sew unless you have a lot of money for armor.
You become a seamstress and a blacksmith. You can do this for long enough.
And voila. Okay, so we're going for the third round. It's not an easy fight today.
We just finished a discussion between that Polish fighter and the marshalling crew. But I think it seems to have been amicably resolved.
Denmark fighters
It was possibly just some dispute about a rule.
Waiting for Polish knights.
Or the incident involved there. Just explaining what exactly happened. So the Polish now getting a pep talk.
Waiting patiently.
I think when that Polish fighter went down injured earlier, I think that was one of the first times I've seen the paramedics called onto the field.
I only seen him once on the field.
I think I saw him earlier with a German fighter that is hand injured with a long sword, but it's a very minor injury, which we don't want to see in the paramedics at all. There's always going to be some injuries, but the less we see them.
right, it's already starting.
And again, it's going into a few different grapples up against the list. Everyone's still on
Both
their feet.
sides on the list, everybody's still on their feet, yeah. Oh, almost to the floor for that.
Dane managed to stay up. Now we've lost one of the Danes is down. And he's, and one of them has 3 balls wailing on him. They change up slightly.
Oh, good punch to the face as the guy coming in with a 2-hand axe. Coming further back and grabbing, holding to the fence.
It's going to be a tough fight for Denmark to win now.
Poland has 1 fighter
It's the
more.
last 2 fighter for only 1 fighter.
Small advantage on the field.
And there's down. Another couple down. So it's 2-on-1. He's
One of the
down.
Danes thought the fight was over and he stood up. But it's not quite over yet. Jasper's still up.
Jasper's up with the dancing Mongolian in the corner.
He's not
And
dancing
another.
at the moment.
Yeah, he's not dancing. He's
And he's
going
down.
down. And they won.
Jasper landing on top of him.
1
And that was an enjoyable match to watch.
fighter.
As we were explaining,
Left standing.
less experienced
So,
team, or I would say maybe
the
younger in
victory
age at the same time, tend to take the
goes
middle of the
to
field and try to do more running tactics,
Let's
which
wait for the confirmation.
works well for certain smaller team or a team that has smaller men. But in general, with more experienced team, they use defense a lot as a way to defend their back, because somebody could go around you and hit you in the back. That's pretty much the end of your day if you have nothing to protect you.
That's the quickest takedowns in this, or when you get blindsided and just knocked off your feet.
So, 2 to 1.
It's when you can
Poland
defend yourself and
wins
stay
this
up on your
match.
feet. The fights last a lot longer. Because in all that armor, you can take a lot of punishment.
So
And
now,
the next fight.
Next, I think we have Portugal fighting. I'm not sure who. We would check our. We got the dancing Mongolian back at it. He's enjoying himself. We would check our lists, but they are a soggy mess. They are in bits on the ground.
we have
Portugal
lists.
and
We made those
England
beautiful
report to
list
the list.
info notes and everything. Ask the team to give us all kind of information so we can really discuss somewhat intelligently what we're doing.
And after that, Poland
That
against
didn't
New
work that
Zealand.
well.
The weather decided they didn't like that.
Yeah, so we're back to calling people Polish, dancing Mongolian.
So I hope no one out there will get offended that we don't know the names of the fighters.
No,
We,
but
we know a lot of them because we're friends with them, but it's hard to keep up.
this year, one thing that's really, really important to us is that we have fighters come and thinking fights. So we can give you the insight as much as possible of what's happening in those elements.
We want people to know
So let's welcome
what's
Team
going on for those fighters out there on the field,
Portugal.
rather than just going, oh, one fell down, one's up. We'll try and give you a little bit of an insight. And we got Portugal versus England now.
And their
As I
opponents.
said earlier, this is going to
Team
be a
England.
very tough prospect for Portugal.
It would be nice to see them win a team, win a fight. I gotta admit.
It would be fantastic. And their performance out here hasn't impressed, but it doesn't show the amount of work that they have put in. I know that some of the fighters there have put in tremendous amount of work over the last year or 18 months in preparation for this. But it's just they're going up against some very, very tough competition.
Like we said, it was one of the deepest pool. All the pools were good, but this one was
So the fighters
very
already-
special.
Yeah.
And here they go.
Round 1.
And again, they're going into a pile-up formation. You're getting cornered. It's not good. Kick.
Hasn't worked for them. More now. And that Portuguese fighter's stayed up on his feet. Well done.
Oh,
I think
dragged one
it's
down.
from.
That's good. That's good.
Oh, there we go. That was a good takedown.
Oh.
That's Rui.
Every fighter says.
Oh, big shots.
Stop the fight! Stop the fight! The victory goes to England!
Against one.
And the English fighter apologising for strikes after. It should have been stopped. He didn't earn this. So the Polish or Portuguese fighters getting back up onto their feet. Try and do some swaps and see what else they can pull out. But as I say, some of them have done massive work for this. In particular, one of their fighters who I don't think is on the field at the moment, Eduardo, who has lost, I think he lost 50 centimeters off his waist in getting fit for this. He has put on a massive amount of muscle. He trains twice a day. He's completely changed his lifestyle in preparation for this. And that's the kind of dedication that is needed for this, but unfortunately Portugal just don't seem to have the tactics really more than anything else.
Yeah, I think to me right now when I look at them, there's it's tactics that's really playing tricks on them. It's not that they're bad fighters. They're relentless. They're capable. It's just that some of the tactics and some of the mentality they develop in fighting is maybe a bit too gentle, and the tactics in themselves are sadly insufficient for what to defeat teams like England.
Like I say, small teams like this that might have had trouble training for group fights. So they're out there doing their best, probably learning as they go.
Portugal versus England, round 2, fight!
Second round, let's see if they can pull a round off.
We want them to get stuck in and do some damage. And, heavy hits with that.
Heavy hit with that big butter knife. One shot
down.
on the head. Down.
3 Portuguese fighters down, 2 still up on their feet. Giving very good. They're
He's
taking
going.
a lot of damage.
Stop the fight!
That last fighter really went away,
And the victory goes
defending
to
himself until the last
And
second.
he's the same fighter who was up on his feet last in the last round. He was very tough.
Like I said, they're not bad fighters.
They're not bad fighters, it's just they don't have that team tactic yet.
I gotta say this year, one improvement that I really, really appreciate from the fighters, saluting the crowd has become something of a normal moves more and more, showing a lot of deference to the people that come here, sit in the rain to applaud them on wet benches.
New Zealand
This is to me a really nice mark of respect to our crowd.
Well, I mean, it makes it such a difference to be able to do it in front of a crowd. The crowd is a bit thin now because of the bad weather, but having a crowd makes this so much better. We could be doing this in a gym hall somewhere with no public watching, and it just wouldn't be the same.
That'd be a lot cheaper, but it wouldn't be as fun.
No.
Plus, you know, people, if you're listening and you're not a practitioner of the sport, fans makes the sport. Fan makes the sport great. Without you, we won't be able to go around for sponsors. We won't be able to build those and to visit those huge, beautiful places. Make you share the love of our sport in those incredible places. Last year was Marburg, before that was Belmonte, and this year in Montemor-o-Velho, Portugal.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. The fans make the sport, so if you're out there and you're watching, let us know. Spread the word. Get other people watching it. If you happen to head up a huge multinational and you'd like to give us a few
all the fighters willing to fight in
euro,
all
let us
versus
know.
all kill the king. Shoot. Get ready.
New Zealand against Poland now.
I think that's the last fight of the group.
I think it should be. And I think, again, we have the camaraderie on display. I imagine we're going to see another small haka.
So, will New Zealand be able to pull an upset against Poland? Because they're good, but I don't see them beating Poland.
I don't think they have it in them, but there's always a chance.
They always can pull an upset. This is not the team that was in back home in Marburg last year. It's a diminished team because flying, especially when you realize that Poland comes from a country where basically their money is a lot less strong than the euro.
Now that I don't like. That is not respectful towards the New Zealanders. There's the haka, the various forms of it under various different names, something that's very important in New Zealand culture, and imitating it like that I don't think that's very sporting. Maybe
I
they'll
don't
get
think
New
they
Zealanders
realize.
right.
I don't think they realize that it's not sporting.
Possibly, yeah, they're not aware of
Poland versus New Zealand.
the connotations
Round
involved.
fight.
But let's see what happens now.
All right, 3-2. The rain has started again.
New Zealanders moving back. Big
On one
Trelawney
side.
gets in from behind them. And
Oh, nice move there, buddy. Got grabbed by the head, and he's on the
Justin
floor.
Harris is trying to stay up there in the corner.
Oh,
He
down on
keeps
his back.
putting his hand over the rail, he's trying not to grip the rail, which is not allowed. But the hand keeps slipping down. He's just trying to stay up on his feet. And the fight is over.
5-1.
Stop the fight. And the victory goes to Poland.
As New Zealanders making their way back up onto their feet. But those Polish fighters don't hold back. They're really tough.
Oh yeah. Polish fighter, for having the chance to fight them in the past, they hit hard, they move fast, and they're quite experienced. I mean, they're one of the oldest team
Oh yeah, definitely.
out there. They're very, very experienced.
Another team you wouldn't be surprised to see in the finals.
No, that's, I'm expecting a lot. This year we have a great selection of teams, and I don't know who's going to be in the finals at all, or even semifinals for that.
Yeah,
for that sake.
I couldn't, out of the top 4 teams, I couldn't call.
Poland versus New
At least the top 4,
Zealand.
probably top 6. And here we go again for round 2.
Round 2.
New Zealand doing a
Fight.
3-2.
3-2, 2-2-1 for the Polish, but a bit different than last time. Not having an isolated guy in the corner.
Charge from Justin there, it didn't work out, but he just kept going. Just a good decision.
Oh,
With,
couples falling to the floor.
And it's 2-on-2.
Justin going for a jump.
And
Bring
it's
his man
1-on-1.
down. It's 1-on-1.
And 1 versus 1. Ladies and gentlemen.
That's going to be interesting. Polish. Ooh,
Good
nice
shield
shield punch. Shield punch again. This guy got a nice left hand.
And
Nice
that
left
New Zealander blocking.
New Zealander seems very tired already. He's still up. He's still up. Oh, almost slipping in the mud. Shield punch to the face again.
And a return shield punch from the New Zealander.
And a few shots to the head by the New Zealander. Using defense. Good idea. Bring him with you. No, sad. If we'd have brought him with him, it would have been a draw and we'd have another round. What? No, he fell alone.
He just about managed to stay up.
But that was the risk fighting New Zealand. They can pull an upset. They're that strong.
Yeah.
That was a close round.
For Poland, and they have the victory in this
No, an
match.
impressive display from them. Like you say, there are very few easy teams.
We all have our like 4, 3, 4, 5 top team, but there's a lot of new contenders out there that are doing better and better that can win upset matches on any given day. And that's really what's beautiful right now, is that you might be England, you might be Poland, you might be Denmark, and say, oh, we're part of the top 4, but you can be dethroned by a lot of other teams right now. Out of the 22 teams fighting this year, I think you get 12 teams to watch at any moment.
Yeah, anything can happen with them. And it also, what I also enjoy is, last year I was going, yeah, we'll see what New Zealand can do this year. They're going to get better, and then you see them, and you can see how much they've improved, and what are they going to be like next year? That's what I want to see. And it's not just with New Zealand, it's with all of the teams.
Yeah, and New Zealand was one of the most impressive and dramatic improvement we could find.
And you have to remember as well, New Zealand had to come most of the way around the world to be here.
In all versus all.
If this fight was taking place in New Zealand, would they have had a better selection of fighters? Would they have?
Of course, especially the tiresome daily stuff that you go through. 40 hours of flight will burn you down.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're pretty much done for the day. Maybe the all versus all.
Yeah, we've got the all versus all, and we've got, you can see some fighters walking towards the list in preparation for that, I believe.
We have more fights. Probably the all versus all, getting ready then we can go.
And maybe a hot shower.
Sorry?
I've had enough cold showers today. I want a hot one. And some dry clothes.
Some dry clothes. Dry clothes and dry shoes would be extremely nice right now.
Although now we do have a nice canopy to sit under.
Well, at least we're not getting more wet. That's impossible right now.
It looks like we've got a Portuguese fighter in the list already, ready to go for that all versus all. They don't want to wait. I think we've got 2 fighters wearing Welsh surcoats. We certainly have one. I'm not sure if the other one is a Welsh one. Wales, we'd expect it to be competing here, but I know they had some last-minute issues and had to withdraw. But obviously, a couple of their fighters have made it here today, so it's great to see them. A few other fighters have entered the list. We got 2 Portuguese and 1 from Team England.
Actually, all versus all is a fun fight. There's not much we can describe on this because it's a huge mess usually. We're all going there just to wail and bash at each other. Wow, we don't see that every day. Guys, you have a grand bassinet out there.
And he's got peacock feathers sticking out of the back of it as well.
Lovely.
Looking well.
All versus all. There are a bunch of fighters from a lot of different teams. They'll be divided up by the marshals.
So the all versus all, how it works in this, it's not a medal-winning category. It's friendly, I suppose. All our fights are pretty friendly, but this is kind of non-competitive. All the fighters are still going to be out there to fight their best. But sometimes some teams use it for inexperienced fighters who might not have been able to make any of the competition teams. They can get in there and get some fight experience, and some use it just to get a bit of fun out of it.
Well, especially if you're doing mostly duels. Like some teams have people that are just dedicated to doing duels. Going on all versus all is a great way to just blow some steam in. Try. Fighting against a lot of opponents is a very different perspective than fighting one-on-one.
It's very, very different. And as the tournament goes on, the competitors, you'll get more and more competitors in the all versus all. As people finish up their duels categories or the other fights they're in, they're not worried about injury anymore, so they can get out there into the all versus all and have fun.
So we have 3, that's going to be a very small all versus all if we have 3 Portuguese and 1 British. There's some French coming by.
We've got 2 English fighters, one looks like 3 Welsh. Yeah, I'd expect it to be quite small today because of just the weather conditions, yeah. And generally how we fight this is we do kill the king. One fighter on each side is nominated as the king, and the object is to protect your king and take down the opposing king.
In this case, I don't think we can do a kill the king because there's too little people to do that. You can easily go around the guys to knock the king out.
They might have to do things a little bit differently. We are getting a few more fighters making their way towards the list. We got 2 French, as you say, coming in. We might have some more on the way.
I know there's Americans that wanted to do all versus all. They're probably getting ready because they have literally a team dedicated of doing all versus all in that for the Americans.
Like I said, they're using it as training.
Yeah, they're using that as the school for the guys that are not yet ready for the highest level, but need to learn to compete on a bigger stage. I mean, just the size of the list for the World Championship. Not too many countries can build a 30 by 16 meters list.
No, it's a massive list this year. What I say.
I love it. There's so much room to maneuver.
And it's when it comes to the bigger fight categories, there's going to be a lot of room for people to run and move around in that space.
I'm excited about the 10 versus 10. Personally, I think it's my favorite category to watch as a spectator because it's fast, it's violent, and it's really, really, you can get some tactics and you get the big hits that you get in 16 versus 16, but you also have the speed that usually belongs more to the 5 versus 5.
It is an excellent mix between the two styles that you get in the 16s and the 5s, yeah, definitely. And now we've got 3 American fighters entering the list. So the numbers there are starting to build up. And I think we've got another American over at the side getting ready to come in as well, so we should have 4 of them.
The last one coming in is a good friend of mine, Matthew Kahn. He's actually the captain of, or the lieutenant or whatever rank they gave him, the chief of their 16 versus 16 team.
So he's definitely
not
not
16. Sorry, not 16. All versus all team. People that require a bit more experience, and he took his role quite seriously to get better. Oh, and we got Janelle. Or somebody wearing the cell helmet. That's Janelle. I don't know who that is. I just realized I have no idea who that is.
The United States and Portugal.
Okay, so it's like United States and Portugal against
England, New Zealand,
New Zealand, Wales, and France.
Wales.
I think that black and yellow crosses,
Yeah, we got one guy of Wales.
Versus the United States of America and Portugal.
Like I say, it's great to see Wales out there fighting, even though they
had to drop out of the competition because too many injuries. That's going to be interesting. So we have 8 fighters on one side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 on both sides. 8 versus 8. You'll see a bit of the feeling of what a 10 versus 10 competitive fight can be.
It should be, yeah, like you say, an interesting fight, and we'll see how these teams work together. They're fighting for last team standing, I believe, rather than kill the game, which you rightly said. They have too small a field for. What I am interested in is the intercontinental fight on
30 versus 30. That's going to be huge. See, it's very interesting because the moment you get more guys, you get those type of maneuvers. You have the turning maneuvers.
Wales and one of the Americans down and a French fighter down.
Americans being very dominant right now.
Oh,
French is on the floor.
French down. And New Zealand are down. This is really looking positive for America and Portugal. And now I think there's
3 versus 1 on the bridge there.
2 English fighters up.
Fighters versus 1 England. And we've got United States. And 2 Portuguese, and 1 Portuguese have someone. Looks like another English fighter.
The announcer there, not sure who's in those fights. It's hard to see the crush of bodies.
It's hard to see in a pile of buddies right now. Even us on top here, we don't see everything very well. And they're back. 2 Portuguese against the British, and the English is right there holding his own and actually threatening to throw the Portuguese. This guy's strong.
I'm not sure who's in that Grand Bassinet.
Oh, what a punch!
That's a good punch.
That's Mauricio with the very, very fancy Griffin, and he just took a punch to the head like this. No tomorrow.
That English fighter is really giving as good as he's getting from those 2 Portuguese fighters. And in the corner, we still have that 1 English fighter still stubbornly staying up on his feet against a Portuguese and an American fighter.
And they're far back. Oh, nice shield shot.
Stop fight, stop fight.
3 versus 1.
And the victory goes to United States and Portugal.
And it was not that easy of a victory.
No, and that was what a fun fight to watch.
The Portuguese fighter over there looks.
They look quite tired.
They can bear. I don't. Extenuated. Yeah, that's the word. Extenuated or something like that. Sorry,
we do have a couple of replacements coming in. We got 3 fighters from Ireland who look like they want to get into the arena.
You get your men that couldn't do 5 versus 5 because of injuries that want to get in, right?
That's 3 of my team out there. I'll probably be out. I'll use the commentary as an excuse to not be out in the rain.
So is the machine part of those 3?
The Machine, Peter, our longsword fighter who made it to the quarterfinals, is the first fighter about to come in there. With he's got a harp on his punch shield. He's having a little adjustment done to his armor. And then we have Anthony Power, who this will be his first international competition. Well,
I remember he's a tough nut to crack, Anthony.
Yeah, he doesn't have much fight experience, but he is a very tough fighter. And then we have Killian Meehan, who's the vice captain, and he actually has been fighting.
Oh, we've got some new fighters on the field.
We're the longest fighter out there anyway.
Joins the fight. Let's hear it for Team Ireland.
And a cheer going up for my guys.
Everybody always cheer Ireland. I mean, I guess they're expecting whiskey at the end of the fight or something. Or potatoes, you have two choices.
Whiskey or potatoes, that's all you get in Ireland. That's all part of our training regime. All you have to do is look on our Facebook page and you'll see our training regime. And hugs and camaraderie all around.
Okay, that's a bit extreme, but that's okay.
So the New Zealanders have joined USA and Portugal to even up the numbers.
Yep. And Ireland is now on the field, taking the right side in the blue tabard with the yellow, with the golden harp.
And here we go.
Here we go. Americans again trying for a turning maneuver.
England, Ireland, and the other teams are a bit spread out.
Tough British right in the center there. Two Irish guys decide to beat up on Machu Khan.
Anthony and Killian wailing on that American fighter.
Machu Khan taking a good beating there. Trying to get out. Up, the Machine is at him.
That's a big melee there. And Killian's still staying on his feet. They're twisting and fighting, and Anthony's running into the corner. We've got one of the Portuguese fighters, two of them down. A Welsh fighter down. New Zealander down.
One Irish down. The Machine go wailing at an American right there.
And Peter down there, the Machine, has been fighting in the longsword all morning, all afternoon.
He's not even slowing down.
He doesn't run out of energy.
And yet the French and the British beating on one American over there. Another British getting in.
The English fighter there in the Grand Basket running in for support.
The Machine just lost his weapon while he dropped Machu Khan. They have no extra weapon for him. They have no extra weapon. Oh my God.
One of the
Marshall gave him back
so we
one.
can get into it.
Boom! He did not expect that. That was a side of the head punch. There goes another one. You don't want to stand in front of Peter. On the other hand, we
the
have
American fighters trying to avoid those shield punches. Peter's getting a bit. I don't think he's getting tired, but what he was doing wasn't working for him. He's trying to find a different way, and they both go down. And we're left with one fight in the corner, and it's been stopped.
3-1.
3-on-1. So that's one round each to both sides. A bit of an armor adjustment being done to Killian's armor. Having some trouble with his shoulder. Just making sure there's no gaps opening up. One of the marshals, I think a piece of armor has come off someone. He's just trying to find out who it belongs to. I think it's just a finger shield, so not the most major of components.
Just annoying to lose. Oh, and here's Eli. Eli, I didn't notice Eli was on the field. Eli being our one of our co-commentator, and like we said before, he has the biggest My Little Pony collection. And he doesn't have his own. Sorry.
In the world, biggest collection in the world. Yes.
Yeah. He's been doing that for like 15 years.
Yeah, it's his main passion.
I mean, like we said before, his team gotta stop him from putting one on his helmet. It's an issue, and apparently he didn't bring his shield with the pink one painted on it.
It's quite embarrassing for the other New Zealand fighters.
You know, they come from so far to get somebody that wants to come to Europe to fight. They're not going to tell them no.
I think our canopy is starting to fill up with
water,
so we might drain that out before it rips. So excuse us a second, there might be a bit of interruption.
And okay, the draining of Brandon's right on electronic equipment. So if we cut off please. Don't be mad at Brendan. All right, people, we're set for a third round. So, you know, we can always count on an Irish if they're too much trained to know what to do. As I was saying, Brendan, we can always count on an Irish if they're too much trained to know exactly what to do.
We know how to deal with it.
Yeah.
Get inside and drink.
All right. Is that more French fighters coming by? Oh, they're getting support on this side. More French fighters.
And I notice over in the stands we've got an Irish tricolour being waved. Two very patriotic and dedicated Irish fans. My parents, who are using this tournament as an excuse to go on a holiday to Portugal.
Well, that's a very good excuse. People, by Sunday, we will tell you where the next World Championship is going to be in 2017. So that's a good way to prepare your holiday, you know, visit a new country.
That's very exciting.
And come and see us fight.
Mais uma vez vou anunciar que amanhã de manhã teremos as eliminatórias de espada e escudo. Ao início da tarde teremos.
So we've got, and again, another two French fighters have entered the list.
Após isso teremos as finais de espada e escudo. E agora temos mais comandante da Polónia, da Lissa. E amanhã também ao fim da tarde voltaremos a ter todos os combatores, novamente com muito mais combatentes. E mais dois combatentes franceses entrar na Lissa.
So now who do we have on the field? We have six French fighters.
Look. The Welsh went to the other side. French fights are to this side with England and Ireland on this
France,
side.
England, Ireland. On the other side, Wales, Portugal, USA,
11,
New Zealand,
10.
and Poland.
11 against 10.
This fight is building, and especially given the bad weather today, I think this is a pretty good turnout for the fight. And it's only going to get bigger, so keep tuned in tomorrow and especially Sunday for our big finale. Here we go.
Well, Mud got rid of one Portuguese.
I think he's been told
slip. There's a hole there. That's what happened. Boom. Again. It's hard to describe the fight to you fans because we don't know what the heck you're looking at.
There's just a lot of limbs and bodies flying all around the place.
One American is down. The machine took him down. There's a pile up of bodies on one side.
Both Irish fighters are down, and they're under a pile. So I think
pile of bodies there.
They're trying to.
With more people
piling
out
so nobody's getting crushed. So very hard to tell how this fight is going. I think I'm seeing a lot. Still,
I know
all
the French just are beating people on that side. I don't know who, I don't know what. On the other side, you got an Irish and a French beating on an American.
We still got one English fighter up, France, and one Irish guy. Here, still up. And then two USA fighters and a Pole who's just gone down. So one USA fighter. With Portugal up until.
Oh, we had a Poles too. I didn't know this. We had a Pole.
So the side featuring France, England, and all the others, Ireland as well, took that round.
So, folks, we're going to take a short break.
The third fighter is missing Rondell. He's here on the side of the list.
So people, we're going to leave you on those images as it gets raining harder and harder. We'll let you watch. We'll stop the commentating and sign out for tonight. So people, have a great night and come back with us tomorrow.
Yeah, enjoy more fighting tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the fights here. Watch the rest of the All versus All. And if you want to get in touch with us, get onto us on Facebook or on Twitter at IMC Federation. Let us know what you think. Thank you. Bye.
Have a good night.
Mais uma vez temos 4 combatentes franceses. Belga. E deste lado temos País de Gales, Portugal. Uma salva para todos.
Temos aqui este combatente de preto que é do Quebec. E só para anunciar que esta combatente que está aqui à minha frente, do Quebec de preto, é uma senhora. Portanto, temos aqui uma senhora no meio dos homens todos. Salve palmas para todos. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this match is going to be a little bit different. Muito bem, senhoras e senhores.